camera for a minute.
That's okay.
Not
Hello,
right now though.
everyone. We're back with another episode of costumeco, and we're doing a review of the latest episode of House of the Dragon. And this one is, it's called The Lord of the Tides, I believe. I always have to check because I'm
I
not quite sure.
believe. Sounds about
Hey,
right.
E-
you are correct.
episode 8. We got 2 more episodes to go. I was actually kind of like, wait, is there one more? No, it's 2 more. It feels like a long season. So anyway, we're gonna have a really solid panel tonight. But right now we have 2 of my panelists. We've got our usual Rebecca's here, Shadowcat Becks,
Hello.
and then we have Alicia is also
Hello,
here, AK.
hello.
And then we're going to have Justin's going to be joining us and Tatiana. They're just going to be a little bit fashionably late. We're all kind of I was kind of feeling a little rushed tonight. So anyway, but that's cool. We're all going to, as everyone comes in, Vanessa's here. Hi, Vanessa. I'm so happy you're here. I saw you on Twitter earlier. And we've got Terra Incognita and we have the Black Stag. So we have a few people coming in. We've got we've got our bevies. We're going to be having some bevies tonight.
Yes, yes, yes.
So we're doing a little bit of that, and we're all drinking we're all drinking out of cans.
Well, I poured mine into a
She
glass.
poured hers in a
because
glass because she's
I'm
classy.
Cause she, Beck's over here being fancy.
Yes,
classy
she's
boy.
fancy. And I have some good news actually. My cat, I couldn't get my cat to come in last night, so I don't know what's been going on with her. I couldn't get her to come in. And then she was gone all day, and I was really, really like worried about her because normally
She got a
always comes
boyfriend?
back. Well, this is what I was wondering. Anyway, right before the stream, she showed up, and I was very, very
good.
happy. So I'm in a much more relaxed kind of state of mind right now. Hi, Tara. How are you? So anyway, before we get started, and before the other 2 come in, why don't we just go around? Everyone can say hello and tell us how they're doing and who they are. So why don't we start with our special guest, Alicia? Alicia, you go ahead.
I
Putting
don't
you
know
on the
about
spot there.
special, but hi, I'm AK, also known as Alicia. You can find me on my channel, AK Watch. I talk about random nerd things at random different times. I sometimes set a schedule, but I don't always keep to it. So I don't know. You just have to catch me when you catch me. And I'm usually around these parts here with Heidi and Becks, and also over on DJ11's channel. So come check us out. We talk about all the nerd things. And if you are into House of the Dragon and you're watching this stream, so I'm assuming you are, come by on my channels on Mondays around 9:15ish. Me and the ladies and a guest usually have a nice discussion about Sunday's episode. So we had a lot of fun yesterday. So yeah, I think we're gonna have a whole lot more fun because I'm gonna have 2 very special guests next week. So come check us out.
Yeah, that's gonna be really fun. I wonder who the special guest is gonna be.
I don't know. You got to come by to find out. I will never tell.
They better be special.
They better
Lips
be.
are sealed.
Yeah, and Alicia, you are special. You're absolutely special.
You are
I
most-
want to say hi to Carlos. He says here from the last stream with LML. Great
Hi,
channel.
Carlos.
That's
Hey there,
really nice.
Carlos.
Thank you so much. Natural selections here. Okay, over to you, Rebecca. Why don't you tell everybody about yourself and how your week's been going and so on.
Hi everyone. I'm Rebecca, aka Shadowcat Becks. It's still my birthday season, so you have a few more weeks to shower me with like love, gifts,
Yep.
human sacrifices, animal sacrifice, sacrifices. Sacrifice something for me. It's been a pretty good birthday season so far, and I'm very excited to talk about this episode.
Oops. I was just sorry, go ahead.
I totally was gonna do this thing because I don't know if everyone noticed like all like the long. I should have done this my whole intro as like this like long tilt pan.
Yes.
Because
sure.
almost every scene started that way.
Really? Okay, we'll have to talk about that. See, I didn't even notice this.
See, now the thing I would notice. I don't pay attention to a lot of these little things. But since I've known you 2 awesome ladies, my eyes catch little things sometimes, especially with costumes, because I don't know, Heidi's freaking library of videos on her channel are just so extensive. I just noticed, I was like, what kind of stitch is that? How does she move
Yes.
like that? Like, I wonder about these corsets that these women have to wear. Just my brain goes so many different places watching things now because of you guys. I blame all of you.
Yeah, and
You two especially.
I binged The Empress this weekend. It was so good, and Rebecca was messaging me that she was watching it as well. Did you like it?
I really
What is
liked
that
it.
about?
It is about Empress Elizabeth of the one of the last generations of the Habsburgs.
Okay.
So like mid 1800s around abouts.
Cool.
But yeah, it was a good show. I mean, like the story and the political intrigue got a little like over the top, but it
Extra.
was also, yeah, it was a little extra, but it was also like, who cares? Like, look at that hat.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous show.
Yeah, it's a beautiful show,
Although
and
it's weird because it's a German show, but everything, like, you don't even have the option to listen to it in German and read subtitles. Like, it's all dubbed.
oh, I
They dub
did.
it all?
I watched it in German.
Oh, well, maybe like that's
Maybe in Canada.
maybe Canada, but I
Yeah.
couldn't see how I could like watch it in German with English subtitles. So it was all dubbed.
Oh,
So
okay. My sister said she watched it dubbed. She actually loved it dubbed, though.
like it was a pretty good job for it, but then also it's like there are times where it was like, ooh, I'd rather be hearing the real actors right now. But that's not what we're here to talk about. But it was great.
Yeah. We
I
are
usually
here to
don't
talk
mind
about
subtitles.
what's that, Alicia?
So I usually don't mind subtitles unless I'm having to multitask. Then I can't.
Yeah.
I have to put it in a dub on or just watch something else. Yeah. Hey, Day.
That's really neat. That yeah, Day. She said I watched it in German with sub in Spanish. Very
I
cool.
guess maybe I just don't know. Like, I know how to change the subtitles, but I don't know how to change the language.
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix.
So, and it just came out, and I like it's only 6 episodes. That's why I binged it really easily.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I did it in like 2 nights.
Yeah. So anyway,
I will suggest.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, just since it's on Netflix, you just made me think. If you guys have a VPN that you use,
oh yeah,
check out Netflix in other countries because if you're only looking at what's available for the States, you're missing out. There's a lot of good stuff overseas on Netflix. A lot better, honestly, I think than we have open in the States right now. So if you want to branch out to other genres, get yourself a VPN if you don't have one already, and check out the Netflix in those countries.
Here's Tatiana. She's popping in. Like it actually goes boop. So it's actually kind of like a pop, like a boop. Hi, Tatiana.
Tati's hiding in the shadows.
She's just getting set up, I think.
All right, I'm going to go off screen for a hot second. I'll be right back.
Oh, there she is. Yeah, there she is. Hi, Tatiana.
Hello. Hello, dearies. How are y'all? I'm just
good. How are you?
I am sorry to be late.
Oh, that's okay. No, you know, we were just talking. We haven't even gotten into the show. We were just sort of talking about the Empress, and then we'll be getting into Justin's going to be coming here soon as well. So we're going to have a nice panel.
I brought some beer because this episode merits a goddamn drink. Jeez.
Tatiana, do you want to just tell everybody about yourself now that you're here and who you are and so on?
Hi, peoples. Once again, sorry I'm late. I was helping my sister with a thing, and I got home at 6, literally. So all this happened in about an hour. But I am an actress / singer / costume designer. Well, costume enthusiast, let us say. And I am from Puerto Rico, born and raised. Hi. So.
And
Tatiana, hi, everybody.
Tatiana, you had some good news this week. What was your news that you had?
Oh, yeah. So you guys remember how I said last week that I submitted a design for like a contest thing where like a bunch of people will be doing a runway. Well, mine got chosen,
Well done.
Hey.
And I have to make
Congrats.
the damn thing for 29th, and I've never really done a full couture garment before, ever in my life.
Wow.
That'll be an experience. Right now, I'm working with the
Yeah,
fashion
so
stuff.
you only have until like the end of the month or something, right?
Basically, I honestly have until the 25th
Okay.
because
wow.
it is the fitting of the models.
Wow.
It's like,
Mhm.
So
Well,
yeah.
anyway, so congratulations, Tatiana. I think you
Yeah,
chose the
Congrats
design.
indeed. Well deserved.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Thank you.
So, all right, so we're going to get into the episode. What I thought we could do is just go around. Everyone could give their impressions. The problem with me drinking carbonated drinks, by the way, is I keep like, you know, burping. So if I do, I apologize. So why don't we go around and we're going to start talking about the latest episode. Well, why don't we start with you, Alicia? You can tell us what you think of it.
Yeah, I know you were gonna do that. No, okay. See, while I talked about this last night, there was a lot of drinking last night too. My memory's still a little bit fuzzy. So someone else start, and then I will go off from there.
Sure. Rebecca, you want to go?
sure.
Thank you, Becks.
No problem. My initial reaction Sunday night was I'm finding the last couple of episodes a little uneven, where I feel like the front half is a slog, and then it waits for all the good stuff like till the end. But I have a feeling this episode, it will grow on me in subsequent watches. Like there was a lot of very purposeful camera work and editing decisions. Some I agree with, some I don't. But I also had like a few wonderful moments. And if Patty doesn't get that Emmy, then I've lost. Then I will renounce award season.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Well, it's fantasy though. Fantasy doesn't tend to get acknowledged, sadly.
Right. I like, even if it's just a nominate, he at least needs a nomination. And I think it's a big enough show. Like Peter Dinklage won Emmys.
That's true. You're right.
He did.
Actually, I think Patty's doing a better job than Dinklage.
Yeah.
did.
Well, and he only had one season to do it.
Yes.
So
look, we're looking
my
for
man
Rowdy here.
Sup, Justin?
Hey, baby boy. It's been forever
Thomas
since
in the
we've seen your
house.
handsome face.
Is this the internet? Because I'm unfamiliar with it, evidently. Yeah,
This is the dark web, sir. If you don't know how you got here, you're never gonna leave.
Gosh darn it, I can't just figure this whole thing out. I'll tell you, it's a whole web, and I had some issues. My camera's been messed up. So continue on though. So we're talking about The Shield, right? Season 1.
yes.
Good.
Correct.
Big Mackie.
You made it to the correct stream, Justin.
Yeah, he's got his red cup. Justin, do you want to say just a little bit about yourself before we keep going? Like, we actually, you're late, but we haven't even gotten really into it because
Dude, I'm late. I was late
Tatiana
too. So
was late.
Good signs on all sides. Well, my light, it looks like I'm in Phantom the Opera right now. My whole
which is
setup
appropriate
here.
given the episode.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's why it's thematic. It's a cinematic deal that we're going on. Yeah, my name's Justin Thomas. I'm an expert at the internet. You can hire me to do that. And I was late for this stream because of the internet. So do with that what you will, people. And I did enjoy this episode. I got my foibles too, but yeah, I enjoyed it. So yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, Rebecca, did you want to continue what you were saying before Justin so rudely interrupted you?
Rude.
At least I'm not sneezing.
I mean, so Patty's performance, I am a big Matt Smith Damon stan, so I'll have a lot to say about him. Well, maybe not a lot, but I'll have at least one big thing to talk about with his performance and Damon. And I like all the new kids who are adults. The best blow of the entire episode was my poor baby Helena knocking down her shitty husband. That poor girl.
Mm.
And I know on the internet, everyone's like, would she have been happier being a black? Probably.
Probably.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like that girl is too good for all of them. All of them. I said.
What do you mean being a black? I'm confused.
I think maybe marrying Jace instead of
like if she had married Jace.
Oh, okay, sure.
Like
Team black. Okay,
yeah,
I was like, wait,
sorry.
huh? Because you said that
Sorry.
the only other marriage I was thinking about was Valerian. I was like
Vaemon's line about you can tell those aren't the kids.
Yeah.
There's something off about their color.
No, out of context, it sounds right though, Alicia. I mean, she'd be better if she was a black. Okay, it sounds right. All right, let's just stick with it. All right. Yeah.
That's the your words and your opinions only.
That's the quip. That's the quip we're cutting from the podcast.
Yes.
Better if
exactly.
yeah. There you go.
Had she been on Team Black,
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And because I always say the greens, but whatever. Sorry, I apologize. But I don't know if she would have been happy. But I'm like getting too into the weeds. Like,
sure, okay.
I don't need to talk about all this stuff.
Sure,
right
okay. So, Alicia, why don't we go next to you?
Okay. Yes.
And then,
All right.
Are you ready?
I am actually. I'm gonna keep this kind of short and concise. For anybody that was in my chat last night, you will actually anyone that's been following me for the season, you will recognize this category. I'll introduce you guys here on this panel since you guys haven't experienced it before. This is the little thing that Lady D came up with called "There Be the Dragon," and it's basically just key moments when a member of House Targaryen, whether they be a part of a house that married into them or actual blood Targaryen. What a little moment where they showed some extra oomph, dragon fire in the mix. So yes, Santavia, there be the dragon. So number one, and I think this was actually the first thing that I tweeted after the episode. First, there be the dragon goes to King Viserys himself. My man's heard the plea of his daughter, and y'all know I've been cussing Viserys out this whole season. Okay? And he's still a bitch. Still a bitch. But in these few moments, these epic moments that he had here, and this one in particular, coming into the Great Hall, not accepting any help. Yeah, he had a chair with some wheels on it. Nope, I'm not taking that. Nah. You little assholes are gonna watch me walk up here because I am the king. I don't care if I'm Skip Along McGee right now. I'm going to do it on my own. And the only help he accepted was from his brother. That was it. And that's a minor There Be the Dragon right there. Daemon stepping in knowing that his brother needed him, and they handled that. Also, cool thing about that scene, his crown was not supposed to actually fall off. That was on accident. But because neither of them broke character and they just rolled with it, they kept it in, and it was great. But Viserys, first thing he says once he looks out at everybody, pardon my confusion, and I'm ad-libbing here. This isn't exactly what he said, but it's what he should have said. But why the fuck are we discussing all these things that I've already told y'all my thoughts on and I've already ruled on? Y'all got me out of bed for this again? We've already talked about this like 5 times over the past 10 years. We're done. That's it. I said what I said. There be the dragon. Number 2. And there's several. Actually, this whole episode is kind of like an extended There Be the Dragon. Everybody was flexing. But one of my favorite ones, I'm going to pull one from Lady D, actually. She was saying when we saw that scene with Uncle Black and Mild, Vaemon, if y'all don't know, if y'all haven't been watching, Uncle Black and Mild, when he came in trying to pop off, talking to Our Lady Rhaenys, Auntie Nisi, as we call her, with one of the twins standing next to her. Lady D said she wasn't sure at that time which twin it was because you can't tell them apart. But then Uncle Black and Mild tried to call himself bucking up, and he, took a step towards Grandmama, and she stepped right up too. There be the dragon. That's how we knew that was Baelor. Because if you were paying attention in that little fight where Aemon had to catch them hands, Baelor knocked them out pretty swiftly after he put his hands on her sister. She about that life, and I love that about her. Also, keep an eye on both of those girls. They're going to be doing some great things once they get older. Just you wait for the next time jump next season. Last one I'm going to go with, my favorite one, I think, Daemon. Sir Daemon. You know, Vaymond, Uncle Black and Mal, as we call him, was talking all of the smoke in the throne room, and he fucked around and found out. Is basically it, you know. He came up wagging his tongue, and well, Daemon had to come hit him with the chop. You know, you could keep your tongue, homie, but what you not gonna do is keep talking that nonsense about my wifey and our kids. There be the dragon. That's all I got for right now.
Did you notice I was able to add a little banner for you?
Yes, and I appreciate
Also,
that.
so
I saw that. Kudos to you, my lady. I appreciate you. But y'all can thank Lady Diligence for the There Be the Dragons. I'm pretty sure that's gonna just be our thing now. It's not even a her thing anymore. That's our group thing now.
I love it. Well, yeah, you can tell her that we borrowed it. I hope you don't mind.
I'm trademarking it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's mine.
Sir,
okay,
sir,
Tatiana,
I know where you live.
Tatiana, you want to give your impressions, your feedback, your feelings?
Sure. First of all, I want to raise a glass in toast to Patty. Fuck you, Otto. I'm the king. Considine for a stellar performance, not just in this episode, although this episode in particular,
Hold on,
but
can
throughout
you
the
pan out,
end.
Heidi,
But
can you
throughout
pan out so we can all raise a toast? Everyone, yes.
The
yes,
entire goddamn season, he has been the boss ass bitch.
Facts.
He has not been a good king. Sometimes he was not a good man. But man, he was a good actor. And he created a complex man that was good, that was bad. And he took that role and he peed on it. He shit on it. He vomited on it. He marked his territory on that goddamn show. And if he doesn't get that Emmy, bitch, we are going to riot. The fandom is going to riot because he was the MVP of this fucking episode. He did that. He did that. He deserves that check. You cash in that check with the biggest smile on your face, my brother, because you did it. You did it. When Viserys, we'll talk about Viserys later, but I'm gonna point out I have audio aid to help me with my feelings because they are necessary. And when we talk about Viserys and we get there, I'm gonna be pulling them out. Now, that is to say, everybody in this episode, everybody else, they were on their A game. Rhaenyra crying in Viserys' room. Bitch, you did that. Good job, Emma. You fucking fucking bitch. Non-binary queen. Yes. Fucking Allison in that room with the poor maid. Ooh, she was complex. We're gonna get to it. Aegon, can you, little Prince Aegon, can you just jump right out that window where you were motherfucking yourself on the other episode? That'd be great.
Seriously, do us all a favor.
Yes, Aemon, creep me the fuck out. We'll talk more about that later. Oh, and Helena is too pure for this world. Ooh, bitch. Ooh, bitch, I love her.
She's the only one worth saving. We need a whole operation get Laenor away from Westeros for Helena. We need to protect her.
I have no love for Helena. What's with all the Helena love?
Because she's the pure one in this family.
So
she's the only.
I honestly don't even want to engage in like a lot of this. To be clear, like to be fair here, this is already quite off the rails.
I'm usually the bloodthirsty one, Heidi. What the
all
hell
due respect.
Well,
but,
you guys know how I felt about sorry, what's Cersei's daughter's name? I couldn't stand her.
Shireen.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Shut the hell up, Justin.
Shireen. No, I love Shireen.
It's
I love
not.
Shireen.
That's Stannis'
Not
daughter.
Shireen.
Yeah,
It's-
no. The other one.
Marcella.
Shireen-
Marcella.
Marcella, yes.
Marcella.
Oh, I
Okay.
loved her.
It's
I
a
loved the-
Marcella. A Marcella.
It's Marcella.
Marcella.
Oh,
Okay.
and if y'all didn't notice, based on my outfit, I am officially Team Black.
Okay,
Right.
let me just stop
Looks like
all
there's some
this
purple
really
in there.
quick.
Is there
Your
purple?
outfit's blue.
Well,
It looks
it's the
blue
color.
on my screen.
It's the color grading. Let me say something really quick.
Okay, let's do Justin.
Okay.
Let's
So,
do Justin
All
Poople.
right,
so
Justin.
beyond like the blind, just Targaryen fervor that there is,
Yes.
everybody in this
Blah,
series
blah,
that was
blah.
good is dead. By the way, there is
Yes.
now there's a credit to this because now it's kind of tricky because there is an aspect of this series that I like how human they made Viserys. I like how they made him just this indecisive, bumbling fool that with a heart of gold that is the
Still
worst
sucks.
king ever, right? He still sucks. Yeah, he sucks at because you can't do that if you're the king. Daemon, the rogue prince, I have no clue what he's about other than being a rogue, which makes sense. He's a rogue prince, right? He's kind of snickering when the family's fighting. All these people are pretty much like beyond their earliest form, meaning like Rhaenyra and Allison, like when they were kids, like as soon as they took their new form, became just awful. Like awful people, like in general. Like Rhaenyra has more redeeming qualities than Allison, but I find this to be a hard series to find somebody to root for. So I think that's your answer for Helena, is because it's a Targaryen blind love. No matter what, people are going to just be like, we love Targaryens because Dany was cool. It's like, well, I had an ancestor like 3
No.
generations back that was cool. Is everybody from my family the shit? No, they're all pretty crappy here too. For the Targaryens, but I mean, Allison isn't in the right, and I'm not a green supporter. I'm just saying that all these characters, actually, I think they do have a bit of a problem with who is the most likable. Like, I think Rhaenyra is definitely going to have people rooting for her, but they kind of really
There's plenty of
twisted
people
out.
rooting for Allison still.
Really,
Yeah,
they
oh,
really
mhm.
twisted the knife when they did
Lots
the
of
age.
people.
Yeah, they twisted that knife with her.
I
yeah,
think once people within the first couple of episodes, I think they just went so hard on either Team Green or Team Black, that they can't.
Yeah, they're blocking out the
But
information.
I will say I am not a Targaryen fan in general, but I do have a lot of issues with the way that they're portraying Rhaenyra.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Mm.
And we can get to it when we get to the big scene in the
Could I finish on
in
Helena
the
really
throne
quick?
room. Oh, sure. Sorry.
I'm sorry. No, yeah. Helena is likable because she has said stuff that's going to be true, right? So she has been somebody that we can count on, and she has shown no negative traits really, other than being odd. And who is she seen by being odd by? People we don't like, right? That's why people like her, right there. The optics of storytelling are very slim. Helena has been portrayed in a very advantageous way, even though she's kind of very, very odd. But very odd.
She's the Westeros Linda Lovegood.
Yeah, but it works. It works. So yeah, a lot of these people are pretty much just like.
Well, I guess for me, it's just just because she's not horrific, despicable, doesn't necessarily make me want to root for her.
It shouldn't. That's fair.
I just want to
there's
protect her from
characters
Aegon
that
because he sucks.
There's some
and
characters that are
basically
more
that's
flawed
the
that I'm
main
gonna root
reason
for.
why I'm Team Black. It's not because Targaryens or the Targaryens or Rhaenyra, because Rhaenyra has frustrated the shit out of me these past eight episodes.
Oh yeah.
It's that Aegon is a monster. He does not deserve the throne. Period.
Did you hear what she said? Being married isn't that bad. It's okay. He'll usually ignore you unless he's
drunk. That's
how
fucked up.
many
What
times
he did to
has
the
he
maid.
assaulted that poor
That's
girl
why
already?
I said she had the biggest slay in the whole episode.
She's an audience surrogate.
You know what though? You know what though? One more. There be the dragon, Jace. When Aegon came over trying to talk that nonsense, and Jace was like, "You know what? Fuck you. Hey, Helena, you want to go dance real quick?" And what happened? Over there in the corner with your wife, not sitting, and you can't say shit.
And the fact that honestly, this is the first time we see Helena actually smile and laugh. She was happy as dancing with her cousin Jace or her
But
nephew
the
Jace.
motivation from Jace is just to slight the others. That's
Sure.
what makes it
Okay, but hold on.
I don't want to get into a psychoanalysis about
No,
any of these
I'm
characters
just
because they're
saying.
all irreprehensible. Like they're all bad. Trust me.
Do you think that Helena didn't pick up on that also?
No, she's
Just
smart.
because
she
she sounds like she weird. Oh no, she knew
Yeah.
exactly what was going down,
Yeah,
and she
yeah.
knew her and Jace were supposed to be married, and I bet you she wouldn't have felt ignored if she was with Jace, and I think Jace knows that. And also, not to even besmirch his betrothed that was sitting right next to him, you see, she didn't have an issue with that.
No, she saw it as
Bela didn't have an issue with that. I think because both of those girls, they don't have no problem with Helena either.
No, because
I think we've seen that they have a good repertoire, even though we didn't see it. Their relationships happened off screen.
Because that was a gentleman thing to do. That was like, helping somebody up a stair. That was akin to, I don't want to say dancing with a grandma. That's not a direct connection, but it wasn't like a sexual, overtly like thing. Like, oh, I'm going to try to get with this girl. It was a sign of respect to that female.
No.
Yeah. So it was a chivalrous move. Which I applaud, but then he becomes a pansy, so then he gets beat up, so then everybody's like, oh, they suck, and you know what I mean, and then they just hate it is what it is. Nobody wins.
I just want to say one thing though that I think that was a little bit odd in this show, and the fact that when they arrive at the Red Keep and they've got this heavy influence of the Seven, and yet they sort of like just sort of almost pushed to the backside that the fact that Helena has married her brother. So I just thought that was sort of like a weird like conflict in the story.
Because Allison is a hypocrite.
When Allison said you Targaryens have such strange ways,
no,
but
I know
you
she
still
did.
signed off on this shit.
I do wonder if
That's
this
what
was
I mean.
like I wonder if this was something that because she said no to the Helena Jace marriage, that this was like behind the scenes compromise. But that's a big problem overall in this series, is like we're getting a lot of holes where it's like they're going so hard on certain things, but there's so much like, well, how did this happen, and like what happened here, like that's kind of.
I just think if Allison was going to lean into the Seven, into the faith, then I think she would have absolutely refused to let her children marry each other. And I feel like they just sort of like glanced over that. They didn't really address it except for that.
Yeah.
Not even just that.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Finish up, Becks.
Oh, I kind of lost it.
It's okay, you can come back.
I'm sorry. Well, I was going to say, not only would she have not allowed that marriage either, but she would be protecting Helena from Aegon. Because very clearly, it's just easier and better for her to cover up all the bullshit that he's doing. Which is really horrific.
And then
never mind. I mean, not to diminish the young
he's a sexual
handmaiden
predator,
and what she
right?
went through, but
marry
that's your daughter.
Yeah.
What the hell?
So Terra Incognita in the chat said exactly what it is. It makes her kids look more Targaryen than Rhaenyra's kids. Like, I think once it was like pretty clear, like, oh, they're not. I think it's just help make sure, which again, it's hypocritical, like, but just like why she allowed that to happen.
Well, of course, she's a hypocrite. What she does is she takes the moral high ground and becomes all self-righteous as long as it suits her needs. And as soon as it doesn't suit her needs, she does like a 180 and just goes, I never wanted this. Oh, it was like, bitch, please. Bitch, please.
Yep.
Well,
I mean, they said, sorry, Justin, just 1 second. They said in the behind the episode that she took the Space of the Seven on so fervently as penance for her outburst in Driftmark, where she almost, where she hurt Rhaenyra and almost took out a child's eye. So it's like it's even worse because it's not just that she's a hypocrite; she's lying to herself. and that is dangerous because that's basically what I think that's what happened in the end of the episode, and we'll get to it. But she just comes to these conclusions that benefit her, like, and she knows deep in her mind that they're not true. But if she convinces herself enough of it, that it is true. She creates her own reality.
Yeah, but she's a human being. Yeah, it's also important to recognize that, okay, all of these characters, just as all humans, are going to do what benefits them. Okay, replace they with I, because I became a faith of the seven, follower. I'm a fervent believer in this because that's what the realm is good for. Just like the queen is for the church, or the king now for the Church of England, right? It's better for the realm. Rhaenyra, okay, she's also a hypocrite in the sense of, does she really believe in the succession through a bloodline when she's tampering with the bloodline and lying about it? So she's also a hypocrite if we want to be technical about any of this, which I really don't want to be. But like,
she's never been into anything with the bloodline like that, though.
What, she believes that she gets to be queen because of a bloodline, right? Because of a true line to the throne, a true bloodline that's in our intro, by the way, to the throne, goes to her. So
her
now
son still has it too, because he still
but
has
not within their traditions. Not within their traditions. That's a big issue.
It doesn't matter. Targaryen exceptionalism always trumps everything.
Okay, but everybody's minds always trump everything. They convince themselves what they're doing for themselves is the good for everybody else. Okay, so that's what's happening here. We're seeing this blind or willful ignorance, right, by Viserys throughout this whole series. Correct? I believe that it's because he knows blood right is bullshit. All right, like, it's like they know it's bullshit. So like Rhaenyra's kids, yeah, they're probably, not with Laenor. It is what it is. He's gonna have it because what he wants is what's best for the realm. What's best for the realm at the end of the day isn't the right blood, it's the perception of the right blood, and it's a realm that's at peace and not at civil war. So both of these people are doing things, Allison and Rhaenyra, because they believe that they're in danger. And I believe that they believe they're in danger, and that's all that matters. I think it's good storytelling. But like this whole argument that like Allison is now, they made her like overtly cruel as soon as they aged her up, like with the abortion tea right away. She's like, "Oh, my son raped you, get abortion tea." I'm like, "Oh my God."
You think that was abortion tea or poison?
No, they said, the director said it was like,
was it the moon tea?
It was definitely moon tea. Yeah. Like the director said it, period. And it's like,
the strength of the poison doesn't matter. It's poison, right? So like
there was a real Me Too movement moment there. Like there was, one of the things I found in this episode is there's a lot of like contemporary issues that are happening right now that were present in that episode.
And then ignored. The present then ignored because they can't really be like, they can't honor them, but they can show them, which is honoring them, I guess.
No, because she said, "I believe you," and I believe that she believed her, but at the same time,
we're cloaking it.
She's still covering it up.
Yeah, of course she has to.
She doesn't have to. She could very well take care of Aegon if she had some balls, but she's not
that's
for
the realm, right?
Let's say she's in her Cersei Joffrey mode here. She just wants him to be the end all be all, and that's where she's putting her eggs are going into that basket.
Because the rest of her children go in that basket as well.
This also happened before, like her misinterpreting the prophet, or like misinterpreting.
I'm not even taking. I wasn't taking a prophecy.
Yeah, and I thought it would have been more it would have been an easier scene had this rape scene happen after, like, the whole misunderstanding.
I see no reason.
Yeah, and actually, what Day and Natural Selection said. Yeah, I totally agree, ladies. Yeah, that definitely was not the first one, not at all.
I don't even get why they. It's just the only reason that's in there is to make Allison unlikable. Okay, like honestly, the only reason you can give me for that plot point. That's my point. Unlikable. My point is, I know, I get. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why that's
okay. I people, we don't have to like yell at each other. Like, I know it's intense, but
But we haven't seen each other in forever. Becks, me and Justin do this thing. Okay, this is our thing.
No, I'm not yelling at you.
Trying to break up our happy negative home.
I'm not yelling at anybody. No, I'm not yelling at you or anybody. I'm just saying that I find it that
I'm talking to everybody. Like,
No, I
What
didn't
did I
think.
Oh,
Rebecca, do you feel like we're yelling? I didn't think it was yelling.
You know, the
I
first
thought-
thing
I
that
thought it
happens
was
once you tell
like-
people to stop
Okay,
yelling.
we can ask the people in the chat if we're yelling. Are we
Once
yelling?
you tell people to stop yelling, they immediately
I'm just
start
looking
yelling.
at
This
you.
is like-
I'm just looking
This is like
Yeah.
Thanksgiving dinner in my house.
I was totally
Well,
just messing with
this
you,
is-
Becks.
the-
I was
Okay,
totally just messing with
I'm-
you.
Do we want to start at like the plot points though? Do we want to start with?
Okay, how about
with-
this? I'm the moderator. Why don't we go around and we'll talk? We'll
I
we'll
think-
just
I think we should
I'll
be
allocate
specific.
one person to talk about at a time. How's that?
What about
okay?
the
so let's-
crown?
Why don't we start with where should we start? Where did the episode start?
Well, with the
we were-
succession.
Driftwood, or
Yeah.
like on the
The
driftwood.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with that. Okay, so Rebecca, you start then.
As far, sorry, I wasn't prepared, but yeah, it was, sorry guys, like I
like
like
that.
I have the
You
cog.
put her on the spot, Heidi.
no,
Jeez.
it's like I
Okay.
don't know, like maybe
Here,
I'm
let's go
just,
to
like, really
Alicia.
off.
Alicia,
Okay,
start
hold on,
with
I'm
Alicia.
sorry, I
Alicia
didn't
has to leave
hear what-
earlier, so
No, well, I was also in the chat. I didn't hear what is the topic that we're on, please. Which scene?
Hey, so the succession on Driftmark. So we're talking about.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of my "There Be the Dragon" moments for Lady Bela. Uncle Black and Mild is out of pocket. Okay, I've had issues with Vayman ever since he came onto the scene. Corliss has been hurt. He is in hospice right now. We don't know whether he's going to live or die. Yes, the wounds are grave. However, he's still breathing. Sir, you do not get to step in here and do anything. And this isn't even me just wanting to champion the twins. This is by actual law of succession. If you go back in at the source material, Game of Thrones, when Jon is having that talk with what's her name? Alice Karstark. And she comes to him for help because her uncle is trying to take over. By their laws of succession, a daughter comes before an uncle. So let's go ahead and take Jace and his brother out. Okay, fine, no problem. Those are, Laenor's boys. We have to move over to Laenor's sister before we go to Uncle Black and Mild. And Laenor's sister has 2 daughters. So even if Corliss did die, sir, you would still not be in charge. You don't get to up jump like that. And it's kind of shitty that you want to do that. You talking about all this true blood and whatnot. Bela is
patriarchy.
absolutely, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It shows a flaw.
Still has to follow that rule.
It shows a compromised monarchy. It shows a compromised monarch. It shows what's happening. That's the whole point of this whole plot point, is for them to show that the court is jeopardized because of Viserys being sick and because of it being, indecisive. So they know that they can come there and they can change things. They can go and do what they want to do. Yeah. So now, because everybody's trying to mold law to what they feel. And so forth, and what they want to do for their families, because they know that there's all this indecisiveness within the crown. That's why it's always better to have good counsel other than a good king. Mm-hmm. Good counsel is what's important, to have people around them. Yeah.
Is there a master of complaints? That job would suck.
No,
seriously.
Dude, no. I don't
yeah,
think
it's the rogue prince. You see how they're handled.
I would hate that job.
Uncle Black and Mild shot his shot. I'll give him that. But bro, you shot that shot twice and you missed both times. And that last time, you really should have just learned to shut the fuck up, because now what? And let's say something would have happened when Corliss gets better and he comes home. What do you think Auntie Nisi is going to tell her husband about your actions?
When
Uncle
keeping it real.
What are you going to do then?
Keeping it real goes wrong.
Usurper.
Keeping it real goes wrong.
That dude. Corliss is not. He's gonna get at you about that.
Is it weird that we didn't see
dumb.
Corliss? And like, yeah, but when keeping it real goes wrong,
A lot
and
of
you can't
crap
keep it
going
way
down when
too
he's
real.
absent, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know.
Rebecca knows what she's gonna say now. I can tell.
Well,
Rebecca?
I was just gonna like jump off of what Justin was talking about, and like even in like the source material, like this just to like help mirror like what the succession crisis is. Although it was a really dumb thing, and I'm not even saying it's bad writing. It's just like bullshit that the patriarchy does. But when they were like, because like being the Lord of the Tides. Am I like wrong where it's like that's not automatically given to the Lord of Driftmark? Like, isn't the Lord of the Tides like an earned title, like the Morning Star? I don't know, but
I don't know.
Well, if you're talking about the Sword of the Morning, the Sword of the Morning is. Are you talking about that?
Yeah.
Sword
Yeah,
of the Morning
right.
is a mantle. It's only given within actual
Right.
qualification, meaning you have
Right.
to. That you're. It's okay. You know how you're appointed and then you're elected.
Yeah.
Type of deal. So that is more of a appointment.
Exactly.
But Driftmark, but Driftmark. So the whole reason is the crown can't hold two titles at the same time. So that's why this is happening. But Viserys already does. It's very straightforward legally if we want to get into the whole monarchy and all that. So we all know, all of us are in agreement here. The point is they wanted to go in there and they wanted to push their luck. They wanted to go in and say, this is the time to be a mover. This is the time to shake things up because there's indecisiveness within the power structure. So that's all it was.
Well,
I think we can move on from there. Yeah. It's very clear. No, but it is very clear, right? We all agree. It's pretty clear.
Okay.
If you don't agree, don't agree.
No, I agree.
I think there's a lot of second brother syndrome happening.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of second brother.
Well,
like
and
the second born.
What I was gonna say, partly it's like, well, is the Lord of Driftmark, or I'm like Lord of the Tides and the Lord of Driftmark, and it was kind of like what I guess it was like Beesbury was saying. It's like, since when does it matter, like whether or not like the person inheriting the seat is like qualified? That's not the point.
Yeah, that's not monarchy. You're all right about
that.
Yeah.
And like, so then like the extra layer of argument that, well, only Uncle Vayman can do it because he's a lord, or like he's a guy and he's already like seen battle, as opposed to like Bela. Because you're absolutely right. Bela should be getting it. Like, but this always happens like when there's a succession with like a young woman taking the seat. Yeah, it's just once again like mirroring what is going on with Rhaenyra, and also giving the opportunity to like really formally put it out before Viserys' court that who.
Tatiana, you want to say something? I don't think she's had a chance to say anything. Let the lady talk.
I'm just here enjoying all y'all just screaming at each other.
But it looks like you're wearing purple.
It's black. It's just a light.
Wow, see, I see blue, navy, a really deep navy blue.
Yeah,
it's honestly black. The lighting just makes it look blue.
The color grading.
Yeah,
it still looks nice. It still looks very nice on you.
It does. It looks beautiful.
Yes, I felt it. It was apropos.
Vayman was right about nothing.
It goes back to like when he was introduced. He lives in the shadow of his great brother, and he feels he is owed. And I mean, he's not wrong that Luke and Jace are. Thank you, Jakey. That Luke and Jace are not Velaryon, but at the same time, he, like someone said, he does not know how to read a room, and the fact that he comes to Rhaenys with his big balls, he's with the Billy Big Balls this episode.
He don't know cousin Nisi though.
Exactly.
You've been around her for how many years, and you try to talk that dumb shit to her?
You want to be Lord of the Tides? Go pull a canoe and go stand in the ocean, see if you can control it.
Yeah, because he I think at least he believes that he's like the true Valerian, that he's like the blood of the sea, and he's the Lord of Tides, probably even more than Corlys, honestly. Because like
he wanted to run away.
Corlys
He wanted to run away.
the globe and did this and did that, he stayed home. He did this. He was dutiful to the family, while Corlys was doing off his shit in his younger days.
Yeah, while he was going out there making a fucking name for himself.
That is what a second brother
What?
does. They sit back and they sit there and
pussy.
they make opinions about what's happening. It's like a mid manager, right? They sit there and say they could do it better. Somebody, I think Heidi, you brought it up, second son syndrome. That's what that is. Now I'm a second son, but also I was a twin in the womb. Took care of that shit in the womb, by the way. Got rid of it. All right. My doing.
At the same time, you can kind of see his point of view, though, right? Like he is seeing that.
I see his point of view. It just doesn't matter.
No. I don't mean like about the succession. I just mean about him getting the job. I'm just saying in terms of Jace getting the job,
which would have been like
the bloodline is dead with that. He knows that.
I get both. I get both. I'm with you. Like, I don't think he should get it, but I get why he thinks he should get it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he still would have been commander of the fleet. Had like, even if we like did it correctly and like invented to like whether it was Luke or it was Bela, like of course Luke is like what 17 18, like you know, of course he would have made Vaemon his, you know, fleet commander. Like, so Vaemon had all the glory, but can we agree, like, out of all the second brothers, like Vaemon is the, you know, the Stannis?
The most no,
like the most Stannis.
I have respect for Stannis. I do not respect Uncle Black him out at all.
Stannis referred to Rhaenyra as like the usurper.
Yeah, well, but
he's a guy. He's a guy's guy.
He's also of the cousin house. They have a different accounting of Targaryens than most folks.
Like, the Baratheons were not. The Baratheons were with.
They were bastards too.
Well, that too.
Hey, okay, I want to get into it, but I really
that was written before Fire and Blood was written. Like, so, like, he hadn't really had all of like dance. But I mean, the point stands. Like,
Rebecca, what does it matter who writes the truth first? Is it still the truth? Let me ask you that.
I have to say that Stannis
is the
in my humble opinion, has the best armor in the entire.
Stannis is the king. I don't get emotional about anything about this, but I will fuck anybody else.
I don't fault you on that. No, he is.
Nobody better. I'm not looking for approval. I'm not looking for it. It's already there.
Okay, we're all Stannis lovers. What about you, Tatiana?
Thank you.
Are you a Stannis lover?
Makes me so fucking mad.
Of course. I mean, I would prefer that he didn't kill his own child.
Oh my god! Every little thing. Every little thing.
Yeah,
I would prefer.
No.
One of the things that got me really mad about is that he was killed off camera. That he
child
and on
camera.
camera.
Not only did he let that order stand and he sacrificed his daughter, but he was too much of a pussy to even stand on the front line and watch. You asshole, you stood and hid in the fucking back hugging a damn pole while your child yelled and screamed for you after the conversation you had with her the night before that you were always going to protect her. You're the one that made sure she survived Grayscale and that everyone else dies from, and then she's no, I can't fuck with you after that though, Stannis.
Walking a line there, Alicia. She had a bright future, and he saw it.
I still think he deserves it on camera.
Fire joke there.
I personally still think he's alive. You guys can think whatever you want. I don't think he was actually.
Totally different in the book. He's gonna.
Oh, in the book, it's gonna be different.
He's gonna be the one that takes Winterfell when we get
once the weather's not so bad, because like inclement weather is the biggest issue in A Song of Ice and Fire. It's like, the weather's inclement, so he's like been in that tower for like 3 books now, like plotting and keeping
because you got a bunch of people there that don't know how to deal with that.
Because the weather ain't so. Hey, the weather ain't so good. All right, lay off.
Okay, but wait, hold on.
Watch your mouth about
Stannis. Let me give my final thought though for Uncle Vaemon. Vaemon needed to sit down and have all of the seats, because he is it's the patriarchy and whatnot, but they do still follow rules of succession when it comes down to that. I mean, they'll tweak and change things as they will, but it was not the right time for him to try to shoot his shot like that.
Right.
It was not.
No.
Well-
Corlys was still alive, and even still, in order, Bela would have the more right to it than he does.
Sure.
But-
But strategically thinking, I think it was a good time for him because, as he said, like the high towers
Because
were
of the turmoil?
Yeah, well, the high towers were in control. Like, you know, like in a way it was like, I think strategically speaking, I think it was the time for him to shoot his shot.
And
Oh,
also,
sorry.
Because
I just have to say
honestly-
one thing. I just have to say one thing. Sorry, I misunderstood. You were saying Renly's armor is excellent as well. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant that Stannis was wearing Renly's armor. Yes, I agree. Excellent armor. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
The Baratheons
Just clear
have
something
hard
up here.
armor.
I know.
Go ahead,
Loras wears
Tatiana.
it
I
in
can't
battle.
wait to see Rhaenys in armor. Like,
Totally.
That'd be
Oh,
got,
I am
like,
so
big-
waiting for that
Better
scene.
have armor. Better have armor.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead,
Because it
Tatiana.
would be it would honestly be like, actually no, it would be like the first time a major female character
was
in
it
the
Oh.
Crown Lands has
Right,
The
armor.
Crownlands.
Like,
No,
because
no,
that
no.
armor,
well?
Cersei didn't have
Oh,
armor.
Brienne. Brienne had armor.
Brienne.
Cersei had like that breastplate.
Yeah, the Crownland's full of armor. Actually, the
No,
Crownlands are all
women.
No, I mean
Brienne
women.
had armor. Brienne had
Oh,
armor.
Well,
okay.
Brienne-
Yeah,
More Riverlands and Crown Lands.
yeah. Brienne's not.
Yeah, no,
Brienne
but she
is
had,
kind
like
of-
that.
Brienne-
that
Brienne
like,
is kind of like,
breastplate armor.
She's a little bit
She's
like
a
Joan of
so-
Arc, right? She's kind of a Joan of Arc kind of.
Yeah, she's
character.
supposed as this. Okay. So again, the reason this is brought up is to show the audience what happens when somebody disputes succession. A little foreshadowing, because what do we think's going to happen here, right? But hey, guys, everybody, what do you think's going to happen? Succession's
who?
about to be disputed in this show, so they wanted to give you a little bit
Justin, you
of
just gave a
bunch of people
spoiler.
are gonna
and
die.
No, and I forgot to do a spoiler warning.
really. If anybody doesn't think that the House of the Dragon's going to have a succession
Sorry,
crisis by
guys.
now, and you're watching
Spoiler,
this,
I apologize.
my
Justin
God,
just
you need to
ruined
go to a
the show for
hospital.
everyone.
Go to a hospital right away. You need your head checked out right away.
It's
Yeah,
been
there's
about
some-
succession from
No, I'm
that.
kidding.
From
There's
Yeah,
episode
some
one.
it's more about succession than succession. All right.
Mhm.
Yeah. So they're showing what happens, and they're showing how people can go and be very rash, like Daemon was. I would say
Yes.
that his actions were very rash. So they're foreshadowing how that could be. But yeah, I think we should move on from there and go on to the relationship with Allison and Rhaenyra, because for the first time I felt like there actually was one again, which I
Someone
think is
was
powerful.
mentioning we didn't talk about the dragon eggs. Should we talk about that first? Because that's actually
Oh,
how
yeah.
the show
The
opened, right?
dragon eggs being pulled out of poop.
Yeah, it did.
Well,
It kind of reminded me
apparently-
of the movie Alien a bit. Like I don't know what you thought, AK.
I saw the making of the episode, and they were talking about they were inspired by aliens to create that scene.
Oh, really?
And it's not poop; it's more like a volcanic
Something.
rock
Well,
formation.
yeah. And
With,
I think
like-
that's
Okay.
what
It's like a
Yeah, I
set.
think that's what Meeks has had
Like a
theorized.
stack.
To say, like, because it's coming out of dragon body, of course, all that heat, it just comes out looking like it's a pile of hot poop.
Can I
They're
just
already
say
having
that
issues with the
This episode
book.
was kind of very Halloween. We had like the Crypt Keeper, and we had the aliens. There was a lot of
Low-key.
horror going on in this episode. Do we agree with that?
Yeah, and that's true.
Look at-
George
yeah.
R. R. Martin, who writes this is
have you
horror,
shown-
he writes
you know-
fantasy.
Pictures? Oh, now
What's
that I
that?
think about it, have you shown any pictures?
Not yet. I can show the Dragon Egg pictures. Just why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves? Talk
But
amongst
there,
yourselves,
okay. So
and I'll find them.
in Fire and Blood, there is an accounting that already they're having issues with hatchlings. They're already having these issues, with new dragons
Mhm.
at this point before the Dance of the Dragons, because this is
You know what
essentially
I
how they.
wonder?
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe, because I think that's another aspect of the Grand Maester conspiracy. Do you think they could have paid off those the dragon minders?
Yeah, they could have. The Macers want to be in power. The dragons take them. The dragons
And the
take
dragons are taking that, yeah.
everybody is on, because look at like Daemon versus, that's why I love so much Daemon versus what everybody calls like Sir Cuck or Sir whatever,
Crispy.
with Kristen Cole. But I like the fact that Kristen Cole can
On that one.
can take Daemon in a straight fight, but he doesn't have a dragon. So that's important. George is showing that for a reason, because he has that. Daemon has that. Now, Damon's no.
Can he actually
punk.
take Damon in a fight?
Yes, in the
sparring at the tourney isn't a real fight to me.
Well, it's not. That wasn't sparring, and that shouldn't happen. I don't even want to get into it. But the point is, they're showing the power structure. It's a dragon trumps all. You know what I mean? So the Maesters, the point to come around to what you were saying and bring it back home. Yes, I believe that the Maesters don't like the dragons because the dragons.
I think they've been poisoning them for years.
Yeah, and it's also they're men of, even though it sounds crazy to us, they're men of science in their age, right?
Yeah.
So this whole magical thing, it's a bunch of voodoo to them.
See,
yeah, they don't like it.
That's maybe another form of a bit of tinfoil that I've always had. I don't think that they're just all about science. I think that they fully know that there is magic in the world. Otherwise, none of them, Mr. Darwin especially, would be able to light those black candles. So magic is there and they know it, but they want to control all of it.
Yes, they have a Valyrian link just for this reason. Right?
Yeah.
That is what that link is for. That is the unexplored. I forget the verbiage. I'm sorry, people. But that's exactly what that's for. If you define science, what is science? It's something that, first off, science, we say, oh, it's a proven science. So we just take that as an absolute.
The rules.
The rules. So it's like, okay, magic is magic until it's explained. Then it becomes science.
Yeah, Jack actually, it's funny because Jack was mentioning that to me one time because my husband's really a sciencey guy. And, like he was saying, like, so say 100 years ago.
He's like really good with physics, right?
Now, they would be like, that would be magic, right? Like a cell phone, like an iPhone, that would be magic to them 100 years ago. So once, like as Justin says, once there's an explanation, there's reason, there's technology
that's why the Night King and all that, and everybody wants this answer for the White Walkers. I go, you really do? Do you really want it? What do you? Oh, it was Frank Stark. It was 300 years ago, and no, seriously, like it's. I know that. Come up with a better name. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter though. Like, get that answer and see how fucking happy you are. You won't be. That's a fact because it becomes science. Then it becomes explainable. It loses its mystique. There's power and ambiguity. So like that's the point of these stories. So like it's a. There's no heart. The George doesn't believe in magic systems, which is really interesting. Great interview with Aziz that he did. That he talks about this specifically, but the Maesters definitely. I agree with you, everybody. I agree. The Maesters definitely would want to get rid of that unknown fact. First off, they can't control it. Second off, they can't explain it, right? So they're screwed every way. They're getting screwed.
Justin, Rebecca wants to talk.
This is a tinfoil that like I totally agree with. Like I definitely think there's a Maester conspiracy against the dragons. But do you think we're gonna get into it in the show?
Not a whole lot, no.
Yeah, like considering I'm still so frustrated. Like I almost and even though we've met Vaemon before, it was almost refreshing to have somebody else talking other than Allison.
The small council. Yeah.
Well, yeah, even a couple new members of the small council, and it's the first time we actually saw people outside the court reacting in some way, in the courtyard scene where they're staring. It's what I was talking about last week. It's what do people outside of the Red Keep actually think about this? What propaganda has been already out there. We saw even from that when before they went to the brothel, they saw that play that was going on. There was a little bit I'm just.
And they did that in Game of Thrones as well in Bravos. Remember when? I was going to say also. I was going to add. Okay, what did you guys think about? I was mentioning there's a bit of some spooky elements in this episode. It's very Halloween, but also we've got. I shared a picture of Allison's family. And they kind of look like the monsters. Some people were saying that Aegon looked kind of like Malfoy. Or I was like Omen.
Oh my god, yes.
Damien.
And Aemon looked like
energy.
Children of the Corn.
Children
plain
of the
and
Corn.
Simple. Plain and simple. They're gross.
And I said I was like, it's not just the hair and makeup. They really went out of their way with makeup to make Aegon and his brother look super ghoulish. What did you think of that?
He
looks like Chucky.
Well,
let me find the picture. Go on, Justin.
No, but I did want to touch on the Maester conspiracy because I don't think it'll be touched on in the show, Rebecca. But I find this to be fascinating because of the you get this. You're actually in the industry, so I think that they understand what happens, like what's happening right now. So they are, because if you think that they are unaware that they're implying the Macers have been poisoning Viserys or that, it all these things, that's crazy. Come on. That is so heavily foreshadowed right now in our story, but they're never going to fulfill that, right? Like they're never going to do that. They've seen what happened with what I was talking about Frank Stark, that old so-and-so, that old coal miner from back in the day that became the Night King. But they've seen how those theories and how that, supplementive content really works. So like, I think that, like they're for sure foreshadowing that the Macers are screwing over everybody. You cannot trust them.
I would be interested if like we finally actually have like, like a Pycelle or a Qyburn, like character that we can actually like
a Macer outside of the court, like outside of the main
court.
Or
even within the court, like giving like the Maester at court a little bit more.
Oh my God, Alicia!
Tell me that don't track.
Yeah, there was a lot of drinking.
I saw this at 7 o'clock in the morning when I first got to the office. And my cousin sent it to me. I spent the whole day laughing at it.
That's too much boozing. Too much boozing.
How accurate is that?
That's bad.
Especially the chin. They got the chin.
Even the damn smear on their lips is the same.
But
all
aren't
they some freaking freckles?
Isn't this like an allude? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, and it's interesting how they made him like he has like circles under his eyes, like he doesn't sleep.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about the makeup.
Yeah,
but it's like a Hashberg trait. It's like a Hashberg's with their incest. They got the chin right, so I think that they're trying to like show the genetic mutation of keeping something pure.
Well, and also he's just a fucking drunk.
Because that is child fetal syndrome.
I have to say, actually, regarding Aegon. I don't really know. I mean, unless you say he's like psychotic and then it was, genetic or something. I don't see anything really in his child rearing that would have made him like kind of
he's just an
Allison's abusive. Allison's an abusive,
she's
neglectful mother.
But I don't
in all fairness,
abusive.
The one
Allison don't really like her kids.
What's
she don't.
We never see Allison actually like. Well, we have the one scene, like the jerk off scene, where she's like, we're at war with our family. We never see the scenes where she's like drilling it into them that Aegon should be king, like because like in the funeral scene, like Almond was like, like, oh, she's your future queen, and it's like, no. She's not, if you pay attention to the succession. So, like, there's a lot that we're not seeing from the show, which is, it's a bummer.
Also, you ever notice...
We never really see Rhaenyra be genuinely maternal and loving to her children. Like, maybe the closest is Helena, and even then, she's kind of awkward about it because Helena is just a beautiful weirdo. And maybe Aemond, but... Even maybe Aemond when he comes in after he's bullied by the other kids, and it's like again, it's not. I don't feel it's genuine. Whereas you see Rhaenyra and her kids, and you see that they have like moments of like genuine love, and she's actually teaching them. She cares, and she you see, and you can. Honestly, the rearing of the mother
doesn't really want it.
How the child are.
I personally just don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Yeah. Okay. How many serial killers have you had their moms say, "I didn't raise them like that"? I want somebody to finally say, "I raised Jeffrey Dahmer like that." Okay. I want somebody to finally actually say it. All this stuff. I don't.
Mental disorder.
I think that's different. Okay. The formative years are formative. I get that.
But Aegon's here's not like that in the book. He's not like that in the book. They've added that for the show.
Well, they've added a little. They've made everybody a little bit worse for the show. But circumstance and time have made people what they are in this show. Circumstance. You're telling me he's the first ruler that was there's no apologies. There's no
unhinged.
He's raping people. I'm not apologizing for that, but I'm saying it's not abnormal for a person at that age, in that stage, and what they're depicting for him to do that. That is what time and circumstance has made this monster. Who is a monster, let me be clear. But, he didn't get the right rearing? Are you serious? None of them did. They don't raise their kids. That's for the peasants. They don't do that shit.
Mike's saying
insane.
that he is evil in the book.
Not well, they're all bad, but they're not as bad. They've been twisting the knife a lot.
See, here's my only real take on Aegon. Outside of all of this extracurricular fuck shit that he's doing, he still at the end, even when Viserys died, he did not give a damn about that throne. That extra week that Allison had to hide the death, that was giving her enough time to convince this little asshole to get off his ass and do some stuff, because he's a man grown. She literally can't order him to do it. She has to make him want it, and she needed that time to do so. Even now, still, he does not care about that damn throne. He doesn't want any of that responsibility. He wants
the power. He wants the power.
And
I'm just saying there's a difference.
Oh, he doesn't even want the power
though. He already has the power to do whatever he wants.
Hold on, I'm just saying there's a difference between being a skirt chaser and being a rapist. I'm just saying.
But he feels entitled. People are below him by his blood. He looks at people by this monarchy, by this primogeniture. I can't say that word right now. But they cannot. Yeah. Okay. By the succession, he is better than people. So he's going to act like he's better than people. He's going to take people. Yeah. He's going to do whatever he wants. Why would we expect anything else out of a monster that was grown in a monster growing program? Honestly, like that is exactly what it is. Like, to act like this is suspicious or odd, that, oh my God, what happened in his childhood? Oh my God, you told him he had a God-given right and his blood was better than everybody else, and he can reign over people and can jerk off on top of the church on the bell tower, whatever. Yeah, he's gonna be fine. No, he's insane. It's not because she didn't give him enough love. It's not because she didn't read him the Berenstain Bears. Okay, it's because he's grown in a monster growing program, and they all are.
I personally would like to have a little bit more of, not necessarily him, but like Allison, like coming to terms with it, because like we've really only gotten 2 scenes with them, and ironically, both of him like naked in his bed.
Yeah. And she's used to seeing him like that, because both of those times she doesn't bat an eye at all. The first time we saw, she even stood at the damn door. If you look closely, she's standing there watching him finish, and then she goes in.
The analytics from Pornhub, Alicia, do tell us as Americans that is advantageous to have a mother in. We want to frame it as a stepson.
Okay, so
but this is advantageous.
Straight, though. Yeah. So when you're an evil character, you automatically develop dark circles and just look like you have, like, I don't know.
It's a visual medium, so they have to. How do you know this?
Yeah, but, yeah. I mean, like they are gonna do for some, like it's not like an automatic for every like villain character. We're gonna give them like that like villain character makeup, but
I thought it was dumb.
I grew a 6th toe when I became evil.
I just thought it was dumb. I don't think you need to make like, okay, I need to figure out who the villain is, so therefore I'm going to put on ghoulish makeup on this.
I thought it was more that I thought very specifically for Aegon, it was just to show what a drunk he was.
He's not an appealing man. Yeah, he has no. Yeah,
I mean, like,
just disgusting.
So when you're like, but you guys know this, when you're in your late teens, early 20s, you can pull an ulcer and still look amazing the next day. Like you can, your liver can process.
Yeah, but you can't do it for like every night. But I mean, like, he's living a lavish and a gluttonous lifestyle, like most teens.
And he's probably doing it every night.
I was gonna say, you can absolutely do that every night.
Okay,
and we don't know who this actor. I don't know much about this actor. Maybe the actor's an addict.
I think you're all wrong.
Maybe the actor's just a nut. Like, he just goes out every night and.
Well, I would say, while he's on screen acting with a former Doctor Who, he was raised by another former Doctor Who in real life. So
I think who.
That was the last Aegon, not this.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah. You're right.
The game of Aegons.
That was Aegon the Younger. Yeah, you're right. But it was David Tennant, Justin, if you hadn't heard that yet.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh my God.
Thanks, Minty. I have Minty's on my side. See?
Okay, what happened with David Tennant?
So David Tennant played like the middle Aegon.
Yeah.
He played like the jerk off.
You mean,
okay.
Guys,
Well,
before we go on, I just want to say something. Okay, another thing that came up on Twitter is some people thought that the casting should have been swapped. Like Aegon should have been Aemon and Aemon should have been Aegon. What did you think about the
No,
casting there? Like the
no,
one guy has the really
Nope.
long,
No,
like deep chin kind of
no.
thing.
no, no,
Nope.
no.
I like it.
Aegon's the bitch.
Aemon, it absolutely should be the splitting image of Daemon.
He looks like
Yes.
Snake Eyes.
Yes.
He looks like a
I said that
badass villain.
not Aegon. Aemond is who Otto Hightower has always tried to paint Daemon as. That's the bloodthirsty asshole that doesn't care about killing for nothing.
Bam.
Daemon has to have a reason to kill you. That's why there be the dragon moment when he sliced up Uncle Black and Mild. He sit there and look at say.
I literally earlier today I was listening to a review of this episode, and like the person, she said that Aemon looked like the Shein version of Daemon, like the Walmart version of Daemon. It was so fucking funny.
Discount Daemon.
But there is
Daemon. I mean, if you move the D from Aemon to the beginning, what does it spell?
It's Daemon. Yeah.
But Aemon, okay, at a young age
they all have AE. Every person in the show has an AE in their name. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, but Aemon has had significant trauma.
Up to George about that whole thing.
So Aemon has experienced real pain at a young age. And I wanted to comment on something about his sparring with Crispin Cole. I'm gonna call him Crispin. But anyways, I wanted to comment a little bit about that. But I love what Alicia said about the mirror of actually Daemon right there. Like, he is the guy that, like, okay, once you feel like, I boxed as a young man. Like, when I was 14, I was actually in competitive boxing. Like, I had buddies that were in karate that did like forms and that kicked in the air, and I got like beat the hell out of. You know what I mean? Like, so you grow a mentality. You grow a mentality, and you can tell Aegon is the karate kid, and Aemon is actually the guy that's fought. He's actually the guy that's fought, and that's why it's important to distinguish him.
Karate kid?
No, Aegon.
You think Aegon is a
I don't think that's
Aegon is a pansy. He's a pansy. Okay, I'm talking about Aemon.
People that know martial arts are not pansies.
Oh my god. Okay, but karate is not something that's usable in a fight. I'm talking about actually fighting. So, like, boxing versus practicing the fight. Okay, well, do what you want. See how many people in UFC do karate. But anyways, so you have people that are actually fighting, like Aemon One Eye is, and then you have people that are sitting around in luxury, getting drunk and doing whatever they do. I'm making an example of somebody that felt real physical harm.
That comparison I'll give you.
That's okay. Sorry about karate. It's a real thing. And it's really cool and it really works. But no, like, this guy has actually lost an eye. This guy actually like has like a sense of what violence is. He's actually experienced. He has life experience. Take that for what you will. Sorry for the analogy and the disparity on the great martial art.
But his violence beget the violence.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not justifying either thing. I'm saying what time and circumstances made these people. That's why I kind of think Daemon looks at them, because he's kind of like a jester. Like, he's like laughing when he sees this war that's coming, but he's looking at Aemon right across the table, and he like is snickering, almost like in like pride. I almost think it's a pride within him. He recognizes himself a little bit there.
Jay's saying that karate works if the other person.
Well, we can. I think we can all agree that when Daemon just chopped off Aemon's head, or half head, Aemon. I think he orgasmed a little bit at that time.
Aemon got a little hard. He got a little hard for Uncle.
That was the birth of a crush.
Yes,
he was like, oh my
god. Let me see if I can find the picture, and I will share it when I do.
On one of your tweets, I was like,
I
didn't read it that
I'm
way.
about to find it right now.
It's like, yeah, I just like wanted them to like start.
I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying regarding some of the casting and the makeup and the hair and costume, like not so much the costumes, but just the whole thing, is that, you know, I was speaking to someone on Twitter about this, is that I just find that I love the Walter White as a gray character. I love Walter White. I think he's such a wonderful character because you can still root for him, and yet he's like extremely, you know, he's got a terrible moral compass kind of thing. In this case, I just find that they're really, it is a bit Harry Potter. It's a little bit like they're painting some of these characters to be extremely dislikable, and the way they dress them and the way they present them. I'm just like, I just find it's too extreme for me, in my opinion.
Well,
Like,
I also wonder, Heidi, if it's just like we come from yet another time jump. We're on like the third version of these actors. Like maybe they were like overdoing the makeup a little bit, to like come off like the rape scene and like to just like really show like, like this kid's a mess. Like I guess, it might not be as cartoonish like long term. Like maybe it's just like that like stark contrast with like, going from like a 17-year-old to a 25-year-old or however old they are.
Because hear me out, Becks. What do you have to do in this? As an editor, what do they have to do in every single one of these situations? Every single time they introduce a new age, meaning a new form of the child, they have to reestablish traits, right? To establish they are who they are. So it's redundant, is it not? Is this not redundant? So that's why you see I saw you talking about this in the stream, I think last week, and you were talking about I see this whole season kind of as a prologue, not in a bad way, but it does have its flaws in all of these character jumps, right? Like for the children, because they have to reestablish traits. Oh, this is Aemon because of this. This is Aegon because of this. This is Jace because of this, right? Like, because you guys, it's pretty much here. Do you see it? Do you see it? You know what I mean? Like, do you remember?
Yeah, and those are like really subtle things that you can do. Like, and I totally like respect your opinion, like that it was like maybe like too heavy-handed, and like
I think this whole series lacks a light touch, to be honest. The violence has been over the top. I think everything has been just over the top. They've lacked a nuanced touch so far. Overall.
Okay.
Yeah, I just was like, I mean, because, as Justin was saying, everyone's supposed to really, except for maybe Helena, I know you guys love her, is supposed to be like awesome. Like, not awesome. So everyone's supposed to be flawed, right? These are flawed characters. They have foibles. I mean, if they're human, I mean, technically, I guess they're human. They have their human flaws. It's very Shakespearean in a way. Actually, I was going to talk about that with you guys after regarding.
What does that even mean, Heidi? Can you, because you're smart, explain what Shakespearean means? Like, I love that.
I'm not smart. No, well, I just mean, don't you guys find that this all feels very Shakespearean?
Like, this is all a tragedy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. No, I wanted her to elaborate on it. Yeah. No, I mean,
that's
serious.
what I meant. It's a tragedy.
Yeah.
And the scene where they're all having dinner together felt like, well, first of all, it felt kind of like a Last Supper. I would have loved to.
It is the Last Supper.
1,000%. It was blocked to be the Last Supper.
$17,
Which I actually
$210 for today's money.
Is that what you think? Oh, so Carl, is that what you think? It lacks subtlety. Like, you don't think that high fantasy can.
I mean,
well, actually, it's interesting because David Lightbringer, who was on here, he was saying that he thinks House of the Dragon is more low fantasy, and like say something like
it's dark fantasy,
higher fantasy. Yeah,
it's higher fantasy than a Song of Ice and Fire, or Game of Thrones, the actual series. But to lack subtlety, you need to be subtle within your genre. So that is a false. I agree with a lot what you say there, Carl, but I would debate you day and night on this one. Subtlety within the genre. It does not have it, my friend, even if it was high fantasy. No, you need to have a more nuanced touch. I think they really wanted to show that they're going to do violence, so they had all these noble people killing each other during like a tournament. Remember Game of Thrones when they had one guy die and it was a huge issue? Okay, it's called the law of diminishing returns. The law of diminishing returns, my friend. Okay, remember when Jon Snow for a minute during a Battle of the Bastards went on his own? Do you remember what Daemon did on the Stepstones? Fucking ridiculous. If that was season 8, people would tear it apart. People would have poured that shit apart.
Carl, so if there were 3 dragons, would it be low fantasy? But because there's a dozen, it's high fantasy? Is that what makes a high fantasy?
Well,
I don't think so.
I'm just being the devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
And what do you think putting that label on
it's a dark. It's a dark. For me, it's not so much high fantasy; it's more dark fantasy.
Dark fantasy,
because there is more. Yeah. I mean, okay, there are the dragons, but the level of realism is higher than the level of fantasy.
And you're saying
it's not like Rings of Power or Lord of the Rings, where you have the elves, you have the Harfoots, you have the dwarves, you have all like actual magic. Here it's more low key. I mean, again, yes, you have the dragons, but it's not as obvious.
And it doesn't matter either, because you establish your story. Okay, these are the rules of storytelling, plain and simple. You establish dragons, dwarves, elves, high elves, wood elves are in your story. Then you must be subtle within your story. So they establish a story, which has been established, and then subtlety is still an aspect. So don't tell me because it has dragons, it doesn't need to be subtle.
What's a Zima?
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statement, Carl.
What's a Zima?
Hey, read the storytelling animal. Read a
like
book.
a malt.
Malt
liquor. Is it malt liquor?
Heidi's in
From
Canada.
back in the day.
She might not have had.
Oh, they just got hit by a hurricane, don't you know? They're all on the booze.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Alicia was sharing a picture. Alicia, you want to share that again? I love that picture, by the way. That's really awesome from Joe the Magician.
That's like acting like a romance doesn't have subtlety, because if you have gunfights in an action movie, you have to understand genre.
I should know what a Zima is?
A Zima was something that...
I don't know what a Zima is.
Okay, it was a wine cooler. It's a wine cooler.
Oh.
It was like a malt liquor. I mean, it was basically the White Claw of the 90s. But
if you walked into a party with Zima in 1993, you were pretty cool. I don't know. Yeah, I would assume. Yeah. No.
Okay, so Alicia, explain this picture. This is from Twitter.
Yeah, so I wish anyone looked at me with the pure love and adoration that Aemon has for Daemon after he cut off Uncle Black Miles' head in cold blood.
Really? Yeah.
I don't think it was in cold blood, but yeah, like look, he totally has a boner right now. Look at him smirking.
This is true.
It's like honestly, and also after the fight with the other ones, the fight between Jace, him, and the other boys.
Mm-hmm.
After and when Daemon like cuts in front and he's just staring him down, he's like, I could just see in his face like, sorry, Daddy.
There be the dragon.
Yep.
There was some mad respect going on there, I think, for
Daemon got up. He wrangled all them boys without even having to say a word.
I was just it looked like he was going to grab them by their ears.
Yeah.
No, he looked at him like, "Nuck if you buck, young blood."
Yep.
We ain't got nothing but time, space, and opportunity.
So let me bring up what Lucy and I would do. That's depth perception. So the sparring that's done with Kristen Cole and Aemon, it is ridiculous, to be clear, because he is, first off, there is a showmanship to that type of thing that they used to joust. They used to do the same thing. They would like show off. But depth perception is completely what he's utilizing by dodging that Morningstar that Kristen seems to act like. Do you really think that Chris, like, because he looks actually frustrated, the depiction of his feelings, his emotions in this scene, or is he's like, oh, darn it, I didn't connect with the Morningstar to his bare skull. So do you think he was really trying to kill him? Because there's no other outcome.
It's honestly, it's ridiculous, because like, why are they fighting with live weapons in the first place?
Yeah,
even if it's a scar.
No,
especially something as unstable as the Morningstar.
Yeah.
Even if Krispy Kreme is an expert at wielding the Morningstar, that bitch is unstable, and you are sparring against a prince of the realm. Not only a prince of the realm, your honey bunny's son. Because come on, bitch, he's a bitch for Allison.
Look at even how they treated Sam in the night at the Night's Watch, right? Like when they beat him up too much, like, hey, take it easy. Kristen Colt's trying as hard as he can to kill the guy with no depth perception, but he's using nothing but depth perception to bob and weave out of the way.
I have to say, I have to say one thing though, that I was kind of pleased, because when we did the
it was a blunted morning
on Saturday with
doesn't matter,
with Red Wolf talking about weapons. And what was nice to see is that the Morningstar made a resurgence kind of in the episode, because one of the things that the Red Wolf had said to me was that if you have a weapon that is your weapon, even if you're the Kingsguard, you would still have that weapon. So it was nice to see that he was actually using the Morningstar.
Yeah.
But obviously, I don't know. Like, obviously, he knew that Aemond was at least as competent as him, if not better. Otherwise, I don't think he would have used that weapon. That's my opinion.
That's a crazy. And there's an
That's
interesting
a
fact.
walk.
Yeah,
That's a bit of a walk, Heidi.
That's
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
don't,
shoot
I
a
don't
gun.
agree with. Okay, but I'm not going to agree with what. Sorry, who just said this in the? Jackie said it was a blunted Morningstar.
Okay,
I
that
don't
would
think it
still
was
kill
blunted.
you. Let me hit you in the head with a blunted lead ball.
And no armor at all. Not even not even leather armor. It was just like their gambesons and that's it.
Fun
And
fact
everyone's
too.
standing around kind of clapping like, ooh.
Yeah, fun fact
very
too. The
good
Morningstar
job,
is actually
everyone.
fictional. They have no proof of it. Maybe it was a flail. They would have called it, but there's no chain linked ball with spikes on it that they can find. There's a flail.
Maybe it was styrofoam.
Well, yeah,
Sure.
no, but Chris is trying as hard as he can to kill the prince. He's like, oh man, I got to kill this prince.
Yeah, S is saying they hope that Aemon has a sapphire. They'll have to pry open the stitches though to stick it in there. They'll have to
like when you have blood in an eye, you lose your depth
he's
perception.
sadistic.
I mean, he's sadistic. He's deranged.
Or maybe they'll just glue it on like how they did Damon's rubies on his armor.
He's like, this is how we did it in Dorne / the Stormlands. Blah blah blah. Bam. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, this is how we do things.
I just thought the whole thing was a bit contrived, but to be fair, like,
and that is in Heidi, that has been a staple. So I don't hate the series, but this has been, it's lacked a nuanced touch. It really has.
Especially with all the crowd standing around clapping, like, "Oh, well done,
bravo!" At least they didn't call him a jerk and then have his head cut off.
It kind of felt like a callback to the Brienne Arya kind of little.
Oh yeah, that was contrived as fuck.
Yeah.
No, that seems so serious to me now. Like in hindsight, compared to this.
I feel so cynical tonight. Maybe it's the socials I'm drinking. Social, and it's not sponsored, by the way. But these are actually pretty good.
Wait a minute.
I'm drinking Rebecca, which I think is a perfect beverage for the post full moon.
Oh yeah,
I'm drinking Ocean Baraka.
Oh,
the coffee stout.
It was the last blood moon of the year.
And I don't know about you ladies, but I, as a gentleman, always pick my drink on the last blood moon.
So Peter's saying, and I think this is a good point. I mean, I think they were putting on a bit of a show, right?
That's a
trying to do.
I mean,
what a wicked game they play.
Did they start sparring before or after Jace and Luke? Because I think they were already sparring by the time Jace and Luke arrived in the courtyard.
Yeah, they were.
Maybe they made a snarky comment to the boys.
But as somebody that actually sparred in even just boxing with gloves, you hit people by accident. My God, that is not a safe practice. So I just think the show runners could have been a little bit more nuanced to show he had skill without showing that he's just like an insane person. Same thing with Daemon running towards that fucking guy with the triad or whatever, with everybody shooting at him. It's like, whatever, man. Triarchy. Yeah. It's like, just have a lighter touch, man.
Vincent's very happy that Rebecca hasn't been ejected by aliens.
I just had to use the ladies' room.
Yeah.
Get a drink.
Yeah. No. Thanks so much for that, because now you have to get that out of her.
Hey, want to know what? I respect the hell out of her for not doing that. You know what I mean? That takes a lot of guts. Carol hoping to get the Kraken sea battle.
Kraken's also an excellent rum, by the way, if anybody doesn't know.
So should we talk about Daemon for a while?
Sure.
Let's
do it.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
About him.
Well, so
oh my God.
Yes. I don't know if anyone else noticed this. I haven't seen the chatting about it, but did anyone pick up on like Daemon's like very subtle stutter?
No.
I did. I loved it.
In the scene, like the bedroom scene with him and Rhaenyra and Viserys, when he first starts talking to Viserys, he stutters a couple of times when he's like trying to explain initially like what's going on, why they're there. But then as soon as he gets into like, this is what you need to do, that's gone. And the other time, I went through about an hour before we started. I went through like a few other scenes with Daemon talking to Viserys, and he did it one other time in last week's episode, like during the funeral scene, when like Viserys is like, come back to court. If you need anything, I'm here for you. And he's like, I don't need, and he stutters, I don't need anything. So it was a very like.
Oh, he's like King George then.
Well,
King George is
not on
the
that
second-born king.
But not on a King George level by any stretch.
I think that
Go ahead, Tatiana.
I absolutely adored all the scenes between Viserys and Daemon. That scene when he first sees his brother bedridden and just a shadow of his former self.
Yeah.
And like he couldn't look at him. You could see Rhaenyra talking to Viserys and Daemon was just like looking somewhere else because he just could not look at his brother. Like at that moment, I fully believe that he transformed into a little boy.
Yeah.
Scared for his big brother.
Yeah.
And he
I just want to know why nobody came along with a pillow to smother that guy. Because, he wouldn't be able to, I was thinking about this today. He wouldn't be able to kill himself.
Nurse Ragged.
He would go
Come on.
Jesus.
He would go to hell. Well, how?
Okay,
seriously, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, but there's also that aspect.
It would
Number
have been
one,
a mercy.
The one time that they do have light touch is with what Rebecca brought up right there. Now the fighting, that's ridiculous. Somebody brought up something about John Wick. We do pride a Song of Ice and Fire content to be like somewhat like grounded, in somewhat like like believable and
just
so
ignore
forth.
Carl.
No, I won't ignore him.
Carl.
No. Until he turns into a fool, I'll still argue with him.
Okay.
He's not a fool yet. I'll never argue with a fool. From distance, it's hard to tell the difference, but you're not a fool yet, Carl. But anyways, with the Daemon aspect, I actually find him quite fascinating because what Rebecca said, he's a rogue prince. It would have been very easy to make him this just badass, like, like I don't follow the rules because I'm the rogue prince. Like, guy, no, he has a stutter, like Rebecca brought up. He has trouble expressing himself. Maybe that's why he's introverted, right?
Mm-hmm. It's only Viserys that he does it with.
Because that's family, and you only see death in other people. This is how life works. You never think you're going to die because you only see death in other people, right? Death only happens to others until you die. So this is the closest thing you can see is when you have close kin die. This is why we have family members die, and it's so impactful. So it's a very smart story. Now, whether they meant it or not, it's a very smart. Nonetheless, I'll acknowledge it. Very smart story.
No, I think like Matt Smith. I think they gave him a lot of leeway with his character, which probably was a really good decision. Because he steals every fucking scene. Even like Viserys's like that walk through like the throne room, like that was the scene that made me cry when like. That
I teared up.
Got me. That was the scene that got me. Like the death scene didn't quite get me because I just had to deal with the Allison bullshit.
Yeah,
but
we'll get to that later.
Yeah,
but that the whole throne room scene, master fucking class. I mean, can we just go into that since we were talking about Daemon and he has a big scene in there.
Yeah,
go for it.
Heidi, do you have a picture of Viserys entering the throne room? Because can you
see if I can find it?
Because I have to share what I heard as when he's going into the throne room and everybody's just like, oh, I need the picture. I need the picture because this is what I heard. If you can find it, Heidi.
I don't know if I can find it. They're not.
If not,
so tiny.
Well, what? Like when he's like when the doors open and
when the doors open and you can and they're saying King Viserys Targaryen, first of his name, King of all this, and they're just like doing the roll call.
Here, I'll just go through a bunch of stuff here. See if I can
this is what I heard. This is literally what I heard. I hope you can hear it. Wait. That's what I heard.
I can't find it.
love that picture so much.
Yeah, hey, you're probably gonna get this striked. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, you might want to cut that off now.
I can't find
Yeah.
it. Sorry, Tatiana.
All right, I'll do it on the piano. And then
Here, I'll be right back. Okay, you guys go ahead.
Okay.
And we're speaking about primal emotions when we talk about storytelling. I noticed that Carl put that something about Hema. Hema, from what I understand, if you said you do Japanese, I understand that's a Germanic swordsmanship only. But I mean, I'm not doubting that you know what you're talking about, but I'm doubting about primal emotions here with storytelling and having a grounded primal emotion base, meaning you believe people are in danger, you believe when they're not in danger, you believe they can do whatever they do. It's called empathy, not sympathy. So we're talking about realistic stakes. We're talking about establishing those. Now the sword fighting and all that doesn't need to be exact, just like the boxing in Rocky, like we just heard the theme song for. It's not exact. Rocky never blocks. He would have CTE like a motherfucker, right? You know what I mean? But it still plays on primal emotions, and that's what storytelling is. So, you know, it's a medium, man. So it is what it is. I'm not trying to be a stickler for it, but just, you know, understand you can't pick and choose like that. You can't cherry pick that this isn't realistic to the sword, you know, style, blah, blah, blah. No, it's like, what's realistic? Would you really want to kill the prince or not? That's what's realistic in training, blunted or not. Get what I mean? I don't know. That's all I'm saying. So, like, the stakes there are too high for that situation. So I think they should have let it out.
Oh, are we talking about
No, yeah, yeah. I don't know. It sounds that
in the chat, everyone's talking about like Viserys's walk down the courtroom. It also had Yoda vibes. Although Yoda was a very Yoda was more spry. Like Yoda wasn't like groaning in pain every time.
Syphilis, I did not have, Rebecca.
Oh, that's
and he was also he was very, very old.
No, I'm joking. He had syphilis. He had Jedi syphilis.
Oh, and we haven't talked about this yet with Heidi because like they finally told us like what is wrong with Viserys is that he's got some form of leprosy.
Yeah, they had told us that from like episode 2, didn't they?
No,
I think they did.
I never heard leprosy.
No.
Inside the episode, Patty said, "Oh, he has a form of leprosy."
No, well, Miguel said that in this one for sure.
No, but I mean, in a previous episode.
I didn't watch those.
It's akin to it. What he has is a bad case of my wife's been putting antifreeze in my Gatorade. To be honest, like his body is
pretty
depleting.
much.
Yeah, so you'd have leprosy like sores, leprosy like depletion, wasting, and so forth. But yeah,
I guess, like as much as like I don't doubt it, but also it's like other than like that one thing where like Damon was like smelling the tea.
Yeah,
like
he's like, I know this.
I mean, like, do you really think like? I don't disagree with it, but I don't think the show has done like that good of a job to like, you know, really build like that case that like, you know, Allison and the High Towers are actually poisoning Viserys this whole time.
Well, let's give it a round of applause for the 7th time that the show hasn't done that great of a job of doing something. Let's do it, people, because I believe you. I'm with you. I don't think they've done it. I think that's what they're trying to do. I don't think they've done it great. That's my point. No, I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're quite going there.
Oh, I do. I think Allison isn't in charge of it, but I think the Maesters are doing it in that's the thing about Otto. Otto has like been this like Varys like type deal, right? But without being Varys.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm gonna get really pissed off if there's like a scene at the end of the season or next season where like someone confronts Otto and spells out this whole fucking conspiracy where we haven't seen like any conversation with him and a Maester. Like,
yeah,
I mean, like as much as I dislike the Greens, like I don't know if they're going that full.
You want good story, nonetheless. You want a good story.
But I want it to be told well.
Yeah, hope we get in an email, Rebecca. I hope they don't even do it in the show. They send all of us an email saying,
by the way,
Otto was with the Maesters, and I hope it's in my spam.
Did you
check your spam?
Justin, did you notice like I said it like right when we got on, like, but every scene started with this like giant tilt pan.
Oh yeah.
Like it, like the one, if they executed the first one on like the Driftwood crown, like, or the different Driftwood throne, well, like they went so extreme with it, and it got to the point it's like, this is not an interesting shot.
No.
And like I'd much rather see Rainey's instead of like watching this, and like almost every big scene, like, or every time we were in a new location, had like this giant
the drone shot. It's the law of diminishing returns.
Huh?
The law of diminishing returns, like I've been preaching. It's so much that it means little. We see it so often it means nothing, right? It's an overuse of the shot.
I mean, I thought I thought there was a lot of great performances. I thought this was the weakest directed episode visually.
Who did direct this?
Greta.
Sure.
Greta. Oh my god!
I do want to say, still a pretty good show. I'm not I'm not hating. I stopped watching Lord of the Rings, The Power of the Rings. I stopped watching that. I'm watching this, so I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, like this is the only episode that this director directed. But there was also a lot of things like I would love to do, and Heidi will talk about like I would love to do because there's so many things like I haven't done like a proper rewatch, but I did go through like
Greta Patel.
2 scenes. Greta Patel.
That's what
Greta. Like there's so much like like dramatic like like rear shots like from like like interesting point of view shots. But I thought they got a little heavy-handed. They had some bad editing choices, but
I was going to say yes. Farhan was supposed to be here. Unfortunately,
you got me. I'm sorry about it. Yeah.
So we had Farhan's in school, but also it was his birthday. Kind of like Rebecca. He's celebrating his birthday, so we'll have him back another time. I know.
No, he'll get his birthday wishes when he comes on the show. He doesn't get them now. Don't you dare. Nobody, I'll block him. Until Heidi gets me off, I'll block you.
No, he's a Libra. They should have been saying happy birthday to him 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Why aren't you listening to the fake months? Come on.
I mean, but Carl, like, it's still a riveting show. There's a lot of there's a lot of drama, but it was a weak. I thought it was the weakest episode, but with like some of the strongest imagery, but kind of by accident. But I think I'm gonna like this episode more.
I had shit to do.
Honestly, this was my favorite episode.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I was annoyed right away. Like, I just felt so slow, and like all those like tilt pan shots like just were not. Yeah, I mean, like
I honestly the strength of the acting in this episode was so strong that I could like forgive just about everything else.
Yeah,
like I didn't mind it because like Viserys was so goddamn good, and Daemon was so goddamn good, and Rhaenyra and Allison, all of them were on their A game. And when the story itself is good, and the acting like itself is good, even if the production value is not as good as other episodes, I can forgive it, because at the end of the day, the emotions I got were not from the production value. It was from like the acting and like the character drama and like the character interactions. Like that like I didn't care about the shots because Viserys walking down the courtroom was such a gut punch, and I didn't care that maybe his arm, there was maybe some sloppy thing because like Daemon helping Viserys to the throne was just a gut punch.
And that scene was great, but like that, to me, that doesn't actually like it doesn't negate the fact that like
It's a legitimate
first half-
criticism nonetheless.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the first half of the episode
I mean,
is slow.
It doesn't make
And
it bad. It's
I have-
just,
Yeah,
I
but
really agree with you. I mean, it is slow, and also like we don't have Laris making drama. We don't have the dragons. We don't have like a big battle. But it's like the character drama and the character acting was so good and so strong that I didn't really even think about that. But you do bring some valid points. But even then, I do honestly think that this is, if not my favorite episode, it's probably in contention for my favorite episode, along with episode 5.
oh yeah, I'm with you. It's up there. It's up there for a good episode.
And-
Like, I agree with Rebecca as well, but it's still up there. It's
I
just
think
it lacked that touch
be
the whole
really,
time.
really great. Like once the whole season ends, just to go back and rewatch
yeah,
it
that's
as a
what, like
package,
that's what I
Totally.
wanted to do, because
really
I think this
helpful.
episode, because
Mhm.
it was just like that first half, and you know, to a certain degree, like it was a tone that they were setting. They were basically walking into like a giant hospice there, and you know, it was droll. It was, but I think they just went a little heavy-handed on doing all the other work to like enhance that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Alicia has to go soon, you guys. But
Oh,
before
yeah.
she goes, I just want to ask you: are you disappointed? Like this is a big book thing that we didn't have. I mean, we had, you know, I don't know, we had Rhaenyra showing up in black, and we had, you know, I don't know. That whole thing is kind of gone by the wayside. Are you disappointed that we didn't have the big, you know,
Yes.
reveal at the was it the tourney to celebrate their anniversary or something?
Yeah.
Were you guys disappointed
Yeah.
that they decided? to
Oh yeah,
The
I
Wait,
was
guys.
hoping it would be there, because it would fit in this episode how everything's been portrayed from the beginning a lot better than it did in the book, where there was no, you know, past relationship of any kind really with Rhaenyra and Allison. Here, they grew up together, and they were very, very close at one point in time. So it would fit that they would both see shenanigans coming, and they would both do something ridiculous and drastic enough just to you know, fuck with the other person.
Yeah.
And it would have been them reading each other correctly, because they know each other so well.
Yeah. Friends make the worst enemies. Friends make the worst
Basically.
enemies, right there.
that is
yeah.
true.
Yeah, and I always wonder, because I predicted the show when it first was announced that they would start off at the death of Viserys, not before it. And I thought we'd have flashbacks. And I still wonder if that would be advantageous, because I do feel like they've had to half step a lot of things like that. Like, how much have we really garnered from this relationship with Allison, right? And Rhaenyra? Like, how much have we really maintained? I honestly ask myself that, if that was the right choice.
I
Hold
don't
on, before you continue though, I do need to go. So thanks for having me on, Heidi, and I will catch you guys next time.
Bye.
Alicia, thanks so much. Okay, well, and we're gonna see you next Monday,
And-
right?
Yes.
Are the police coming for you? Is that on your end?
No, that's me.
Oh, they're coming for you. Bye, Bex. Bye, Bex. Bex
Rebecca's
is going.
in-
Everybody say bye to her. The police have caught her
Bye,
finally.
Alicia. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
for
All right,
joining.
all right. See you guys.
Okay,
Hasta.
bye. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Bye.
I hope it was a sexy crime, not something lame.
Oh,
As
It
much
was
as sex
fraud.
Nah. It's bull-
check
Uh,
fraud.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I was sort of like, they had showed Allison wearing her green gown, and you know, in a different way, and I think that was it. That was like, okay,
Yeah. If they're
She's
going to be
wearing
so
her
obvious, they wouldn't be that
skating
obvious.
gown.
Yeah.
It would have just been like, wah, 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 if they had done it. But they did, although like in the sort of, we were discussing the whole, like the Last Supper, they did have them sort of sitting.
I mean, they pulled the scene right out of the out of the book with
I don't
the
know.
two girls like
Yeah.
sitting there awkwardly.
It seems like
Very,
they
very
went big
awkwardly.
on. They went big on everything else, like that wasn't big. Why couldn't they go big on the big thing? Like Heidi's saying, like the big moment with the allegiances. Like, well, oh, they had a soft touch there. Oh, Damon over there at the Stepstones, he was the Terminator. Make it like that, make it ridiculous. It's
Well,
like, but everything else is like,
I don't think for this switch was necessary. Honestly, I mean, would it be nice to have seen like the tourney where the girl, where Allison comes in with the green dress and Rhaenyra comes in with the black dress? Sure, but I don't think it was necessary the way they set up the season because it's argument to its detriment. They set it up as a smaller story of a family without like really putting into context how that's going to like affect the kingdom itself, and that could be to its detriment. But as they constructed the series and as they constructed the episode, it's very much Viserys' episode.
yes,
and he at this point he was not. He had the strength to walk the throne and defend his daughter. He did not have the strength to sit in a tourney. Just to see like the green and black dress is like, I don't think it was necessary. This was more of an emotional gut punch of this family having one last night of peace in honor of their patriarch. So I'm not mad at it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, because you're right. All it would do is the only thing we have to ask ourselves is fan service, right?
Yeah.
For the book readers, that's
I
the
agree
only
with
aspect.
everything Natural Selection says.
I mean, always.
Always. I was gonna say I only like the top third of Rhaenyra's dress. I didn't like the bottom 2/3.
I like.
They had showed it in like in previews and so on, and then when I saw it, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Wait, was it
I
asymmetrical.
I really liked her dress. The only problem I had with it is that it made her shoulders too wide. It gave her like a Dorito silhouette.
Like a pumpkin in her belly.
I mean, she was pregnant.
No,
Yeah,
but
she's pregnant.
no,
Yeah.
but
I mean,
at
the
the funeral she
many
wasn't.
pregnancies in this show.
At the funeral
she wasn't.
And too many
No,
children. I will add as well.
Yeah.
Years passed. She already had Aegon and Viserys, so she was literally she kept rubbing her belly. She was pregnant.
No, at the funeral, and this goes off Heidi's video that I just edited, by the way.
Yes.
She was not pregnant, and it looks like she's pregnant because of the way.
Allison looks pregnant.
She literally. Oh, Allison or
Allison.
Allison.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh well,
Yeah.
that was because Roman. But I was talking about Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra is pregnant in this episode.
She is pregnant. There's too many
Sorry about
pregnancies, and she's had too many babies. Like
I
mean,
she's like a hillbilly. That one.
I mean,
like there's like Allison's fourth child that is still actually
missing.
confirmed today. Like is definitely going to be in the show. They just couldn't figure out how to say like, oh, and our other child who's at Old Town studying at the Citadel. Who has
Vince is saying Dorito. I think he means burrito.
In business in Cincinnati.
I'd
like them say
Dorito.
No, but the
Dorito silhouette. Like that's the only problem I have.
Burrito.
You could tell from her other outfits she doesn't have a white shoulders, but like the way the sleeves. Again, I love the sleeves, but the way like the neckline was constructed, it gave her like
sleeves.
Shoulders.
I only like the collar.
I love the collar.
And I love the shoulders, but the sleeves and the bottom were
the sleeve. I mean, I think my only problems were like the burrito silhouette and the 3/4 sleeves. I wish like the sleeves were like longer.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
But it didn't bother me as much as like the silhouette. And as for Allison's dress, I did not like that lighter green fabric because that looked like Lemaire. Is that what it's called? Lemaire? That shiny fabric. Shiny fabric that people put out in like dance costumes.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked so weird. I did not like it. I did not like her dress. In general, I liked
and I'm kind of over the green. I'm like, because they've used the same shade of green every episode, like the same shade of green. Like one of the things I loved about Renly is even though they had him in green, they did different things with his green, right? Like they didn't know, or like if they wanted to do the really vivid green, they would have it in a cravat or something. They wouldn't just. everything would be like hit you over the head with it. I'm
Again.
just finding like a little bit of some heavy-handedness with some of the production design on this.
Trends, right? Like I keep saying, I can't say it enough. Laws of diminishing returns on all. Does she go to TJ Maxx and shop on the crazy green bitch rack? Like what is it? Like, you know what I mean? Like everything is so overwhelming.
Well, it's
but
like
then they have
Disney
the one
villain
moment
or something.
Yeah,
She's like a Disney villain in a way, right?
People are
Like
going,
it's the same.
yeah.
I was saying, Laris with the purple was just like, you know, kind of tropey for a comic book villain. Although his is like pretty subtle, but
but
hers
his
is just
spy's
so,
wearing a
she's
fly.
like a Disney
It's not
villain.
subtle, but he's put his little mark on all the people that are spying for him. I'd be like, hey, what do you got that fly on you? That's
I
not
actually
a great
love
sign.
Laris. I think he is an awesome villain. And
He's bad on my track and field team, but
and
good
anytime
otherwise.
and anytime he's in the show, I will be happy
I like him.
to see him.
He's a piece of crap. I like him. I enjoy
Oh,
him.
yeah, Rainey's.
Yeah, we need
King
well,
yeah. Okay, Carl. Oh my God, you and I agree on something. I'm so happy. His deathbed gold robe was regal, and his cloak in the throne room was epic too. Absolutely.
Oh, I sent you a picture of the. Yeah.
She did. Oh my God, can I find these though? These pictures are so okay. So there's like a picture. Sorry, he's
so handsome.
Don't look at his face.
no, I'm like no. It's I said because it's sad.
Oh, but
It
I
is
love
sad.
the wreath. Is that a wreath around his neck? I've never thought about that
No,
for a
it's
collar.
a collar, but it's just got this beautiful
Oh my goodness!
detail. But here's his costume. Like,
what is that
Tatiana found
headscarf?
That's I think that's bandages.
Oh,
Those are bandages.
it's a bondage. Okay, yeah, it's a French
yeah.
The
term.
bomb.
They're
And
bandages.
you
but-
know that they like the scene where he's getting treated by the maesters with Otto, where he's like,
Oh my God! When you see his body,
Well,
oh my God!
you know that I mean, you watched the behind the scenes. That was the body.
Yeah.
Well, he looks like he's lost weight, so he's been keeping it trim. He's been keeping that body fat
sorry,
down.
I'm gonna throw this in here. Tatiana sent me this picture. Okay, this is pretty Halloween, but look at this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
I love
Talking about how they had him like step into like this tiny little room full of cameras, and he had to like stand there while like they were taking like thousands of pictures to see how they could do the molding for the body double. And they told him like do a dead face, and he's like a dead face. How and he's like
Can you put that back up, Heidi? Can I draw around? Ignore the head, ignore the body, and please just look at the chin area only and tell me what you see. Tell me what you see. Right
a
there.
penis?
That's a penis. That's right. That's a penis.
Dummy.
I got penis for it. It's a very small penis. Just
It's kind of weird that they decided not like if I were like to be I don't know what the traditions in Westeros are presenting a
Not to get your head cut
I would
off.
have put the head back with it. Like I just would have, but they decided to keep it separated. Like it was sort of.
I love it.
They're all
It adds to the drama.
big fans of the Offspring. They were those maesters. Keep it separated. Yeah, they were big fans of the Offspring.
He's not going to go to the afterlife though with the two pieces separated.
That is true. The afterlife is all about like disposing of your body properly. So yeah, that is right. Don't burn yourself.
But like, does that still count when like your body was like
Rebecca, you be quiet right now about all that. That's gonna bring up a whole bunch of problems.
Yeah, it
okay?
does look like one of those cakes that you would cut into.
Yeah,
oh
resurrection.
God, like when he fell down and like it was just like that shot of like Damon and like you can just see like the tongue. It was like a very Tim Burton shot.
There was a shot or a part of the making of the episode where I actually pulled a photo from it, a screenshot of like I think like the director or one of the stagehands like just handling the body, and it was so fucking funny because you can see like Matt Smith like practicing the swing. And he's like, it was so funny.
Well, here's a real question for everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. If you had no consequences, both morally or legally, all right, and you could do what Damon did right there, how many times have you done it throughout your life? I could count at least 20 times. I probably would have done that when people were running their mouths. I'd be like, yep, done. Right there.
A few times.
He even says, say it. Yeah,
because
he was goading him on.
He was goading him for sure.
So,
He was waiting for him to say it.
I do want to revisit the Stannis conversation that I was trying to have earlier.
Yes, about the fantastic man he was. Continue.
All right, so Justin, calm down because I am the biggest fucking Stannis fan like out there. So like I'm not here to spare.
Well, let me bend the knee. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So
Justin, sit
like
down.
I'm wearing my Stannis pants. So
He does wear pants. Yes.
No, I am wearing Stannis pants. It says
Oh my God.
subjects and enemies. Like
I feel like a piece of shit. I don't even have those. Go ahead, Queen.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, you know, where our master of complaints, like, you know, like he does have a lot of big Stannis energy, except like once the king said like phooey on whatever, like Stannis would have shut the fuck up. Like Stannis, I don't ever think like Stannis would have like gotten to the point where he would have ran his mouth
because he respects the system too much.
He respects the system, like Vaemon, like he's like these are the rules and these are the customs, and it's like the biggest rule is like
Stannis in the chat.
I know.
I mean,
Stannis is because he's like Rebecca's saying, he's a rightful damn king. Like he really is. He really is.
Stannis the man.
I don't care.
Mike's not a fan.
If we all agreed to a lie, then we agreed to the lie. Let's live it, okay? So the monarchy is the monarchy, and Stannis is the king. She's got the tights. I want them. I want the tights. Where do I get those?
We're gonna get you a pair.
Thank you, because I feel like a freaking dumbass that I don't have them now.
Yeah.
I really yeah.
I mean, they should make a pair of leggings that just says Stannis the Menace.
Wait, what is it?
We can make that happen.
Stannis the Menace. It should be like on like a t-shirt and a pair of leggings and a mug.
I still want to open an ermine shop. I'm going to open up and by the way, I just have to throw this out there. I'm still really pissed there's no ermine in this show. I don't know what the hell. There's even like a I think it's actually one of the sigils has ermine in it, and I think it might be Larissa. Who is it? It might be Stannis' wife who has ermine.
What is ermine?
Ermine's like fur. It's like a white fur with little black
erminite.
What type of animal does that come from?
It comes from a stoat.
I won't have that.
Weasel.
I love stoats. I love those.
I know they're so cute. I wouldn't want a real ermine, but I'm just saying that like for instance, in the Empress.
Mm-hmm.
There's
I've been watching that. Yeah.
There's
like this is ermine. If you can see it. That
white fur with like the black.
This is a good fashion tip, fellas. If you guys aren't in on the ermine, you need to start injecting ermine into your fucking.
I'm kind of mad that there's no ermine in Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon, and
IMDb 4 stars, lack of ermine.
I don't think there's any Mirish lace or lace at all in either Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon.
Yeah, no, they don't care about lace at all.
For no ermine and no lace.
Zero.
Right, there is fewer.
However.
What did Stannis correct grammatically? He said when they said there's less, did he say fewer?
Fewer.
Yeah, it was fewer. I love that about him. He's a stickler for convention.
Yeah.
I like him.
Stannis, yeah. I think if I was dressing Stannis, I would have put some ermine on.
If that was appropriate thing to do, then that'd be appropriate thing to do. Whatever you wear to one's daughter's burning. Hey, you don't know whatever you wear to that.
Natural selection is not enough jewels. There's actually one of the things that's really, really great about the show is there's tons and tons of jewelry, but not enough gems.
And in the books, they wear a lot of
gems. That's my problem with Rings of Power and the dwarves. This is not the thing.
I think it's Florent that has the ermine in it. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Like Stannis' wife, she's Florent. How's Florent?
Yeah. She sucks.
I'm pretty sure there's ermine.
She's the worst. I hate her. But
ermine season 2 budget.
That's how you can tell Stannis is such a stickler because he got married and his wife sucks, and he's like, you know what though? That's what's going on. That's what's going to happen right there. But no, in the books actually they talk about his jewelry quite a bit. Stannis's.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
He's always wearing the red rubies and gems.
Okay, guys. This is going to be very, very, very controversial. Tatiana.
Reject.
This is. This is the House Florence sigil. I don't know if
Yeah, it's a fox.
Oh, okay.
It's a
Sorry, it's
fox.
not House Florent. It's another one then. Okay,
Wait a
this
minute, how is
okay.
that controversial?
This hair is okay. The sister though, her
Hair.
hair.
I love
Oh,
Reina.
I hated that hair. Actually in here it doesn't look so bad, but at the dinner, I hated it.
I hated her introduction in this scene because
Sure.
So you start on this beautiful shot of Rhaenys in front of the heart tree, and that again slow tilt pan, and then you hear grandmother, and the way it's cut, you don't see Rhaena in focus until she turns to leave. I was so fucking pissed off about that.
That's weird.
No,
Yeah.
it was bad.
So it's like the opposite of an L cut then? It's like not, yeah.
Well, like they were trying to do like they were doing a lot of rack focuses at the beginning of the episode that like I don't think were like very well executed.
Sorry,
and
I can't see. Sorry, the pictures are so small. This is why I'm having. See, I think like she looks so stunning. Like,
She looks beautiful with that hair.
gorgeous.
She looks so like Lena.
Yeah, like Lena, exactly. But then why did they put this other wig? Like, and I'm like, oh, I just
wish like I wouldn't mind the dreads. I don't mind the dreads if they didn't have like the giant beehive. If the beehive could be smaller.
Yeah. It was. I didn't like the fact that it was piled on top. Like, I think if they had left it loose and long, maybe even a few pulled back, just like her dad.
Yeah.
But the Queen Bee runs a tight ship, so they want to have.
Anyways, you guys can tell me what you thought in the chat. Maybe you guys liked it.
She is really pretty. All of the incarnations of that character have been beautiful. By the way.
Thanks. Oh, thanks, Mike. So Mike says it is Ermin in the back of House Laurent. Thank you. So I wasn't, completely crazy there.
What is there?
Yeah.
Well, completely crazy.
What is the word?
I'm
We married
crazy, but not
Stannis.
completely.
Yeah. No, but I mean every incarnation of that character. But there's all these introductions again, which is redundant. Because it's like if we had this stream and we had a better Justin, which isn't hard to find, you'd have to establish again.
Justin?
No, there's plenty, and you just establish. You reestablish like when I come into the stream, be like, oh, and that's Justin right there, right? Like so every episode they have to do that. So thank God it's done. But so I do question again. Like I'm with them. I'm with them on it for doing it because I didn't think they would go as far back as they did. I honestly thought it was going to start at his funeral. That was my prediction, and I was wrong.
Okay, sure.
But it is what it is.
Because
it's risky.
Laener's funeral?
No, Viserys.
Viserys' funeral.
Because it's risky to do all these jumps for storytelling. It really is.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think it was a bad choice. I'm not saying that I hate it at all. It's a ballsy choice.
Yeah, and
agreed.
It's one of those things. It's not going to be 100% successful all the time. Like I think we're really, really, really nitpicky at this.
We are.
Yeah,
we are. We're nitpicky bitches.
Yeah, we're picky bitches.
I don't like
the way it's a testament to the show. Where we're so nerdy and passionate about it. Like we get all riled up.
The editing was bad. The camera shots were bad.
Well,
you know what I mean? No, but those are legitimate things. But that's what we're digging to. So your insult. If you have to insult me, and you have to go down to like I don't know, like my cardiovascular health or something. I'm like, oh, I'm doing pretty good then.
Well,
I guess
how it is for me is that these people, they get it. There is a script, there is a showrunner who has these concepts, and then everything gets storyboarded, and everything gets mood boards and illustrated, and everything gets laid out even before they even go to camera. So I'm always like, how can they not think of all of these things? I have to say that if I were a showrunner and someone came to me with a picture of the actresses with those wigs, I would have been like, there's no fucking way. What are you doing? I would have just been like, no. And so I'm just sort of surprised at it. And someone was just saying that Rhaenys hasn't had a change of hairstyle. It's funny because in the last episode, she did. They changed her hair. And then back into this new episode, they've gone back to her hairstyle from 18 years ago, like you were just saying. And she
knows what looks good on her.
But hear me
I'm
out.
telling you, she wants to become a xenomorph. I keep telling you, the xenomorph.
And then someone even said, and on Twitter, that like, you know, back to the costumes, that Damon was wearing his outfit he wore in one of the outfits he wore in this episode is the same one he wore to the funeral of Emma. So it just seems like, you know, like I'm going, okay, do you guys, I know you guys
It
have a
said
budget.
the dress, the outfit he wore on Dragonstone.
Yeah, I actually got confused about that in our edit because of the Damon.
Yes.
You
have the right one.
You pointed out the Pentoshi. No, the Pentoshi
wore,
though. I got confused.
Yeah, no,
about
in
which one it
this,
was.
no, in episode 7, that was a new costume, but in episode 8, he's wearing the same costume he wore to Emma's funeral, the funeral outfit.
But it's very subtle.
But are you talking about in Dragonstone, when they were in Dragonstone?
No,
we're
talking about
King's Landing.
In King's Landing.
Yeah, we're talking about King's Landing. But what I am making the comparison with the layman's eye is that these wigs are like crazy, extremely different, right? Like for these characters that they're bad with. Like, and then you have Damon, that they have such this nuanced touch, like with this Pentoshi style opposed to his Westerosi style, right?
His Pentoshi style was amazing.
Yeah, but it's not to the bear. Yeah, no, it's different. It's for sure different, but it's barely noticeable, like to the naked eye, right? Yeah. Heidi, like, and then you have the wigs that are like, hey, there's the Tower of Pisa on top of. But you know what?
The thing is, like, in terms of the costumes and even the repetition of the costumes, most people aren't going to notice that. Most people aren't going to notice that stuff. But the people, the viewers did notice the wigs. The wigs were one of the, like, even like reviewers. This is one thing I always notice, is that most reviewers rarely ever mention costumes. They rarely mention costumes or hair or makeup or anything. I saw so many just generic reviewers, like people who like ING or whatever those different agencies are.
Basic bitches.
Yeah. What are the ones? What are the, you know, the common ones?
No, that's,
you know, even like, you know, Entertainment Weekly or any of them, they were all talking about the wigs. And I did say it's so hard to do. But when you, like, if you do illustrations ahead of time, like one of the things I remember is for Bram Stoker's Dracula, they had an amazing wig designer, Tatiana. You probably remember this. And
which one?
Really beautiful detailed sketches of Dracula.
Think about what you do with your hair, though, opposed to your clothes. You, Heidi, have made costumes. Most people don't make their clothes, so that's why they feel more, I think, capable of critiquing hair, because we do our own hair, right? Yeah. So they think, oh, I'm going to comment on that, right? That makes sense for them. The clothes, they're not so much going to even though they are even more impactful. But you get what I mean? Like, I think that's probably the mindset, is why people have the hair stick out, because they think, what do I do to my hair? I wouldn't do that, right?
You guys are hilarious. Mike says, it's completely different Oh, wait, no, sorry, not Mike. What was it? Sorry, it was Leela said, my cat was laying against the keyboard and tried to send someone on her couch chat. You guys are so cute. No, I'm just, totally. I agree with you, Justin, like about that. And I think also just because it, like, even in Game of Thrones, even though we had people wearing wigs, they were more natural colors and stuff. But as soon as you stick a white wig on somebody, it's going to stand out like a sore thumb, or it could stick out like a sore thumb. So, you know, like, these things were all drawn ahead of time. And I'm just like going, oh my God, like, did you really like think that would be okay? And anyway, so that's just a little bit of a nerve for me.
How many people does it go through, Heidi?
Like,
for
even
the
the costumes, I'm like, oh, you know, I could probably just be like, yeah, fine, it's not a problem.
But how many people? How many people does it go through for the wigs, do you think?
Well, it definitely goes to the showrunners.
Okay, so 2 at least, but maybe 3. Does it go through more than 2?
Well, it would be the team of hair people.
Yeah.
They would also be working with the cast, and then it would have to go through, like, for instance, Carrie Fisher, when she was doing Star Wars, the original Star Wars. So she had an amazing wig hair artist who is Irish, and she was doing her hair, and they tried all kinds of different styles, and then she would send her to set, and then show to George. Like, she would actually just arrive with her hair, and he'd be like, oh yeah, no, I don't like that, or I do like that, or what have you.
More and like Luke's,
they settled on the buns that she wore.
Yeah.
But in this case, you know, with the internet and with technology, everything is done digitally now. So they can do like 3D renderings, they can do digital pictures, they can do mood boards, they can do inspo boards. all ahead of time before they even go to camera.
Because we
and
talked
then they
about
have pre-production. So at any point in the whole entire thing, someone could have said, "Nope."
Yeah, but
Fuck
that's
that.
what we before
That's
this
god awful.
Exactly. We talked about this before in your
Like
videos.
I've had that happen. You
Yeah.
know, when I've worked on a play or a show, I've had that happen where, you know, we've tried to get something in the show, we've tried to use it, and then finally they go,
Yeah, somebody
"No,"
was
and
sensed
it's gone.
says no. That's what I'm wondering, because we talked about this in a few of your videos before this season. We talked about how some of the wigs are so
Helena's
good.
hair is pretty.
Remember
Yeah,
how
of
like
course.
some of the wigs are so good in this show. There's some really good wigs. So you were asking this, you were posing this, an educated person, about how are these other. That's why I'm wondering how many people does this go through? Because how are these things being approved?
A lot.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
going through,
So
but
it has
ultimately
to.
stops
It
at the
really has to.
showrunners. But I think they were just probably like, I don't know.
Because
Like,
it's approval
you know,
after the fact. It's like, oh yeah, that's what everybody wanted.
They were
It's
probably
like that.
just like, I don't know. But I mean, you know, Alicia isn't here, but you know, she said one of the things is they should have brought in a black hair person. They should have brought in a person of color to do the hair for people of color. Like I did a show years ago where I had, like I worked with a company that was for people of color, and I didn't do, I did the costumes, but for the hair, I would always bring in a person of color to do the hair, because I'm like, what do I know about people who have, you know,
Yeah,
color?
well, when I get onto a plane, Heidi, I like a pilot that's an out of the box pilot. I like a pilot that's not a pilot's pilot. There's somebody that's never piloted before. They're saying, "Hey, I'll be the pilot today, not I am the pilot today." I'm like, "Oh, that's cool. I like your new way of thinking." So yeah, that's probably a good point. You should probably bring somebody that knows what they're doing to it. Yeah, that's probably
Well,
crucial.
you know, like, so for instance, I had this one situation where we had to have a person with like black hair, and it had to be ironed. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Get a
Like,
bald guy.
We brought somebody in, and we had to have another situation. We had a person with alopecia, and so we brought somebody in. Like you bring people in who are experts on doing that. Like you don't go, okay, I'll just figure it out as a, you know, I'm a white lady, I'm going to figure this out. No, you bring somebody in who's an expert. And I was just kind of surprised that they didn't do that. Sorry, I'm like totally
So,
taking over this
because-
real quick, I just want to say goodnight to the Lady Stoned heart.
Oh,
Leaving. Good night.
good night, guys.
Oh, it's like weed. I get it. I like that. That's funny.
Stoned.
Yeah.
Now, regarding the contacts, that's interesting because apparently in Game of Thrones, they did try to use purple contacts, and they had some issues, right? Rebecca,
Yeah.
did you have something to say about it?
Well, so everyone's talking about it. Like, the Witcher did a very good job incorporating like purple eyes and intense eyes, but they only have like 2 or 3 characters
Yeah.
with those, and like those contacts are extremely uncomfortable for the actors to wear. It's still like really, really heavy VFX stuff, and it like even with $20 million, it's like, do you want dragons or do you want purple eyes?
And do you have
'cause
Penny
they did a
Craval?
really, like, Yennefer they did an amazing job with her eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm watching, I think I told you guys, I'm watching Interview with a Vampire, and they are wearing especially contacts, and you have to bring in you have to bring in an optometrist, you have to bring in specialists and everything to do this, because you can't just buy the ones off the internet and so on. And the one thing I noticed actually with not Louis, but Lestat, is that the actor's eyes, his eyes look kind of bloodshot. I was like, so I was kind of focusing on it because I was like, are those contacts like kind of bothering his eyes because they look really red?
That was
They
it.
most
That was it.
definitely are bothering his eyes.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they're
And then Maisie Williams, apparently she wore those blind contacts, if you guys recall, right?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
And it was a huge issue. So, but I just
I-
find it strange that they can't do it with CGI.
It almost ruined
No,
the whole
but it's-
Grabowski storyline.
Heidi, that
I mean, more they already was.
so
That is what I'm joking.
time consuming. They would still need some sort of contact to like really like get the key right. Like it would be so massively expensive, especially on this show when you have now how many Targaryens?
Yeah, because
Like,
I'm trying to think how they did. Like in the original Dune, it was a disaster. Like it looked like shit, right? Like I mean,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, I love that movie. I love
yeah,
it, love it, love it.
no, it looked like shit.
But the new one, they did a pretty good job. But the difference is that they kind of glow a little bit, right? They're not
Yeah.
just purple. So yeah, I kind of let it go with that because
Yeah.
I'm thinking that was a really, really that's a big ask, right?
It's
to
a
do
big
that.
ask. I think it is a big ask. And when they're also doing like all these like crazy dragons, like oh no. Yeah, like
Someone got the hiccups?
like do you want
Yeah.
the like she's like next season's not gonna come next year. It's gonna come 2 years from now. Do you want it to like be like take another like 8 months so everyone has purple eyes? No.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
What
Yeah,
what
so,
about some
yeah,
type
Vanessa
of
says he
gene
doesn't mind it.
technology, like any
Or
type
is
of
Vanessa
cloning
sorry,
that we
Oh,
could do?
well, that probably would be cheaper.
Could we do cloning to get these actors with purple eyes and get them just like we like
I mean,
we do with
like,
dogs?
is there
But,
like a dye
mean-
you can just inject into their irises?
But
What-
what I was saying earlier, like
I like
when
it.
I had Red Wolf on, and he was saying, you know, some of the issues he took with some of the armor. He was saying, well, they had to do the armor anyway, and that's how I feel with the wigs. Like they had to do the wigs anyway. So
Yeah.
if they were going to do them, like at least do them right. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
sure.
Whereas the contacts and the you know CGI there, I can understand. That's like
Technological issues
Yeah.
there. Somebody with the wigs is like, hey Heidi, you know how we're doing wigs? You're like, yeah. I'm like, hey Heidi, how about if we do them stupid? You're like, yeah. Like,
And
what
I'm
if
not even a wig
Yeah,
person.
yeah.
Like I normally don't comment on the wigs. Like I've worked with some really great wig people, but I'm not a wig person. So I only have like a very rudimentary understanding of it.
But your next
a
video,
wig
what if I edit it dumb?
on.
Can I edit it dumb? Would that
Sure.
be cool? Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry,
And
Rebecca, what were you gonna
this
say?
HBO person gets that money.
I was gonna say we should get a wig person on.
We should. Can we find one?
Uh,
trying to
Find one.
we can put out the call.
We'll put out the call.
Oh my god, you know who we should get? We should get James Mansfield from RuPaul's Drag Race. She's a
I don't know who that is,
Oh,
but
guys, I can't say that like when we're off air. We'll
Okay.
yeah.
I'll record it, guys, and I'll put it out on
I
the
don't know
on
what's
the web.
going on, but for some reason in this, it's telling me that we've been on air for 6 hours, and then my clock says it's
No.
1:30 in the morning. I don't know what
classic
is going on.
It's a rotation.
Like,
of the
honey,
Earth.
it's only been here for
been
2.5
2.5 hours.
So here's
Okay,
the thing
why
about
is
this
it
wig
saying
person.
6.5 hours?
Can
And
they
then
or can they not give me a discount on a hairpiece?
that
and will it
signal?
be acceptable?
Yes. So Jeps, if you know anybody, we need a wig person.
I would like.
We
wig
can.
person
I also
to-
say James Mansfield. She's
Do you know-
she's a drag queen. That she was in RuPaul's Drag Race, and she does a lot of wigs. She has like a wig channel here in YouTube.
Oh,
So-
okay.
And she's fabulous.
Yeah.
So
she
maybe
thinks
you
she's
can
a
like
big
look
wig,
her up.
eh? All right.
You know, yeah. Cinnabar tab though. I have to say that I did.
Sounds like a.
I loved the costumes. I like, you know, some of the costumes were so crazy in the original Dune, and I love the new Dune as well. But the original, some
It's
of the
nostalgia.
costumes
I
are
mean,
so
seeing-
awesome.
in
Crazy.
that sci-fi speedo.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Apparently, that was just a last minute decision, right? To put Sting in
I
that,
mean-
like that little, like, yeah. It's just so many fun little
Well, you
things.
do
that-
acid enough, and you sit in a desert. You're gonna come.
Yeah,
with
it'd be
that.
great if I could find a black wig artist. Actually, I think I'm gonna ask Alicia because she said she was watching somebody who was talking about it. It'd be really great.
Well, I'm asking for a friend, Heidi. And what about
Okay.
for a white male, 6 foot tall, blue eyes, like fair skin? What about a wig artist that specializes in that? Would that be something we'd be interested in? I think so. I
mean-
think people would like it.
What is C3? Vanessa, sorry, what's C3 C4 hair? What is that?
That's the I believe that like refers to like the density of hair.
Oh, okay,
Oh, then
okay.
what's the minus? Is there a negative?
Or like
I'm
density,
zero.
like
Zero.
thickness and
I agree, Jeps. It's very controversial for me to say that, but I
No,
have to
I,
agree.
I'm fighting words.
I know, but if you saw like Jessica's outfits in the original Dune, oh my god, they're so amazing.
Yeah, they are. I did that
Yeah.
video. It's pretty good. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I was a bit like underwhelmed by Jessica's outfits in the new one.
How dare
Yeah.
you? Oh no, in the new one.
It
Yeah.
was
Okay,
a little
yeah.
bit
Yeah.
Star Wars. By the way, can I just say this? I was looking at a picture of the close-up of my Saria, and then just in this recent one, her outfit kind of looks a bit like Space Princess a bit. Like, I don't know what you guys thought of my Saria. I don't know. If
It always
Oh
had-
yeah.
it-
Oh,
yeah,
you mean the 2 minutes she was on screen? Like that felt
That
so
was
like,
weird.
hi guys, I'm here. Don't forget me. I'm over here. Can you see me? Hi.
I know.
She
About her.
looked like
I
that
was.
girl. It was like that girl who always photobombs every photo.
Yeah, I
every
was
good
thinking
photo.
about my
That
Saria.
was
I'm like,
her.
where is my
If I-
Saria? Yeah, I can't even say it. Where's
Miss
my
Saria.
Saria?
Well, if I would have wrote
Where is
that
she?
scene, I would have had her filling out a census report to give her actual age and location, so we were firm. Because I'm not actually sure that she's still there. That could be somebody that looks like her. I want a firm depiction of it. She's filling out the census over there at King's Landing, and she's there. But yeah, she's been gone for
Yeah,
6
like
episodes. Or
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
been
since
6 or 5?
episode
Like-
2.
It's
Yeah,
kind
since
of,
episode
I
two.
was looking at the original one though, because someone was asking me today, where'd you find the pictures? And there's a series of pictures I think they've taken the costumes and they've put them on mannequins, and I found them on some obscure website.
It's called
They
the
had all
Net.
of them on there. I don't know where these pictures are. Do you remember when they had Game of Thrones? They had Making Game of Thrones, and they had a really great website with
Yeah.
question and answers.
People have
and
gotten lazy. Honestly,
and they
we
put
got
all
too
the
big for their
pictures
britches.
there
Yeah,
of
yeah.
all the costumes. So I don't know why they have all these costume pictures and props pictures and stuff, but they're like, they haven't placed them anywhere, like where the fans can actually find them. So someone was asking me today, well, where do I find these? And I'm like, I don't know. I've just been kind of like scrubbing the internet for them.
Well, they haven't been curated yet because they haven't been put on display anywhere.
Well, they did stills, and what I think it is they're going to be in the book. They're doing a behind the scenes of
That
House of
makes
the
sense.
Dragon, like they did with Game of Thrones, and it will be coming out, I think, in the new year. So I think those are pictures that they took for the House of the Dragon.
That's always the answer that makes sense. The answer that leads to money. Right there. Bam. Yes. That makes sense why they would hold them.
So I was looking at the picture of my Saria, the first one she wore, and I'm like, this kind of looks a bit like a space princess. Like it looks something like you might see in Boba Fett or,
Space Princess 2.
Yes!
Speaking of space princesses.
Wait a minute.
You hell bitch.
I haven't brushed this wig, but Vincent asked, like, has anyone been shopping for wigs on Weed? And the answer is yes.
It is Prime
Love. Love, bitch. Love.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Day. Hey, you have to
sexy.
reintroduce yourself, Becks. Which character are you? Is this?
No, Vincent keeps making. Vincent, I feel like you might have a bit of a crush on our Rebecca there. You keep making.
No,
comments
I
on
have
her.
not. I have not done any bong rips this whole time. I just
Yeah,
like-
I have a
You know,
bag of wigs.
Like, just so you know, this isn't
Where is
Beck.
that you?
No, this is Rebecca Victoria de la Croix. That's
Well, let's talk
I
about.
love it.
Well, let's talk
Oh.
about how it would look if I had a whole bag full of hair right now. It would look really bad,
A
right?
bag full of hair.
I
sounds
mean,
really
it depends on the
horrific,
wig.
actually.
looks really
like-
good with
She's like
I-
Arya, but she's got a bag full of hair instead of a bag full of faces.
I don't excuse any of
Yes.
our behavior, to be clear.
I was thinking actually we have to do a Halloween stream of some kind, but I'm not.
We
sure
did
what.
that. Hey, it's coming on a year since because I did the Halloween stream.
Yeah, well, Rebecca and I did.
Rebecca,
we
she
did
died from the wig.
We
she's
did
gone,
a
I'm
really
sorry.
creepy horror one, and then then Rebecca and I did Clue. Tatiana, have you done a? Tatiana and I did a. We did what do you call it? The Oscars. Tatiana, but Tatiana, I don't think we've done a.
Oh, I don't think we've ever.
I don't
been
think
on
we've done a
Halloween.
Halloween one.
No.
Targi.
We could do.
You
the
never
math.
invite me.
Yeah, I really want to see Midnight Club. By the way, I really want to see that. I do.
Oh.
Oh, Rebecca! Look
Redheads
at
do
that.
have all the fun.
Sexy.
Now this is
Sandra.
this is a Becks. This is Becca.
I don't care for it. I like the blonde.
Good
Yeah.
hair.
This is too
Well,
much.
Oh, it looks good with my earring.
Are you wearing Faith of the Seven earrings or those?
No,
pentagrams?
I know I'm wearing old-fashioned pentagrams.
Yeah.
No, those are devil earrings, Heidi.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
And I'm
Yeah.
just doing witchy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, she should be the new. I was gonna say. Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. So, okay, last week
Send me one.
I got somebody who left a comment in my comment section saying, "Can you give me because it was like a 4 or 5 hour live stream? Can you give me the time code of when you guys talk about the wedding costumes?" And I'm like, you know what? We never actually got to that. We
big,
never talked about the wedding costumes.
I had to force you guys to talk about the wedding.
Well, we did
outfit.
a little bit, but I just said to her, I'm really sorry. Because I thought, okay, I was like, I know we talked about them a little bit, but I'm like, it wasn't really, like, we never really got into it. I'm so sorry. Yeah, we never.
To be fair, all the other streams covered, like, all the stuff, so it's like, if we cover all the stuff, then it's going to be, like, redundant. Can you tell me what time
it is? According to my clock, it's 1:41
a.m. It's 9:41.
We've been streaming for 6 hours.
Do you think that Canada has entered a escalated revolution?
Selection. Yeah, it's always good to bail out well before we're
I gotta get off. Yeah, I mean, like, but it is. I want some of that hair, Rebecca. Give me some of that hair. We'll take some of that.
Okay, so there's a couple of things I want to talk about. One is sort of like we talked about the Last Supper. It's kind of got a bit of a biblical sort of feeling, but
17 silver.
But
that's
also
$210.
It felt very Shakespearean to me, and like a Shakespearean play, and also the Viserys' character. I mean, he felt like something out of a Shakespearean tragedy, honestly.
Absolutely. That was, to me, that was like a King Lear type performance,
but also with a bit of Phantom of the Opera thrown in.
Yes.
Phantom of the Paradise. I don't know if you guys have seen that
one.
Oh,
I know Phantom of the Paradise.
You guys,
I don't know what that is.
Have you seen it, Tatiana?
I've seen scenes. I haven't seen it completely, but I have seen.
Tatiana,
I have seen
you have to see it. It is one of my favorite films of all time. You have to see Phantom of the Paradise, and Paul Williams is in it, and I adore him.
I love that Becks just became Miss Fisher's like stunt double.
She did.
That's a good one right there. Yeah, I like that one.
This is my Mrs. White look.
I don't know what that means.
I'm talking about crew.
Looking pale and tragic.
If you've seen this lady,
did you guys did you guys hear? Dame Angela Lansbury died today.
Oh, I know. We should do a toast to her. Let's do a toast to her. She was like, how old was she?
96.
She was
her. Cheers, Rebecca. Clink.
Clink.
May we all live long and never grow old.
Justin, cheer.
Long live Queen Angela.
Murder.
I have to find a picture of her because there's this movie.
She will always be Mrs. Potts to me. She will always be Mrs. Potts.
I have to find a picture of her because there's this movie she was in years ago. I think it was like, it might have been, it was like, one of those like, fairy tale romance type.
Where
stories.
she is just a fucking fox.
She is
like a literal cartoon fox. Yeah.
Yeah. And I have to find a picture of that and share it out. And like a medieval one. It was like, a medieval story.
It's been floating around on Twitter.
Yeah. She was just absolutely stunning.
Well, I'll look it up. But Viserys, did anybody notice?
She was really mad, by the way, that they redid Beauty and the Beast. She was not happy about that.
Yes. That's why she didn't want to be anywhere near it.
Thank you, bad
haircut.
I have to say that's my favorite Disney movie of all time. So I was pretty not happy about it.
No, I don't trust my Tupperware because of that film.
You were saying that the remake was your favorite. I was like, what?
Yeah. No, the original. And then I love Enchanted too. Enchanted is up in my top 10. Like I love Enchanted, and then when I saw that they're doing a sequel, I was like, oh god.
Yeah, I put up a camera in my kitchen to make sure my Tupperware wasn't
they are. It looks bad.
But yeah, girl, my most hated movie of all time is the Beauty and the Beast remake because I can
it's really bad. And I love Dan Stevens.
And you're talking shit about Downton Abbey now, and I won't stand for it. I just won't.
I will literally go on a 3-hour rant over why that movie is shit.
Well, I'll tell you
Then
about.
He's trying to get us back on track.
visceral.
Yeah. Let's go. Okay,
Negative
so okay.
reaction.
This is what happened the last time the four of us got together.
I told
It
you,
just
but
completely
anyway.
went off the rails.
Fucking told you.
Yeah. Well, all right. No, we at least had like the crab feeder.
I mean, we had the
yes. Spectacular. Vincent's asking. So, okay, we have to work at the dates, but in case you're wondering, we're gonna do. Just I don't know if you know this, but we're gonna do like an end of the season wrap up.
Oh yeah, that's a terrible idea. I agree with it though, but it's a terrible idea.
And
Yeah.
Justin's gonna be there. Of course, he has to be.
And it's going to be a Halloween themed, and you better come in.
Yeah.
Hey, did you think that we were doing this well?
So
let's work out
after
everybody.
the last episode airs, we're gonna try and invite everybody back, and then
you are aware I have not been watching it, right?
And Spectacular is gonna be the name.
Wait, do you want to put more people in Becks? Good call. Good call. More people.
This is her this is her witchy poo fortune teller.
But, okay, can I bring up something about the show that Viserys looked like Viserys with the gold being poured down like Crassus with a little bit of the mask, right?
Yes.
Yay! Did I get something? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good.
Oh, I'm just saying, going back to Dune, my favorite scene was seeing Oscar Isaac naked.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like seeing naked. I'll do it on my own time.
It was
That's the mask, by the way.
But yes.
Who makes that?
I have to. I will. I'm going to do this. I'm just saying, and I will. I'm going to do this.
I'm saving a picture of me.
Oh, you got to cut it, Heidi, before the screen gets cut.
In sleep he sang to me, in dreams he came, that voice which calls to me and speaks my name. And do I dream again? For now I find the bosom of the open is there inside my mind. There we go.
So good.
I just wanted to do that.
That's awesome. Oh, by the way, I mentioned this, Justin, you're here now. That at the end of the season, maybe we'll do this for this spectacular, which is what we're going to call the end of the season show. Yeah. After I actually Sunday today. I have to watch Moulin Rouge.
I love your song by Ewan McGregor and Nicole.
Yeah, Kidman. Like today I was listening to. I actually have Amazon sent me a Lord of the Rings Alexa. So
nice.
I was listening to 70s music and they were playing Our Song by Elton John. It's so good. Yeah. So I'm like,
one of my favorite songs.
I have to watch Moulin Rouge. I have to watch it. It's so good. And hear Ewan McGregor singing.
I love how he says, if I was a sculptor, and then he says, or better yet, no, a man that makes potions in a traveling show. I'm like, neither of those are good professions. He's like, wait a minute. No, this bullshit.
He's like the most butch gay man. Like he's super butch.
Are you sure?
He is. Like when you listen to him singing in the 70s, his voice is so
you ever hear Crocodile Rock?
And sexy.
Well, have you heard Goodbye Yellow Brick Road? I mean,
yes, I have. I've been learning all of his songs, which he uses way too many black keys.
Literally when the pandemic started, when I was literally trapped in my dorm room in the middle of New York during the worst of the pandemic in New York, I'm Still Standing got me through that moment. Every time I felt dark thoughts, I would put that song and I would dance around my room and I would feel so much better.
He's got amazing range, but he can go down really low in the register there.
He has a good register.
He's got a good register.
He's got a whining.
Can we talk about Rhaenys and Corlys?
Sure, of course we can.
The power couple. The real power couple of the season.
Well, as Vanessa was saying, Rhaenys has not seen Corlys in 6 years, and we won't even get into the whole fact, it's apparently Korra's ship was on the way. Like they couldn't like assess like how the fuck he was doing before they like blew this
Because Vayman didn't care.
Right. But I do think like it actually was the right time. I can see how like, you know, like Vayman's like, it's a shitty decision, but you know what? I got Allison, I got Otto, they hate Rhaenyra or Rhaena. I'm all over the place.
They hate Rhaena? Why did they hate Rhaena?
No.
What did she do?
Well, they're not.
Rhaenyra.
Yeah, they're not happy about it.
Rhaenyra.
I think Hysteria. Okay, remember that guy? What was his name? He was the guy. He's not a big
No, I
finger.
think
He's
it's
a little
mentioned that
finger,
it's- I think it's
right?
mentioned
Like,
that
remember,
6 years.
chaos creates opportunity. That whole idea. I think that's what you're
Yeah.
getting at, Becks, right?
Yeah. No,
Chaos is a ladder.
yeah.
No, you can also go down on a ladder, you stupid asshole, little finger, you idiot. But
Right.
ladder also climbs up. So yeah, that's what he
well,
meant.
you know, like the thing, like when you try to take advantage of chaos, like
Yes.
you know, it's fucking chaos. But more to like what Vanessa has been asking about is
Where's Vanessa?
so
at? She in the chat?
Corliss. She's in the
She's right
chat.
here.
Oh, goodness,
So
Vanessa.
Corliss and Rhaenys have not seen each other in 6 years, which
Not ideal.
well, but and like obviously like war, you know, like separates families, but Rhaenys is a fucking dragon rider. And that's a little bit like, why aren't they like doing dragon riding shit?
Well, you know, they run in different dragon riding circles, which is like 5 of them at the time. Yeah,
Well,
you're right. Valid point.
I mean,
The writers would tell you to shut up. They'd be, shut up, Rebecca.
Oh, sorry. Before we go on, I just remembered what I was going to say earlier when I was talking about Elton John. So what we're going to do, at the end of this season for Spectacular is
Are we doing Crocodile Rock? Because it's the
I'm
best
going
one
to
I've ever
talk
had.
to Justin about having him edit all of Tatiana's singing. We're going to do a little montage of all of her singing.
No, Rebecca, you have I'll do that. But you have a valid point. You have a valid point because the writers would tell you to shut up. That's how you know you have a valid point. They'd be like, shut up about that.
By the way,
Well-
if your husband's gone for 6 years, is that not like grounds for
Well,
annulment or
you want to go
something?
according to the law of the Bible. They're the same in my book. All right.
What are the rules?
But you know, like this is like a medieval time
Abandonment.
period. Like you know, like
It is
wars
abandonment.
separate people for years and years. But
Can you?
it's also
Yeah.
like
Can you
they're
prove
on
your student-
Driftmark, and the Stepstones aren't that far away.
Yeah, and he's at war. You have to prove that he's like
You know,
buying Oxycontin
I mean,
over at Driftmark or something
They
like that.
they definitely left it like, you know, when he went to the Stepstones, like they were a little bit at odds. You know, the last we saw them, they were fighting about like
the danger.
And I'm sure, like, you know, like Laenor's death, like, just made it even fucking worse. And I have to say, like, Rhaenys was the smartest person in this entire episode. You know,
Absolutely.
where she was like, she's like, I am not, like, she told Rhaenyra, like, I am not going down with your ship. Like, I am all about me.
Hi,
and by
Sarah.
extension, Bela and Rhaena. And then when she saw Viserys come back, she's like, yep, that's what Corliss wanted. And oh, by the way, all of our children are betrothed. Like,
Gonna get married.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and I know like people on Twitter like, oh, she's a sneaky bitch. And it's like, no, like
she's a clever bitch, that's what she is.
No, she's clever.
said the sneaky bitch, on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love that that Viserys referred to her to essentially decide the matter. It's like, okay, you know what Corliss wanted. What did he want?
Excuse me.
Well,
Yeah.
She could have very easily said, "Oh, he wanted Vaemond to take the seat."
And I don't jump on causes, or I don't usually do the apple boxes.
Plus, I just decided to include my granddaughters to the boys.
Her whole thing, even though, like, her whole thing is always going to be about Bela and Rhaena.
She's always about family, and the thing is, that's probably like the closest she's ever gotten to being a queen. I mean, she's already a queen, but like legally, like being a queen. She because if you notice, like Corlys is always the one making the decisions. He hears her counsel, sure, but he's always the one that makes the decisions, and the decisions are often against Rhaenys' wishes. That's why they're always like arguing. But this time it's like, no, she makes the decision.
Yeah.
She decides to back Rhaenyra.
And I will say that not to get on the whole Apple box here, and I rarely do it because I don't like pushing that, but I do say that it still does stand with like how people say, oh, she's like, you know, like a conniving woman or something like that. That when it's a male character, they rarely get that. They get that secretive. Oh, they're so like Larys.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so clever.
Rhaenys, I never heard that Rhaenys is conniving.
Well, that happens a lot. They're like, oh, what a snipe. Yeah.
Might not be the best example because like he is being presented as being like overly plotty, evil, like Littlefinger. Like,
yeah.
But okay. I understand your point, Justin.
Like, and to be clear, and this is a stupid question, Rhaenyra and Daemon both know that what's his name's not dead, right?
Corlys.
No, not Corlys.
Laenor.
Laenor. Right?
Well, Rhaenys does not.
Rhaenyra doesn't know.
Rhaenyra does not know, right?
Sorry,
okay.
Rhaenyra
says she doesn't.
Who knows? Somebody tell me.
Not said it verbatim, but I definitely believe like Rhaenyra knows exactly what happened.
Yeah, I thought they knew because I thought she could have thrown that out this episode and she didn't show restraint.
That's also the thing. It's kind of like, well, her telling people negates like why, like half the reason why they did it was not just to like get Laenor out and like open up the door for them to get married, but like to actually like make people be like, oh, these fuckers are crazy, and they'll do whatever. Like,
when she told Rhaenys like that she didn't do it, it came across to me like I didn't do it, but I possibly know who did it.
Semantic about it. She's
exactly.
She's like, I was not. I did not have him killed, and I was not complicit in his death because he's not dead. But her, like, as much as like I do want Rhaenys to know that Laenor's alive, and I think they're going to give it to her, or like I think they're going to get it before it,
because they're going to come in and play a huge role there.
Time for her to be at peace with it, but her allegiance with Team Black is always going to be on the premises of like not being there. Like it's going to be the most tense, like alliance.
And this deals with two separate issues. It deals with withholding information from audience. This is an example that we can use with Sansa and Arya in season 8 with Littlefinger. So there's this. But I'm making an example. Okay, yes, I know that's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
I know. I'm getting there. So they withhold information from the audience just for shock's sake, right? Like there's the only reason to withhold it from the audience. So now do we have a person within our story which doesn't actually know is the question. That's what I'm getting at. You know, if Rhaenyra doesn't actually know, then there's a legitimate reason in which we don't, through her perspective, know. You understand what I mean? It's not just like, I mean, it's not as bad, but it would be along those lines. You don't ever want to withhold information just to withhold information. There has to be a justifiable reason in which it would.
I mean, Rhaenyra is justified in not telling Rhaenys because one, Rhaenys is mad at her, so that is sensitive information that she cannot trust her with, and two, if she tells Rhaenys, her marriage to Daemon is invalidated. Yeah, and that she cannot.
Children are bastards. Like she can never.
The context is not given to her to reveal.
Can we have you guys heard like the tinfoil that Laenor is gonna come back as Adam of Hell?
Yeah, I've heard it. I mean, I don't know who that is, but yeah. I know he's the new writer of Sea Smoke. I know that much.
Adam, hey guys, if
Wait,
if
what
you
is
made
it?
it this far, we're into like major spoiler territory, but Adam of Hull is like Oakenfist's brother. So the two quote unquote like,
Eric,
children of Laenor that they like end up legitimizing and being like the heirs of Driftmark, which are actually like Corlys for like most likely Corlys's bastard.
Yeah. Like, would
this
you like?
all happens after Rhaenys meets her in, but like like he comes back of Adam's Hull, and it's like Adam of Hull is like supposed to be like Laenor's kid. Like, did you guys ever watch 30 Rock? There's like an arc in 30 Rock where like Tracy Jordan has like an illegitimate son who's like as the same age as him.
Oh,
Rebecca,
yeah.
Was there a commercial break?
I remember that.
Huh?
Was there a commercial break? Was
For
commercial
what?
break in between aging?
No, no. It was just like this guy was the same age as Tracy Jordan.
Oh,
and he was supposed to be his illegitimate son.
It was like, hey, daddy. It was
just
funny. It was very funny.
You know, so like if Adam of Hull is still supposed to be passed off as like Laenor's illegitimate son,
I don't think they're
but
going
then
that
it's
way.
Laenor. It's like it's the dumbest idea. Like,
yeah,
I mean, like,
can't go that way.
I
eventually think we're going to see Laenor in like a like we're gonna be like over the narrow sea. He's gonna be like,
well, we definitely are gonna see him again. We've seen him.
He's living his best their best drag queen life.
No, he's coming back.
But no, what I think is, I mean, what I think is gonna happen. Oh, I think it's gonna happen. He said they're gonna kill him off screen.
No, we've seen.
Let me finish, Justin. Like what I think might happen is that someone, Adam of Hull or whoever, is going to claim Sea Smoke, and by claiming Sea Smoke, that's what's going to say, oh, Laenor is dead.
Or he
comes back. There's a shaved head picture of him that and it's been already released. He definitely comes back into the story.
I have not seen that picture. Maybe that's a deleted scene.
That's gonna kind of drive me nuts. Like if Laenor, I would like to see him again to know at least like he had like somewhat of a happy life away.
Well, he's got a shaved head, so that's either his choice or chemo. So we'll figure it out. So
it's his choice. It's his choice to hide the Valyrian hair.
Going to like.
He would hide himself with it, right?
Yeah, he's gonna be like Egg or Fagon. It's like he's constantly gonna be shaving that hair.
Yeah, because he doesn't want people to recognize him as Valyrian.
Yeah, it's gonna be like that. So he's gonna constantly. But I want to see him for a moment and know
everything's gonna be all right.
Well, or at least
I get it.
Whatever years he had was happy, but at some point, but it's like if he's alive, even though he's separated from Sea Smoke, how can someone else claim Sea Smoke if he's still alive?
That's why I
see right here.
That's said that they confirmed
him being Adam of Hull, like if that happens, I'm turning the show off.
Okay, so he already has his head shaved when he leaves in the first place, doesn't he? I'm an idiot.
Well, and they haven't.
No, did he have his head shaved when we saw him in episode 7? Is my point.
Yeah, at the end, in the boat, he has a shaved head.
And that's why we don't listen to Justin.
Sarah Scott, you're right. I want to see him having the wonderful lemonade in the sun with Carl, and having the most peaceful.
All the sex. They just have sex with
his lover and their
I agree.
paramour and
Rebecca, I agree. Power and ambiguity. We can imagine
that. And then then the blacks get Team Black gets Sea Smoke back.
No, it makes a lot more sense now to me. That I just had a revelation on air right now, and that's beautiful right there because I believe that power and ambiguity. We could have that ending that you just said without seeing it. but he also isn't going to come back in because that's just cheesy for him to come back in. But guess what, people? Everything's great. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, no, I get it. I'm sorry, people. I forgot that he had his head shaved. It came to me.
Well, and Carl Karsnart, like he might die a warrior, but it's gonna be like in a sellsword company. Him coming back to Westeros like negates all the shit. Like him coming back and like us knowing like ugh.
And die as a warrior, that sounds nice, but in reality, death is death, and it's terrible. There's no beauty in it.
Well, I mean, like, but also like we want him to die the way he wants to die.
Yeah, in his bed asleep.
There must be some people in
with
Westeros
his
arms.
Like, you know.
Hey. Yeah, it's poetic, but it's not. It's not.
Yeah, but like, I just hate the Adam Hole theory.
No, I don't like that at all because it messes up our timeline. It doesn't make any sense.
It's
a lot of things.
Logic.
But Becks, hear me out.
I know, like, Laenor is not coming back. I don't think I want him to come back. Let him just live his life.
I just want to see him once.
I just want 4 more series of kids. I want 4 more forms. I want to get them to about 44. And I want every 3 year
I had
increment.
only numbered the children up to 10, so now I think I'm into 12, 13 territory, and I'm not happy about it.
You know, I cannot wait until they start. You know, that's the opposite.
You're not. Well, you haven't even seen like Helena's kids.
There's too many children.
We couldn't wait for people.
What happened with Helena and her kids, and like, I'm not gonna spoil it, but damn.
Okay, hear me out.
I know.
Again, if people
and Rhaenyra's children were wearing Aegon's costume, I'm pretty sure. I'm like, dudes, you like repurpose that costume. Like, I'm pretty sure that Aegon second. What is it? Aegon the younger was wearing the same outfit as Aegon
we
the
had
older.
This fight in my house. There's like the most perfect picture, and it's of me. Like I'm a toddler, and I'm like holding a beer bottle.
Seems subjective.
Drinking.
Yes.
But
that's foreshadowing. That's called foreshadowing.
It's a big fight whether or not it's me or my brother, because like it's baby enough. It definitely was like a hand-me-down costume or outfit. But the only reason why it's like my mom and I are like, no, it's her, because like my brother never had curls and I had the curls. And like this baby had curls, and my dad's like, no, that was his. Like, I'm just saying, like, hand-me-downs happen in families, Heidi.
In Becks, my mom had a twin pregnancy. I consumed the other twin.
Princess? Like, were you a princess in a?
I am a princess.
I ended the siblings thing in the womb. And
my sister-in-law, by the way, my sister-in-law gave me these clothes like for her, that were her kids, and they looked like they were handmade or something. Whatever, it was fine. So she gives them to me.
You Goodwill? Like, what is that? Yeah.
She gives them to me, and they look like something out of the 80s. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, she gave them to me. I don't even know if I used them. And then after I was done with them, I gave them away, and she asked for them. Like, where are the clothes?
Oh, they were on loan?
And I was like, you lent these to me? I just thought that I was supposed to pass them along. Like, I didn't know the traditions of your household.
Yeah,
like,
buy me a beer, I'll
that.
piss it back to you type deal.
So, but they honestly, they look like something out of the 80s. Like,
they probably were. They're like, hey, costume creator, here's some clothes.
Because my niece, like my nieces and nephews are now like well into their, like, they're probably late 20s, early 30s. So, yeah.
Well, and we don't hate kids, but hear me out. In Game of Thrones, we were so upset when people died. In this series, we can't wait to get it more manageable. We just want this dance to happen because I need kids to die. So like my Venn diagram can get a lot cleaner.
I don't hate children. I just hate children in TV shows.
Well, I do like I like my check-in account not being affected by people other than me.
Especially when they change them every, like, I don't know, every episode.
Yeah, but
I don't like holes in my pocket.
I mean, well, this is like the problem. Like, too many errors.
Yeah,
and
that's a problem.
It's a problem. And like, you know, like I watched a bunch of like Daemon scenes earlier today because I was like, oh, that stutter. I like need to find like any other time. Like I basically watched like every Daemon scene, but I also watched the wedding dance with Rhaenyra and Laenor, and then I watched the dance with Helena and Jace to see if it was the same. It's not.
It wasn't, no.
But like it just like all of a sudden I was like, oh my god, is that the same dance? Because that was such a sad moment, because when Viserys was watching the two of them dance.
Oh,
and it was
sorry,
just
national
like,
section. She's saying, can we have a few post-abortion birth
That
abortions?
says pot. That
abortions?
says pot.
There's like the show is like
I mean,
abortions,
I
placentas.
think that pot to give birth.
I think she means post-abortions.
we haven't like talked
We've got
about
abortions. We've got abortions. We've got like
Not in America.
Miscarriages.
We've got like there's a lot of
Miscarriages.
pregnancy. There's so many pregnancies in the show, and then it was fun, and placentas. Like I was saying, it was so funny because
And afterbirth. Yeah.
and afterbirth.
Oh, and Heidi, episode 4 of the Empress, where they're just like,
yes.
No spoilers.
I doubt any. I've been watching.
I will come get you in New York, Beck. Don't spoil. I know where you live.
One of my favorite things about it's funny because there's a lot of similarities, although it doesn't have the humor. There's a lot of similarities between the Empress and the what's it called? The Russian one. What's it? The Russian one called?
The Great.
oh,
The Great.
Oh, the Great.
One of my favorite parts about the Great is the wheat when she has to pee
Oh,
on
shit.
it and the wheat.
Oh, the straw.
I love that so
Yeah.
much.
So
I love
funny.
that so much.
That's Zarina.
Yeah.
That's why. That's essentially
Zarina, yeah.
Zarina.
But there's a lot of parallels I find with the Great between the Great and
I'm trying to
Empress.
watch that. The Serpent Queen sucks. I actually was a huge.
I've
fan
heard that it's
of
bad.
No, the Serpent Queen's terrible.
really?
Becoming Elizabeth, I actually.
It's
and I know
bad.
no, it's not actually. I really enjoy it.
I like everything that did not have to do with Elizabeth. Everything,
What's
like
an M
everything,
section?
like Edward and Mary, that was great.
Okay,
What's-
Everything
Becoming
with
Elizabeth.
which
everything with Elizabeth and
I'm
Catherine
sorry.
Parr and fucking Thomas Seymour, that was horrible, and
No.
I hated
Okay, so this is a time period in between after Henry dies and Edward, his son, takes over. He rules for 6 years. He's Protestant, and this is between you have your Jane Grey that ends up taking over. Now,
Exactly,
Becoming
Carl.
Elizabeth it got a lot of flack because of the story, and nobody knows what happened with her in Somerset, but it is what it is. I thought it was depicted fairly well. I thought actually
No,
was
it was
pretty
not.
empowered. I don't know. I think it was pretty good series.
I mean, I have not seen
I
Becoming
did not
Elizabeth, but like I can tell you whatever
Oh,
happened with her in Somerset.
Dude, I have never heard anything better than like Elizabeth telling them like, "Oh, you love me? Oh, what do you think? You're like so special. That's gonna change things. That doesn't change." Like everybody talks. It stands on the fact that Elizabeth was Elizabeth had a relationship with her handler at the time, which was gross, and it touches on that. But actually, I feel like they touch on it in a way that's within historical constructs, and I think that it has a pretty good message. Because
it does not.
Well,
It
they
is
sent
what it
her
is.
away, right?
Well,
Because
yeah,
they frame sexual assault as a forbidden romance, and that boils my blood. She was
Yeah, but-
no.
Yeah, no.
14 is
absolutely not.
marriage age at that time. It's the point. It's and
No,
they don't
but
really
even
know.
like historically, even in the historical sense, that was shocking. Even in that time period, what happened
because of the station, not because of the act, because of his station.
No.
No.
But the thing is, I wouldn't be so mad.
I don't get why everybody's mad. It doesn't show it in a good light. Nobody's praising it. Like nobody's like, yay for that.
The show itself, the framework of the show is backing the romance. The romance.
There was no romance there. There was no romance.
Number one, how do you know?
Record.
How do you know in the historical record? How do you know?
No, there's no romance. No, he was basically molesting her.
Yes, I know. Yeah, that's what they took
Like
down.
there's an account, there are accounts from her maid, and I think
Cat Astley, yeah. I think that they should have been more vague with that. But besides that, the show is a decent show that shows a good time.
Oh, sorry,
Not-
what
not-
was
No,
the
but
show?
they show
Not a good
well
time
is
with that, but a good
Mary.
period.
Mary is the standout in this show.
Yes, that's
because
what I'm talking about. That I'm
in a
not trying to
sympathetic
argue about
light.
that. Yeah.
In a sympathetic
Uh,
complex light.
I have to just say, so Jeff's is saying you need to watch The Empress. The costumes look good, but I didn't see the whole thing. They are beautiful.
Yeah,
I
they
wanna
probably
see
shouldn't have
the
made
whole
the decision.
thing.
To be fair,
The
that they
whole
did.
thing is gorgeous. Like it's just and the actress who plays
Cece?
Elizabeth Cece, she is just
They're all unknown.
My
too.
name
Like,
is
it's hilarious.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, but she's known as.
Well, she kind of. I think he's handsome. He's handsome.
Oh
he's,
yeah, he's
he's
very
classically handsome, but
Although-
she is.
I want to know. I
stunning.
want to know. Do they show her? Do they show her with her hair down to her ankles because she's supposed to have like famously long hair?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they do.
They definitely show her in like.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
it's so crazy, like considering her
It
hair.
wasn't
is,
just
like,
grooming. He
like,
wasn't just
down-
grooming her. He was
Okay.
molesting
Let me just
her.
be clear here. I don't like that they had to go the other direction with it, but historical accounts are historical accounts. They're accounted in a way after he was
Well,
executed
They sent
by
her
the
away.
sources.
They sent her away.
They
'cause
sent
he
her
was
away from
molesting her.
Charterhouse. No, they sent her away.
And
because
also the way they portrayed
Everybody's making a
Catherine
stance
Parr,
on it.
that was character assassination. That was absolute character assassination. They assassinated the character of Catherine Parr. She was not like that.
really,
They just
she
did
was
that for
married to
drama.
two men that were insane before him. Before Henry. You know that, right? They were
It's
proven
so funny.
insane.
It's so
Listen,
funny.
I don't
She
want to
was
get into it.
married
The point
off
is,
to.
the
I'm
point is,
always
it's
like-
very
No,
easy
but
to get mad about this,
true.
but that's
Justin,
you're not dealing with
Well,
facts.
I mean,
At all.
Stepmother too. She loved her stepdaughter. They
Right,
even after the scandal, they would write each other and they
Yeah.
forgave
Yeah.
each other.
They were very, very close.
Yes.
Well,
Justin,
it's-
I was going to say that I one of the things that I always find interesting. So we have all these fictional accounts and these stories. Although I knew George takes.
Yeah, let's
you
not
know,
act like
quite
this is like a
li-
true accounting, by the way.
Yeah,
This
no.
after the man was executed.
Yeah,
And
George
it's
takes
ambiguous.
George takes quite a bit of inspiration from many historical stories and so on. But I always find, like, for instance, like I was saying this about Rain, like one of the things that I was sort of like, they did Rain, and I thought they didn't do that great of a job. But and if you guys liked it, that's totally cool, whatever. But I'm always like, some of the stuff that happens in real life, I'm like always like so blown away. I'm like, this happened in real
Yeah.
life. This is crazy.
What I
Like,
like,
Yeah.
Like Mary Queen of Scots, she had like all of her handmaidens were named Mary. And I'm like, they changed it for the show. Why would you change that? I would be like, it's so Monty Python. Well, Mary, let's go for a walk in the garden.
well, the only
I don't
point,
know about
yeah.
the Mary. Maybe we should, have some, some cream
Yeah,
and
and
some,
I'm not-
some biscuits.
And I'm not trying to
I
be
don't know,
combative.
Mary.
I'm not trying to be
Crumpets.
not trying to be
Some
combative
crumpets.
at all, but when we talk about Catherine Parr, this is all I want to say. I find it relieving to see somebody that was so smart, was so
Are you
influential,
relieved?
was
Are
one
you
of the
relieving
was,
yourself?
was one of the best, one of the most well-read women of the day, but she still could fall for somebody that was a fool, that was a piece of shit. This is real. This is reality. Who do you
But
know?
here's
is
the
perfect?
thing.
He was a
No.
total hottie when he was younger.
So don't
He
you?
was a
Yeah.
total
So don't you
hottie.
tell me that it's impossible because Catherine was so smart. Listen,
No,
you
no,
could
no,
be
no,
so
no, no,
smart
no, no, no,
and
no, no.
fall
I
for an
absolutely
idiot.
I absolutely
You
agree.
guys are cracking me up.
Catherine
Are
Parr
we-
was an
we're yelling at
intelligent
each other
woman.
over
Her
social
poor
She
choice.
was.
media.
I'm
She was
not
married
saying.
to two clinically insane people, judged by the day in contemporary sources, not your after the math executed sources that you're throwing in my face right now. So you want to
Also-
talk about history? I'll bring you
Also,
history.
she was not. She didn't marry. She was married off to. She didn't have much of a choice. The only one she actually married of her own volition was Somerset. Now, I
the
absolutely
man
agree
who
with
you said yes did this. So
Excuse me, let me finish. I absolutely agree with you that she was a very intelligent woman, and yes, even intelligent women can be blind to love. I absolutely agree with you. The show did not portray that. They didn't portray her as smart. She didn't portray her
so
as
you're
that.
saying it's possible that Catherine fell in love with him, but Elizabeth didn't?
No.
Oh, by the way,
show didn't portray her as she was historically.
guys,
Like,
S.
no,
Edwards is
you can't
asking if we can talk about House of the Dragon.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that is
all right.
fine. But do
Yeah.
not slander me, good ma'am. Do not slander me.
I am not slandering you. I agree with you that historically she was smart, but the
Yeah.
show did not portray that. They character assassinated her. That's what I'm saying.
And I'm not.
Let's marry. Let's go.
Let's
I think they
talk
coulda
about
went the other way with it,
forced
too.
abortion
Yeah.
now.
No, to be fair though, to Tatiana
No.
and to here. No, to be fair, they could. I think that they made the wrong choice in going that direction with depicting it as, because we don't know what happened, but the depicted in that way led them to what's happening right now, and what is a great show. What was a great show besides that? And I can see why it's not going to be renewed because of it. And it was because this is a period that nobody talks about. The time in between Henry and Elizabeth.
Ever talk
That's
about
all I'm
Henry
saying.
the Eighth and his wives
What's that?
and Elizabeth II?
Yeah, like the time between it is fascinating, and it's
that's
sad
all
it's
I'm
not gonna get
saying.
renewed.
Yeah,
I know.
I
But
hate that they want
yeah.
I
that.
just find it so strange,
What
though,
show are we
how
talking
they
about?
will take something and they'll fictionalize it and then make it so much worse. Like, why would they do that?
They
Like,
didn't
why
make,
don't you
okay,
just
but
keep
they
it the
made
way
her
it
complicit,
was?
which was a really weird choice. But there's also arguments in that show that Elizabeth has, especially with her future favorite, that is really good. It's really good.
Yeah, no, I adored Robert.
She talks about how stupid men are and their desires, about how they think love can fix things.
This is
And
all very valid.
it's very empowering. Yeah, we'll change it, but I'm saying there's actual female empowerment in that show. Surprisingly enough, I think that
Around Mary.
Well, Elizabeth too. Later on, with
Once Somerset is dead, then yes.
That's
but
what I'm
before
talking
then,
about. I know.
No.
I don't agree with how they got there. Yeah.
Everything with Somerset was just shit.
Hey, it's a famous man that I love, Tim Heidecker. Let's disagree to disagree. All right.
Exactly.
No.
Well,
I agree.
I can feel
agree.
the love between the two.
No, I agree with what she said. I think we're good.
No,
I know.
Sorry. I know.
Very good. I'm sorry for screaming at you, Justin. I get very passionate about stuff.
No, I know. I just really I love the show. I felt so bad, and then I saw people on Twitter, and I felt ashamed.
By the way, what show is this?
Becoming a listener. You should watch for the costumes. The costumes are fabulous. They are so good.
What is it on?
Stars.
It's on Stars.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
I watched it bootlegged. So.
I'm afraid to tweet about it because of this conversation, because people will come at me.
I know.
That's what I'm saying.
I saw something.
Yeah.
No, but like I agree with you on a lot of things. There are good things in the show, but like the main focus for half the series was not good.
I would agree with you that they shouldn't have went away with they should have left ambiguity with that. Just as we know from the historical accounts, we don't know. We know something happened. We don't know what happened. Ambiguity would have been better.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah. But I'm sorry. We will get to House of Dragons, guys. I promise. But let me just say this. What was I gonna say? Oh shit!
Catherine Parr.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette over.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what's going on.
Number one, I really like Catherine Parr, and I know quite a bit about her for somebody that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I admire her, and I hate the hand that she was dealt.
Yeah, but
even
marrying the king was shit.
I remember what I was gonna say. I saw if you see Historical Society with the historian there, she made a rant about the depiction of Somerset and Elizabeth in Becoming Elizabeth. And actually the actor who plays Somerset, he commented, and he's trying actually we were trying to depict that sexual assault and grooming is not black and white, it's more gray, and we were trying to depict that was actually what was going on, but Somerset absolutely took advantage of Elizabeth and all that stuff, and it's like that's great. I love that was what your intention, but the show doesn't support it. The framework of it doesn't support it. That was my biggest problem. If they had condemned what he was doing, then maybe I would be more okay with it. But they never really did.
That's our only separation. Is I feel she condemns it after the fact, like she realizes.
But she never does. She never condemns it. She defends it like, oh, I was a grown woman. I knew what I was doing. I was like, girl, no, you did not.
Yeah, and we're not too far apart. We're centimeters apart. We're good. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. We're closer than you think. But
I know. We actually
Rebecca's
are.
Getting into her relounging.
Yeah, no,
I love loungewear.
Yeah, no, I agree. And if I didn't think what you said had validity to it, Tatiana, to be fair, I wouldn't have been afraid to say it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've always been afraid to say I like the show because of what you're saying. So there's validity to it. Like, so there's definitely,
like,
yeah, we're centimeters apart. I think one thing made up for more than it did, in your opinion. That's it.
Yeah, it's just that for me, like the Somerset storyline, it really did ruin the show for me, which is sad because I absolutely adore Romola Garage because she was a boss ass bitch.
All of them were,
and
that's it. But
and King Edward, he was great too. It was like I just wanted to kick him out of the window because he was so annoying.
He's a Danish actor. He's some young Danish actor. He's excellent. So
he was like pinpoint perfect. If you see the pictures of Edward, of the historical Edward, it was like perfect casting.
Oh, it was so good. Yeah, because nobody thinks about that time. So yeah, and it also has what's her name, Bolton, that plays Lady Jane.
Oh
Grey.
yeah, Leanna Mormont.
I was going to say
that.
I was going to say that S. Edwards, he's just having a conversation with himself. He's saying, "Can we talk about Jason?
We can talk about. Let's get back to House of the Dragon. Sorry for the tangent."
And then he says,
"I love that scene.
I agree. Helena and Jace would have made a wonderful marriage. I mean, super cute how Helena seems so happy dancing with him."
Yeah, I mean, so I definitely went back. I rewatched all of like Damon's scenes earlier tonight because like I caught the stutter and I was like, okay, this has happened before, but it only happened one other time. But then I also wanted to see like if it was the same like Dance of the Dragons that like Rhaenyra and Laenor had done during their wedding dance, or like their pre-wedding dance.
Yeah, Jeps, I have to say, I'm going to watch this show. Have you guys seen the advertisement for Catherine Called Birdie? With, Bella Ramsey.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch that.
Yep, that's on Stars too, I believe.
And actually, I can't. What's it called? The costume company that Justin was the costume company I did the interview with. They did a lot of the costumes for it, so I have to watch it.
Costumeco.
Siam.
Yeah, there costumes. We go.
Yeah. Mike voice said it would have been strong.
The strong. By the way, the strong puns are kind of lame.
Yeah.
Not from you, Mike, but just in the show itself. Let's just like,
but that's like what happened in the books.
Yeah.
Like here's a bigger question. So, everyone here, we're all into like book spoilers, but let's talk about Vaemon's death. Book versus show, where like my feminist like juices.
What happened in the book? I forget.
So basically, in the book, like Vaemon was like going around like they're bastards.
Yeah,
like,
he's running his mouth.
Bastards.
She's a whore.
It's implied Daemon has something.
Mike, I was just teasing you.
But so Rhaenyra, like basically, like she tells Daemon to like take care of that shit. So Daemon like kills him, and then they feed him to her dragon.
But that doesn't explicitly say that he kills him in that.
Yes,
it does it. I thought it was vague.
I mean, yes. Like
okay, no, you probably it's been a while, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, and there's a little bit, and I can't remember who on Twitter was saying it, where there's something right now with Rhaenyra, like Rhaenyra, like Millie's Rhaenyra, like was a dragon, and like her and Daemon, like they were just like fire meets fire, and it's like this looks like a catastrophe. And there's something about like Emma and Matt's connection. It's like
it doesn't match. I don't think it matches as well.
Like it seems so warm and loving, which like in a way it's like I'm happy that they have like a couple warm and loving years, but it's also like Rhaenyra is already like cutthroat at this point. in like the book story.
Well, don't
Yeah,
you also
And
find?
I don't want to like, you know, I'll give it to them. It's like I think she's going to get there.
Yeah.
But you know, like like
But what do we think about the juxtaposition between?
That was keep your wife's name out of your fucking mouth. That was absolutely a Will Smith moment.
But what do we think
Oh.
about how we have Allison having children that I believe Rhaenyra would very much so embrace their qualities, right? Like their prophecies, all these magical aspects. Allison is very much so watching the bug collection and listening to these like proverbs, whatever you want to call them, parables, like that are being spewed out from children not understanding. It's like they have the wrong kids, right? Because like Rhaenyra's kids seem like they should be Allison's kids. And vice versa. You get what I mean? Like their behavior would be embraced by Daemon. Prophecy, stuff like that would be embraced by Daemon and Rhaenyra. Allison doesn't understand. She's just like, yeah, whatever, obviously it's story, so conflict, but no.
I hate to say this, but the guy who is from Outlander, Ned from Outlander, I don't think he's gonna make it.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna predict that.
He can go back to his book series.
Harold
Westerling. Well, Harold Westerling.
Harold Westerling in the books has already been dead.
Yeah, and he's
like, the
so
fact that he's
ill-used in the show. He's I kind of like Gray McTavish is just like, I was kind of like, he's like an extra as far as I'm
and if
concerned.
you want a book translated directly to screen as it is, watch Outlander for 6 seasons and then come back to me.
But no, the guy the guy in the small council is also from Outlander. He plays Ned the lawyer. Like if you guys watch Outlander, you know when Claire is on trial for being a witch.
You would know because the narrator, the narrator would tell you.
Yeah, and he's got like asthma or something, so she does this thing where she smokes a pipe and then she blows the smoke into his lungs.
Yeah.
It's a treatment for asthma.
Oh, is that Beesbury?
Yeah, it's Beesbury. And so I'm like, I don't think he's going to.
Oh no, he's gonna die soon. That dude's gonna die
He's
soon.
so sweet. He's like,
Yeah,
no, but it's like, no, that would be treason.
Yeah.
And then I blew the smoke in his face, said Outlander. And then Outlander also
there's 2 Outlander actors in this that are, but I have to say, Gray McTavish is like really.
I really liked Outlander.
I mean, apparently he's gonna get a scene next.
He does. He gets the
next episode.
Brothel, exactly. Natural selection.
Aww.
I loved him in Outlander.
Yeah,
I love Ned in Outlander. Poor scene.
Oh, both Ned.
Oh, you're right. Now that I'm like, I mean,
yes, Tara, we're still here. We've had some fights about Elizabeth. We've been going on about the monarchy.
I mean, and honestly, it's only been like 3.5 hours. Like we've been like queens.
Well,
of,
according to my clock, it's been 7 hours and 25
your
minutes.
rotation up in Canada is set up. God's trying to get rid of you.
3.5 hours.
I don't know what is going on. Why it's saying that?
Yeah, God said, "Can we speed up Canada a little bit? Thank you."
Yeah. No, Jack said, he goes, did you log into my Mac? That's why, because I'm on what's called a Hackintosh.
Yeah.
Hackintosh.
Listen to that, a MacBook in Canada. That's like
Yes,
a freaking like an electric car in caveman ages up there.
I have to say, I like the name Beesbury, and I think someone was saying that he has bees on his costume. I have to check it out.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's his name has flies.
Laris has flies.
He has fireflies.
He has. Well, we were looking at it. So he has fireflies in his cane, but he has actual houseflies on his buttons.
Which brings up the Owl City connection, which I brought up in a chat earlier.
Interesting.
Fireflies by Owl City. What is the connection with Owl City?
I actually grew up calling them lightning bugs.
Oh, did you really?
Oh, that's so cute.
That's so fun.
Yeah.
I grew up being scared.
I grew up in the Midwest, and I knew of them being called fireflies, but we just call them lightning bugs.
A Mac in Canada is like a beaver in air. Actually, Macs in Canada, like we have what's called a Mi'kmaq. I don't know if you guys know what that is.
Oh, I know what that's about. Yeah.
A Mi'kmaq is the indigenous people out in the East Coast, but we also have what are called Mix and Macs because we have the Macintosh, like we have the Scottish and the Irish, like the Mix and the Macs. So we have these jackets called Macs, which are they're kind of like reversible raincoats kind of thing, like you wear it with a sou'wester. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
No, we don't
No,
clothe our indigenous people in
absolutely.
different things, Heidi. Sorry.
I-
Sorry about that. But you go ahead and do whatever you guys are doing up there. That's pretty racist from what I can tell.
Oh,
yeah.
thanks, Mike. Very literally, Beesbury sigil, yellow and black. Oh, George is so like on the nose.
Get
Some of the
it.
stuff that George does, sometimes I'm like, yes, George.
I mean, he called the Tullys Elmo, Kermit, and goddamn Oscar. I think it was. It's like really.
That's so funny.
Just quickly speaking of Macintosh, this is my great grandmother Amanda.
She's beautiful.
What is the connection there?
Her last name was Macintosh.
You have a
there it
plate
is.
of her. How do you have a plate?
No, it's on cardboard.
No,
Oh.
I know, but it's like a plate. It's made for like they call them plates.
I mean,
I don't know, fashion plates.
my grandmother gave it to me.
That's amazing.
Rebecca, I'm
Oh,
pretty
I
sure
love
Heidi.
it.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure they eat their ancestors up there.
I
Just
think
go
the
with it.
reason why, Rebecca, why they're called plates, I could be wrong, is I think that they were originally etched on a metal plate and then printed, right, Tatiana? Is that why they're called metal plates? Or plates, I should say?
Fashion plates. I thought it was because of the derogative, or was it what that it was made out of glass plates, and you would take like a piece of glass, and you would create the photo, and it would end up etched on the plate of glass.
Oh, okay.
Well, I do have to actually go because it is getting late. This is though good. Remember those PC and Mac commercials with Justin Long, that scamp? Remember they were different.
And John Hodgman as
scamp?
PC.
No, they weren't, Heidi. These commercials. One was a PC, one was a Mac, and I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah, I remember.
They didn't always get along.
No, it's funny because I always
funny?
joke about that. So my husband is a Mac and I'm a PC, and I always say that we're a mixed marriage.
It's like an odd couple.
We are. We're a mixed marriage.
Immediately.
I'm on a Hackintosh.
If we're
So one side of the Hackintosh is PC, the other half is a Mac.
Although, like,
I mean, half of my family is iPhone. The other one is Samsung. So we're a mixed family.
Off the old
selection.
Mac versus PC, I would definitely pick you more as a Mac and Jack being more PC.
Really? I'm the PC.
Just based off those commercials.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
You're Justin Long and Jack is John
loves
Hodgman.
Mac. He's like obsessed with Macs.
Okay, so mobile devices, Apple, right? Actual PCs? No,
or Samsung.
No, they're not Samsung, but no, you don't want that. Mac actually sucks. And
I remember years ago I was.
I don't know what you would edit on, Rebecca, but I don't edit with fucking Apple at all.
No, Justin, I remember years ago I was having problems with my computer, and this is before Jack and I were married, and we were like texting each other. Well, actually, no, we didn't have text in those days.
Yeah, he sent the telegram on Western Union. Yeah,
and he's exactly Western Union, and he was like telling me when I was asking him what should I do. He basically told me I should throw out my computer.
Yeah, well, you don't because you can't
Mac.
No, see, an iMac sucks because you don't. Okay, Filmora sucks on Mac. Everything that I use sucks. I don't like using. I use Adobe Premiere and I use Filmora.
Yeah, Carl,
I love it on my
a big
PC.
Linux person too. Yeah.
Okay, Linux. It's like, oh, let me /command this and that. What? Be as cool as you want. I love Jack though. Jack's an awesome guy. But yeah, no, it makes things hard. It makes things. No, Jack's a smart guy. I'm not a hardware guy, but I like PC. But I won't buy anything that's not Apple for my mobile. That's how that goes. Because I'm not a hardware
guys. I just have to tell you, I've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm on my 6th can.
Damn, ho! I only nursed one.
This one is like pineapple mango, which is actually pretty good.
2 cans of my wine, which is basically like I've been through a bottle of wine. I'm on my 2nd whiskey.
It's actually, look at this though. It's only 80 calories.
Oh, that's good.
Per drink. Pretty good, eh?
But one might ask, at what point are you drinking the Always Sunny cans of wine? I love it.
Always Sunny in California wine?
No, in Always Sunny, Frank makes a joke. Frank Reynolds.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, about drinking wine, and because this was the last time Rebecca. I didn't know it was a thing now, but it is. You can actually get it everywhere. Harris Teeter everywhere. But somebody watched that episode. They're like, motherfucker, that's a good idea. Yeah. It's a great idea. I'm not against it whatsoever. Why the hell do I have to buy a glass bottle? Are you serious?
Wine in a can. Like I definitely go to public parks and beaches a lot, and like
Oh yeah.
wine
Are
is,
you
like,
in California?
No, I'm in
John,
New
it's
York.
okay. I'm in my basement, and, and when I'm done here, I'm just gonna go up to my bed. So it's like I'm not gonna hurt anybody or myself. Hopefully.
There's 6 people in Canada who she's gonna hit.
Exactly. I just have to get upstairs. And Jack's on the middle floor, so he'll meet me halfway.
Oh yeah.
He just got home.
Yeah,
he was in Ottawa, which is
no, I'm sorry. The only reason I asked is I went to Long Beach, and they told me when I bought my Corona that I couldn't drink it on the beach. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Well, I mean,
where?
Long Beach is
California.
Very,
in California.
Long Beach and Long Island. I'm assuming, right, Justin?
No. Long Beach,
in California.
Yeah.
No. California beaches are not nearly as fun as East Coast beaches.
Yeah, they suck. That's where liberals get shitty. I don't like it. I was like, what the hell is this? Like, everything about it sucked. I was like, this sucks.
I mean,
they let me do anything.
When I go to the
OFC
beach, I'm drinking, I'm smoking weed.
Yeah, no, but this is in the 2010. So like it just I was surprised about the things I couldn't do there when I was staying there. I was like, what
of course,
on a beach.
Yeah, I because we were right there in Studio City, so like when I went to the beach, like I couldn't drink.
By the way, Farhan is here. Farhan was supposed to
be
Farhan. So he's in the chat, and it's his birthday. Or
happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
All right, Farhan,
Farhan,
I'm getting off. You owe me $50 for filling in for you. You can PayPal me.
Farhan, we brought Justin in, and now we're all regretting it. No, I'm kidding.
And I know what a bad decision is, so go ahead and keep making them. All right. Thanks, everybody.
I would like to say to Farhan, like, happy birthday from a Libra to a fellow Libra.
Absolutely.
I hope you've been spending all of Libra season. We have like 2 more weeks, or like a week and a half.
I do have an answer.
It's your birthday until like the 22nd.
Yeah. So Farhan, like, and I was saying to him, like, it's not a problem. He can come out anytime he wants. I love Farhan. He came on. Actually, we did a couple of Lord of the Rings live streams because he's Middle Earth lore, like that's his moniker there. But anyway, Farhan, you're welcome anytime. But he's in school, and it's important to be studious, and also it was his birthday, so
yeah, send me those credit hours.
He's my fellow Canuck. There's only 6. Oh, Tatiana's gonna sing to you.
All right. Well, you ladies have been fantastic. The show's been all right. And Farhan, it's been your birthday technically, from what I hear. So that's okay with me.
Libra,
I do. Yep. Libra. I'm a Taurus. I don't know. Rebecca will tell you what I'm supposed to be doing. So,
well, I mean, like, Libras and Tauruses, like we're the cosigns of the zodiac. We're both ruled by Venus.
Oh, I just want to say before we move on move on. I just love all of you guys so much.
After I leave, after I die, you're gonna be able to move on.
I just love you guys so much. Oh, I love you. And the people in the chat also are awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no,
you guys
the
are really awesome.
Seriously. Very fun today. This
and even like when we did the live stream on Saturday, Justin popped in for a bit with I have to say I had this guest named Red Wolf, and Tatiana was there for a lot of it. He, by the way, he is just such like the biggest sweetheart. Like imagine just a big kind of bear of a man.
Imagine a hairy, large being. And then you're cuddling him.
Gun-toting Southern gentleman.
But he doesn't smell. He smells wild, but nice.
He's just the sweetest thing ever, though. Like he's just yeah, ma'am. Like, I adored him.
I love how he said, "I don't want to get into a debate about the schematics or whatever about Son of Ice and Fire." And then immediately went. I was like, I get it." Because that's how I am. Like, listen, anyway, I'm not going to get into this argument, and then I immediately start it.
But he said to me during the stream, he says, "This is just like the nicest group of people, except for Carl." But
yeah, that's why I'm going to thank these all because I'm leaving, but I'm going to leave it pending.
I'm just teasing you, Carl.
Because I'm going to download
Carl was going after him hard, but Carl, he really appreciated you. So just so you know that.
You hear that, Carl? You hear that?
Yeah.
I'm thanking everybody in the chat with a pending.
It's
a pending on your bank statement right now, my thank. So
but
I'm looking through the chat.
He was like, wow, because he was really nervous because he's got like he's like a nerd, and he, like all of us, and he has a learning disability or something like we all do, and so he was just like, oh, I'm kind of nervous, and I'm like, it's gonna be great. Our group are so awesome, and then he was just like, wow, this is such a nice group of people. So that was really lovely. So
yeah, you hear that, Carl? You hear what you do to people? Yeah. You sick son of a bitch. All right. All right. No, I'm just joking, man. No, it's fine.
Yeah, and it was funny because Justin actually, David Lightbringer really thought you were so funny, by the way.
No, I like
he
David.
hates me now because I was talking about placentas. So he really hates me.
Hey, gotta make it. Yeah,
it's part of my charm offensive.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. He put it right in his name. Like, you can't really blame him. And he's like,
no, you can. Okay, you can't just shine a light on shittiness and say I am aware. Okay, so like,
yeah, but his name's Carl Snark.
Yeah, but also, but he says,
can't.
But he left out
the
first.
With him about
but with his personality, he left out the charm. Is the issue? You know what I mean? So like, work on the charm part, Carl. No, I actually do. I was agreeing with Carl on some stuff. I was especially agreeing with Jackie, somebody that put something about, because there was an argument about rules being set in fantasy during that, and I did, because like you made a good point about, because like when we're talking about things, we are gonna nitpick as we do.
Yelling at people.
No, but we're gonna nitpick things. That's what we do.
We're gonna nitpick.
But if something is established within the story,
yeah, I always say I blame the showrunners.
No,
I always say it's their fault. They're the ones who created.
We need rules. We always need rules. So yeah, I found it fascinating.
I have to say, like, so earlier, like, I have been on Twitter more than I have been in a long time.
Twitter sucks, by the way. I'm gonna say.
Yeah, and it sucks. And
does it have people on it? Yeah.
I think we got into the Rhaenyra Allison fight like way too early in the stream, where it was like, oh no, like I can't remember who said it. It was like I had to do like a Libra vibe check because there was just a little bit like we're yelling and we're only like half hour in, and it's like this is like an hour in yelling kind of situation, but no, it is a weird, like for as long as Game of Thrones was on, like nothing was this intense. Like,
are you familiar with Jenkins? Are you familiar with fandom, like the study of it? I honestly believe, and I know it's hypocritical, that we ruin things. I honestly do believe it, that fandom ruins things. I feel that it's far too much considered when making us, anything from a film to a TV series. When storytelling now, I feel that fandom is dictating it way too much. Yeah. I feel that the lovers of it ruin. I feel we are our own demise.
So
yeah,
I'm a big fan of. I'm also.
Carl, I've had I don't even know how many drinks I've had here. Oh, by the way, before we move on, can I just mention? Peter says off topic. Heidi, are you doing a Wheels of Time? Is it Wheel of Time? Wheel of Time season?
I don't know. I'm not
breakdown. I think I don't even know if I think I watched it, but I don't know if I saw.
I can do one right now for you before I go. Do you want me to do it, Peter? It was terrible. There you go. Congratulations. No, I didn't like the show.
The trailer?
Well, season 2 costume trailer.
Oh, yeah, they wear clothes.
I don't even. Bam. You know what? I think I watched it on the weekend. I don't remember there being anything really significant. I'm gonna say though, maybe because I'm just such an easy fan of
I was gonna say rider, like easy rider.
Really I liked Wheel of Time, and Jack is like, Jack gets me. He kind of mellows me down. So we watched Wheel of Time. We watched Cursed, which I thought was actually a decent little show, but it got canceled. We watched The Witcher, obviously. I don't know. Like, I enjoy it. I always think more fantasy is better. Even if it's not as good, it's always better, because then it kind of brings fantasy to the forefront. It makes it legitimate. It gives it credibility. It puts it on the stage.
It does. It does.
I mean, in the
Tatiana, what she's saying.
In the 90s, like fantasy was pretty much dead until Lord of the Rings happened. Lord of the Rings revived it, and then it went into another slump until Game of Thrones.
Which is ironic because Lord of the Rings is really the exception to fantasy. It really was. You know
and
what I mean?
Shadow and Bone. Sorry, that was the other one.
Yeah,
Shadow
no.
and Bone.
See, and in context of Wheel of Time, I binged it
Sure.
to do a stream with Heidi. So like I was under stress to watch it. So like anytime you go into something like a douchebag like I did, I'm like, oh, I have to watch this. And I was like, oh, too slow. But it's like, why do I think it's too slow? Because I have 12 hours to do a stream and I'm binging it. Like that's probably got a lot to do with my problems with the pacing.
I just like, you know, I guess I kind of like, you know, I don't know. There's so much bad television out there. And so when I watch these shows, oftentimes I still think there's something there. Yeah. And it may not be like, you know, it may not be as prestige television or whatever they say, but it's still kind of fun. Like Jack and I, for instance, this is just an example. We're watching the MC Universe, the Hulk. What is it?
That's
Motorola.
She-Hulk.
I thought you meant Motorola.
Sorry, She-Hulk. And Jack got me going. You know, you got me watching it, and I was like, I don't understand the fandom. Like everybody hates this show. It's such a fun little show. It's kind of like a Charlie's Angels.
Because of their expectation of it.
Well, I mean, I definitely like. I'm someone who like really dislikes that show. Like,
oh, you do? Okay, that's fine.
I
that's
watched
fair.
3 episodes, and it was just like, this is not how I want to spend my time.
But Becks,
and
it's
that's
a lady,
totally legitimate. That's totally legitimate.
I've never seen it, but it's a lady lawyer that gets mad, right?
Well, like I don't.
It's campy. It's campy.
But it also wasn't like my kind of campy.
Yeah.
Totally. And that's a very fair thing.
Yeah, where it was like I was like,
well, doesn't
I love campy, but it was like too sitcom for me.
Yeah. If you love campy, Beck, have you seen RRR? The movie RRR.
Are you forgetting the G and the M?
No, it's called RRR. It's an Indian movie. It's on Netflix. And it is like the most fun bro camp you will ever see. Like honestly, you will not feel the 3 hours. You will not.
Is it a Bollywood movie?
No. It's a Tollywood movie. It's okay.
Well, I'll say before I go.
And honestly, it's so extra.
I'm talking about leaving. What's going on?
The 3 letters, they stand for the names of the 2 main leads and the director. That's how extra it is. They changed it for the Americans to mean like rise, revolt, and whatever, because it's a fictional depiction of real life revolutionaries during the British occupation of India. And bitch, they go at it so fucking hard. Oh my god, it's so good. And the guy that plays the policeman, oh my god, he's so fucking hot. Oh, that can do things to me all day.
I love how Tatiana just kind of stiffens.
Yeah. No, but it is.
She just stiffens. She's so hot.
Bring it back to Hot D. Can we talk about Arik and Eric?
Yeah. No, it's nice to find hidden gems, so I find that. So, but you ladies have a good conversation, all right?
I don't think Wheel of Time is meant to be campy. Oh, we were talking about, I was talking about She-Hulk. So like, okay, so like you guys don't like it. I think I'm kind of in the room of like Alicia. If you don't like something, just don't watch it. Like, you know what I mean? There's some shows that I've watched when I'm like, I really didn't like it. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something. There was something recently I watched it.
And that's what I did.
Totally.
I did a couple shows of She-Hulk, and I'm like, you know.
Honestly,
I'm definitely at the point. It's like I am not watching every Marvel thing that they like try to shove down my throat. And
well, like Natural Selection, I watched 3%. I think that's Brazilian. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I loved it. I thought it was awesome. Yeah, you can hate watch things, but like I turned to Jack and I go, I don't really get why everyone's like so angry about this show. Like it's just like it feels kind of like a Charlie's Angels. Like it feels like it's not prestige television. It's not good television, but it's not awful. It's not like, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, it's just kind of silly. in
Yeah,
a way.
It's silly, but it like I don't know.
Yeah.
Just like, and I love comedy, but it was like,
Oh,
maybe
see,
a
I
little
got
bit
it right. Natural
dry.
Selection, yes, said yeah, 3%. Great show, a Brazilian show. I really
Although
loved it.
I did adopt and AK, who's no longer here, like she got me into it. Like I definitely now eat Cheetos with chopsticks.
Uh,
I'm gonna
Nice.
try that. I gotta
Oh
try
no, I
it.
think like there was a stream, like I was like super drunk on it. I had like a big bag of like family size like puffed Cheetos I was eating with chopsticks.
Yeah.
I wish I had them right now.
Yeah, when I'm talking about Charlie's Angels, I mean like the 1970s Charlie's Angels.
Oh,
It was-
I know. I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
funny because when the first time I saw Charlie's Angels, I walked into my brother's. Yes, exactly. I walked into my brother's room, and they showed them in like a ball of fire kind of thing, with the.
Yeah.
And that was honestly, that was my first situation where I ever saw an example of female empowerment. It was like pretty crazy. So that's kind of why like She-Hulk kind of reminds me of that. It kind of has that feeling to me of that.
I have
Of a
very
1970s female empowerment.
I have
And she's kind of a mess, but she's
I
like,
have very strong memories of Charlie's Angels and Wonder Woman. Like
Yes.
Linda Carter.
I love Linda Carter.
This is like the funniest story that I tell in my family, and my mom is just like, I have no memory of this. But when I was a kid, I have a very clear memory telling my mom, like, I'm gonna live forever and da da, and she sat me down and she like had to tell me about death.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
and
gosh.
and even though like and I just remember I was like, but I'm gonna be Wonder Woman. And she's like, my mom has no memory of this, but I have every memory of it. It's so funny.
Yeah, I had my first example of death was when my cat died, and
Oh.
like my dad drove over the cat, I guess, and
oh my god.
yeah, like in the driveway, and then my mom and I was like, "Where's the cat?" And she's like, "Oh, the cat's gone to heaven." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And then that's sort of how I learned about death.
I learned about
cat,
death,
but that would have been pretty crazy. I'm
My
trying to think how I would have managed that as a mom. I'm not even sure how I would
Well,
have managed that.
when our family cat like I went to the emergency vet, like I was there during the whole process, and like my poor mom, and and I've put down, well, I put down one of my cats like this summer, and like there was a little bit I was like, I am so much older than my mom, than we put down our cat when I was a little kid. And like I didn't have to like deal with like explaining like the cat got hit by a car, like, but yeah,
By the way, sorry,
hard.
did Justin just leave?
He said,
I think he just left. I think he was like, he kept going, okay, before I leave. And I'm like, so did he just leave? Is this what happened?
I think he left. I don't know.
We should probably wrap up because I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've had 6.
You're on number 6. Like your 6-pack is dried up.
I have a few more in the fridge if I really need to.
Well,
but I am. Oh, sir, Natural says I am tired of the world-ending narrative. Just like, let it end at this point. Can we keep doing this every 3 months or so?
But so let's get into the oh, thank you so much, John. He was I'm gonna send the picture to Heidi. Like I got my my memorial tattoo.
Oh.
But while I look for it, but should we talk about like that Allison, like the end scene and like what that means. Like,
Oh yeah.
Of course.
like I think we
yes.
need to talk about that
We need to
before
talk about
we get
Yeah.
off the
Let's see if I can find a
stream.
picture.
Yeah, that was like wow. I honestly at first I thought it was a misunderstanding, and that annoyed me that this whole thing came about because of this the whole dance comes about because of the misunderstanding. But then I thought about it and I read what I saw various reviews on it. And I think it's more that she chose to willfully interpret what she wanted out of Viserys' rambling to suit her own purposes.
Mm-hmm.
That's because like bitch, you just saw your husband get out of his deathbed, hobble all the way to the throne room, to the throne, to publicly bag his daughter. And you think at the very, very last minute, he says, you know what? No,
Like,
Aegon should be
I
king.
want the rapist's son to be.
Yeah, I want the weirdo that we raised to be the king. That's it. It's like, girl.
Yeah.
Girl.
But
That she
I will at least say, like, I am. And I know Justin's not gonna like. I'm going
not
to
here.
allow for the next episode to give it a little bit more nuance, but it's also like to a certain degree, it's like I actually believe where Allison is as a character. It's like, oh, you're definitely gonna glom onto any like fucking bullshit thing that's going to make your shitty son be like, oh, okay, he's actually fine. And like kind of like justify his like shitty behavior. I don't know. It's like it's gonna be really like fine line that she's gonna walk, but also knowing that I don't think the writers I don't think they're ever going to make her sympathetic in this. Like, she's gone, she's done. Like,
yeah, no.
she's
She's
like
the dark side.
Allison.
About what rating change? She's asking. National's asking if Jessica got mad about the rating change.
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
No, I think he was just like, I gotta go. I'm done.
yeah.
That's Justin. It's okay. He's not mad.
It's just that like Allison and Rhaenyra are the tale of two mothers and how they raised their children. Like like Rhaenyra, she understands her kids. She because let's be clear, both Allison and Rhaenyra bred Jace and Aegon to be kings because Jace is Rhaenyra's heir, and Aegon is Allison's heir. But how they raise them to be heirs is starkly different. Like Allison filled Aegon's mind that, oh, you're the prince, you're the heir, you're this, you're that, you're above everything, and then neglected him and only ever at least as far as we have seen, only ever treats him with like an iron fist, saying this is now becoming of a prince. But bitch, you gave him this sense of superiority by telling him that he's a Targaryen, he's gonna be the king, and the king does what he wants, and then neglects him.
So, like in the scene where she like confronts him, and then like all of a sudden he's like boo hoo hoo, and he's like, I can never live up to your expectations. Where it was like, well, fuck you, like that has nothing to do with the fact that you raped somebody. But there's a little bit like there's just something that has been so imbalanced, and I appreciate. I'm gonna say, like, I wonder overall in this first season, was it a mistake trying to like do too much to like make Allison and Rhaenyra friends?
I don't think so. I still think it's a positive. I still think
yeah.
it's a positive.
But I mean, but that's definitely a book, like a change from the books. Like they have enough of an age difference where it's like they were like, you know, they weren't.
Yeah, like
friends.
I was just thinking about that scene with Cersei where she's talking about how she wants Joffrey to be kind to Sansa, and that she should give her a gift. He should give her a gift or something.
Cersei is it's such a different, but it's not. But it is.
Because I was thinking about how she says, you know, you're gonna have princes and this type of thing, and then she says, and if you want to have your painted horse,
Like
you can have your painted horse.
Yeah, no, but there's a little bit like they have not.
Like
Well,
I
guess
really buy into.
They actually have given in.
Yeah, I really
Allison,
buy into
like,
the development of
Joffrey
being a spoiled, entitled brat.
You know,
whereas I still don't feel it with Aegon. I still don't
well,
feel that.
no, but because we haven't actually gotten it with Aegon, we have not. Like right now, like we know it is, but we have not. We haven't actually seen Aegon in action. Like we've only seen collateral damage.
Yeah. And also I'm just thinking as a mom who had her kids later. Like I mean Allison is really like a teen mom, right? Like she had her first children at 16 and 16, 17, kind of 17. So she was like a teen mom. She was a married mom, but she was a teen mom. And she didn't have the world experience yet. She didn't have that sort of like, I always say when you're a mom, they don't hand you a book. They don't give you, here's the book on being a mom. You kind of have to figure it out as you go along.
You know, it's so
well, and there's also because I do agree with you. She was a teen mom, whereas Rhaenyra, I'm pretty she probably had like Jace was probably early, but like Luke and obviously Joffrey and the rest, they came later in life, so she had more experience. That and you also have to take into account that she has after the wedding. After Rhaenyra's wedding, she has a lot of resentment for Rhaenyra, and she most likely took that out on her kids. The resentment and the bitterness that she couldn't take out on Rhaenyra, she took out on her kids.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, no, she's definitely like her character is like I am bitter, and I am like like. It like she's holding it together like it's sorry guys like I've had a couple.
Okay.
But I don't know like I think of Allison versus Cersei a lot, and especially in this episode where had Cersei been like had Cersei been like brought to like this like maid was raped and blah blah blah, like I mean Cersei would have had her fucking killed, and like also wouldn't have like believed her, like she would have been like you're lying, and it's like fuck the moon to you, like kill that bitch, but Cersei was so her I don't think like Allison's ambitions up until maybe this episode, like I think her thing has always been like I just want my children to be alive, but also at the same time like being fed, like I don't know, like as much as
there's a precedence for sure. There's a precedence for Cersei was damaged, long before. Way before. Whereas I don't think Allison was. I think Allison was actually like a good person. And
but here's also like the other thing, like I think Cersei was just a bad fucking person.
Oh yeah.
You know, like I don't think like, I mean, she obviously had like she suffered loss and like she was raised by another bad person. Like, but like people are like bad people. Like,
They are, yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Well, Allison, I suspect she want. Okay, it's a little bit again. Like I don't know. I keep using Walter White as an example. So at the beginning, Walter White wants to. If you guys know the reference I'm making.
Yeah.
In Breaking Bad, he at the beginning he just needs to pay for his cancer treatments, right? Like he just needs to make enough money to pay for his cancer treatments and keep his family out of like
Poverty.
That
poverty
yeah.
and like bankruptcy or whatever, and honestly it's like a statement about the American healthcare system, from my opinion.
Oh yeah,
Anyway.
no,
Oh, absolutely.
like
Yeah.
the main bad guy in like Breaking Bad is like American
The
healthcare system.
Yeah. But then later, when he does get a little bit of a taste of the power, he, I'm Heisenberg kind of thing. He starts to actually like, enjoy it. He enjoys the power.
I'm the one that knocks.
Yes, exactly. So
Well,
it's
and-
like
and
I kind of
especially
feel like that
like,
is a little bit what's happening a bit with Allison, maybe, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean,
I can see that.
yeah. But but also a little bit different because like this is not like an out of nowhere where all of a sudden she's like, what is this power? Like she has this like being drilled into her like from her father, and like
well, the thing with her fingers, I mean, she's got there's a lot of pressure, a lot of anxiety. Like she's a teenager, I mean, this is like a lot of young people. I mean, I used to bite my nails. I mean, she's like picking at her fingers. This is just sort of like teen angst. You could argue perhaps it's anxiety. A lot of young people have anxiety.
And like we never see her do that after when she's an adult.
But you also see her like she's like constantly like
holding her hands to just talk.
Never at rest. Like like even when she's like, standing, and it's like, yeah, that might be like a little bit regal, but it's also like
maybe she's trying not to hold back from biting her nails.
Yeah. And it's like, just like even being in this position, it's like even when I like when I go to sleep, like I have to like hold my hands when I go to sleep. Like it helps me like go to sleep.
I think it's like, I think they're like coping mechanisms. Like her father is like really done a number on her. I mean, her mother's been gone. I wonder if like her mother had been there, if things would have been different for her. But because her mom's not there and her father is so ambitious, I suppose.
I definitely think this is going to be one of those like, we were so like, and we love the young actresses, but like now that we're in the midst of the older actor, like the aged up actors, and so slow, like they have been like very purposely like slow paced episodes. I definitely like, I'm looking forward to like after the season ends, like doing like a rewatch over like
me too.
Like,
exactly. I was saying that earlier.
It
needs to be kind of watched as a package, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, the season overall has been both fast and slow, because like I've heard of people saying, oh, it's rushing along, but my stepdad and my dad says it's so slow. It's
again, it's the pacing, the episodes that are slow. Like even this episode, like just like the movement of like that first shot, and like it drove me nuts. Like initially I was like, yes, yeah. But it was like, oh, you're just like going to go over this, like, all right, we're looking at a wood chair. And at some point it's like,
It's a big chair though.
but it's not that big. Where we're like learning a shit ton of information. Like, it was a bad choice. Like, but there was something about the episode I respected. It was like they kept with that, like, almost like every new location you're at, you got a long pan. Whether it was from back, like the first time you saw the Iron Throne, like that was a great one.
Mm-hmm.
Good one was when Rhaenys was at the Heart Tree. And it's like, why was Rhaenys at the Heart Tree? Do you think she was there because
She was contemplating.
Well,
It's
no,
like,
like,
Heart Tree is a place of contemplation and rest.
no. Let me fit. Like, do you think she was there because? Do you think she was there because, like, she had like a childhood connection there? Like, there's a little bit, like, she grew up in the Red Keep, and it's like this, the Heart.
I mean, considering how different the Red Keep is now that the Greens are in power, with the High Towers are in power, that is so stark. Because in the making of and inside the episode, they say, oh, we purposely, because like it used to be so vibrant and full of life and full of people and all this stuff, and now it's so empty and stark and like a monastery. And the Heart Tree is probably like one of the few places that hasn't changed.
Right.
That's probably why she was at the Heart Tree.
Yeah. But I also like my head canon is like she also has been at the Heart Tree before. Like, like,
yeah, that too. That could work.
Yeah. Although it's one thing I can't remember. It's like, I mean, they've obviously had a Godswood at King's Landing, but I don't know if they had Heart Trees.
As far as from what I've heard, at least by the time of Game of Thrones, no, there wasn't a Heart Tree. Although apparently, and someone pointed this out in another video, Sansa, she like prays in front of us on a stump of a weirwood tree.
Okay.
When Marjorie goes to see her and she's like praying on top of a stump, that's the stump of a Heart Tree. So between then and now, it could have gone down.
Yeah. There is an oak tree instead of a weirwood in the main story. I was thinking about Allison as well. What was I going to say? I was going to say something better. Or you guys keep talking, I'll remember.
Oh.
Watermelon. But honestly, this going into the dinner, this smile that Viserys has on his face when he sees his family just laughing and having a good time, I'm just like, I'm not crying, you're crying. This is nothing. This is just my mascara getting into my eye. I'm okay. It was so beautiful. I'm like, why? And then
I know what I was gonna say. I was just thinking, because watching The Empress, like The Empress is just an example of a young adult story where you have a young female heroine who is unruly and breaks the rules, and
she's not like other girls.
She's a wild spirit and all that. And one of the things that's sort of interesting about Allison is she's none of those things, right? She's not a wild spirit.
She's none of those things.
She's none of those things. So she's not like a heroine. Like, and in Rhaenyra, they do her kind of that way. Like, so Rhaenyra is supposed to be that person, I suppose. But even then, they don't really do.
Well, definitely.
I mean, like, producers told the actresses, Allison is a Trump supporter and Rhaenyra is punk rock.
Well, they told Olivia Cook that.
No, I think also Emily.
I mean, they might have, but like I know they told adult Allison that for sure.
Yeah.
Although,
But I'm imagining like
younger Allison.
I'm imagining you're like a devoutly religious person. Like you're, you know, you don't even have to go to you don't even have to go as far as an evangelist or something. You could be like, you could just be a very devoutly religious person and a spiritual person. And whereas Rhaenyra is not.
I don't even think it, like, with young Allison, it actually has to do with like that deep. It's just like, this is what we were taught to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I mean. Like in terms of like devout, you're devout because you have duty.
Well,
like you have duty.
Well, duty is more. I know.
But just imagine you're an evangelist and you believe like sex out of marriage is mortally a sin, and you will go to hell if you do that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Whereas Rhaenyra is just like, oh, fuck that. Like, she doesn't believe that.
I don't even think, like, Allison at that point is thinking about, like, hell, where she's just like, you have so many more choices than I do. And one thing I really, like push against, like, anybody when everyone's like, Allison is like the victim of marital rape, and it's like,
yeah,
like,
thanks,
like,
John.
It like, no, I mean, that is a different kind of topic that we're dealing with. And
but on social media, like, people were saying, let's say if Allison had gone to Rhaenyra. First of all, Allison was not completely above board about everything, right? Like, she was going to her father's chambers because of her father. She wasn't completely honest with that. She would have said to Rhaenyra at any time, I've been visiting your dad. My dad wants me to keep your father company. And she could have had her father dismissed. But then, of course, she probably would have had to have left the kingdom as well. But it probably could have been stopped. It could have probably been stopped at any time. So she technically lied by omission the whole time, right?
And and then she gets on Rhaenyra's grave over lying when she was lying.
But also at some point, like, she was very specifically told by Viserys, which I think was probably like a bad characterization, like, where he was like, he basically said, I don't want you to tell my daughter, your friend, about this.
Yeah, but imagine you're being molested by somebody on by a coach or something. You're being molested by a coach. You're being groomed by somebody on like a gymnastics team, and they're going to say, don't tell your parents.
Yes.
Don't tell a family member about this.
Yeah.
It kind of falls into that type of thing.
It's in that category which is young Allison is like, who I want to, like, I want to protect her, but also at the same time, like,
now there were now in the book, apparently, though, and I don't know if this, like, because it's an unreliable narrator. There were rumors that she was actually she was already sleeping with Viserys.
Well, in the book, she's older.
She's older, yeah.
Like, you know,
she doesn't have those.
And they've aged him up too. Like, I mean, he's supposed to just be in his 20s, and people go, "Well, it's not any different."
Like, he would have been in his 30s.
No, they say he's not even 30 by the time Emma dies. He's not even 30 by the time Emma dies.
Oh, okay.
So he's not.
Remember, Rhaenyra is like 8.
Imagine you're a young woman and you're hanging out with a man.
Talk about, like, I mean, I'm sorry, like the image of Viserys and Daemon. And they're probably only like 2 or 3 years.
No, I know. They're like, and it's funny because they haven't aged Matt Smith at all.
Right.
And then they've done this, like, because I remember going, oh my God, like, he looks so old. Like, I thought they were going to do some de-aging, but they decided to, instead of, because he started at like 50, right? They started to just age him up instead.
You were off camera earlier where it's like,
Mm-hmm.
so it's apparently a form of leprosy.
Yes.
Which
they had said it before.
I guess like I missed something like episodes ago that said it was, but
Yeah.
I read an interview with Patty who said it was a type of leprosy, like an uncontagious, like a non-contagious leprosy.
Right.
Okay, but although I have to say, like in the condition that he was in, I'm gonna call bullshit on it. Like, there's no way he would have been alive. Like, there's no way. He had actually muscle exposed there. Like,
yeah, I mean,
but no,
do you want to watch a fantasy story or not?
Totally. No, it's fine. I'm totally happy with it. But what I'm saying is, in the books, imagine you're like 14 or 16 and you're keeping company with a man in his 20s. And hopefully, if he's handsome, that wouldn't be too bad. Like, when I was 14, I had a couple of teachers that I thought were like, pretty attractive. And I would have been like delighted to have kept company with them. But they aged him up, so it made it kind of a little weirder, I think. So I don't know if you guys, we've lost Rebecca.
No, I'm here.
Oh, so do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I know
you're in your teens. Like, I had a friend years ago. This is really weird. I had a friend who had an affair with a man who was, I think he was 30, maybe even in his 30s. So she was like 15, 16. She had an affair with a man in his 30s. And I remember, like, when she came back and told me about it, we were like, oh my God! We were like, thought it was like the greatest thing ever, like, to hear this story. But of course, knowing it now, I'm like, oh my God, that's awful.
So here's the thing. And I think we're going to, like, cross streams on, like, some issues here. But one thing I really dislike right now is like taking agency away from young women. Like, to a certain degree, like, there's obviously a lot of grooming. There is
I'm so sorry, Jackie. That is just awful.
There's I feel like one thing that like people love to do is take agency away from young women. But also like whether like it's like I think like indirectly they also like to take agency away from young women. It's like, I'm sorry, like we were all teenagers and we probably dated somebody like inappropriately older than us at some point. But it's also like we made those choices, and just because like you're like 15, 16 years old doesn't mean like you don't have agency. I don't know.
Yeah, it was funny. Like it was funny when I was like just out of college. I was dating this guy. He was musical. What was he? Like, he was a musical director on a show I was working on, and we had an affair. And my mom met him, and she said, How old is that guy? And I'm like, oh, like, he's in his 40s. She's like, there's no way. My mom.
Oh, well, how old were you?
I was like I think I was 30.
Oh,
because I went to college. I went to college late. But so I was 30.
30 and he was in his 40s. Like, that's
no. He wasn't in his 40s. My mom was like, "There's no way in hell that guy is in his 40s. He was probably in his like maybe late 50s."
Oh.
And I remember going, "Oh well," like, Like it didn't really matter. Like it didn't really matter.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. I
No,
mean,
and then
that-
years
that-
later, I had another relationship with a guy. So we go out, like sorry, you guys, I have to tell you all my personal stories.
Oh,
We
I
went-
love your person.
We met, and then what had happened was, I'm trying to remember what happened was. So we went out, and he was like, "How old are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm like, I don't even know what I told him I was. I think I told him I was in my late 20s." And then he said he was like 27 or something. But it turned out I was in my 30s and he was in his early 20s. So, which isn't such a huge
Cougar.
I know, I was a total cougar. So then what had happened was I went and I met up with my friend, and he owns a hair salon, and he was like telling me about his client. And it turned out that this guy I'd been having this little affair with, the woman who was his client was his son, her son, I should say. And I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm having an affair with your client's son?" Like, because he was a golf pro. That was the one thing I remembered. And I was like, I got to break it off. But the thing I was like, I said to my friend, I don't understand why this guy is interested in me. Like, I think it turned out he was 23. And I was like, maybe in my early 30s. And I was like, why would he be interested in me? And he's like, "Hello, Heidi. You're like, you're in your early 30s. Like, he's in his early 20s. Like, because I couldn't believe it. I was just like, wouldn't he want to be going out with girls his own age? Like, I didn't understand. I think I didn't understand what he saw in me. He looked like, who he looked like? He kind of looked like a very young John Travolta, which I know you guys are going to be like, that's kind of weird, but he did. He was very, very sexy.
Like
sexy as
Grease
fuck.
It does get cold in Canada. I'm giving you,
Like-
well, I mean, these were two separate things. Like I had my theater guy, and then I had my very, very old man with dentures. I think he had dentures. And then I had my very young guy. But I remember it was so funny. My mom going, "How old do you think he is?" I'm like, "I don't know. He's like 44 or something." She goes, "No, he's not. He's not 44, Heidi. You're so stupid." He was like well into his 50s. But then at the same time, like Jack is 50. Jack is 55, and he doesn't look like, my husband.
Right now, I turned 44. Like, how do I measure
he's
up
not that old.
to that guy?
No, not at all. No,
You
he
don't-
looked like Amadeus. He looked like Mozart. He had like the white hair, like Snow White hair.
Oh my God! Can we do an Amadeus?
We should.
Yeah.
Oh
We
my
should
God.
totally do Amadeus.
Yeah.
Totally, I'm totally down to do one.
No.
Amadeus.
No.
Amadeus.
No. The musical composer. He wasn't married. He had been married, and then it was so funny. And then it's funny. I did this other show, and at the opening night, David, the older man that I had an affair with, he was there. He looks so old. I mean, he didn't look as old as Viserys, but I was like, "Oh my God, he's like a fucking senior citizen now."
Oh, wait, what?
He looked like a senior citizen, like the guy I had an affair with like years earlier. He looked like, it was so funny. I'm at this opening night, and he's over there, and I go over, I'm like, "David," and he's like, "Heidi, oh my God," and I'm like, he looked like a senior citizen. It was really, really surreal to have.
You're like,
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. So David, yeah, he was a senior citizen then.
David
was a senior citizen.
One of the things
He didn't look like Viserys though. He still had his face intact.
at
But
least
for all I know, he could be dead now. It's so weird now that I think about it. He could be dead. It's so crazy.
That's sad.
Sorry, telling all about my sex. We should probably wrap things up. I should go to bed. What time is it? I told the kids that I was gonna just go up one floor, check in with Jack, and then go up to the next floor and go to bed.
It's 11:33. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just wrap things up. What do you ladies, you lovely ladies, have anything else you want to add?
I
2
feel
more
like-
episodes to go. Is there anything exciting that you're excited to see in the next episode?
Well, I want to see hands getting thrown down. it's gonna get spicy now. It's gonna start getting spicy. Although apparently the war is a bit slow going because they got to get them allies. So I think that might happen.
I feel bad for Beesbury. I don't know if he's gonna make it. He's such an honorable man. I mean, anytime you're an honorable person in the Westeros universe, you're dead.
Also, I would like to see them actually put maybe a little bit of gray hair on Krispy Kreme, because if you think that Damon hasn't aged, Krispy Kreme hasn't aged shit.
It's been 16, 20 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, and I saw him on, by the way, Jimmy Kimmel, or no, not the Tonight Show, and I think he was wearing bell bottoms. The actor.
How?
I was like, is he wearing bell bottoms?
I love bell bottoms.
They had a little bit of a flair to them, and I was like, yeah. And his name it's not Fabian, it's Fabian.
Oh, Fabian.
It's Fabian Frankel, not Fabian.
Fabian.
Yeah, he should have more gray for sure. And like Harold,
because at least David, he has an excuse, but like he ain't got no excuse, like none.
Fabio, yes.
But
Fabio.
but also at the same time, it's like, fuck it. It's like, like when you like start adding like fake shit, like fake like coloring that's like not proper, like dyed, like he's
younger than Damon hasn't aged at all. Like Damon's got like Damon.
Yeah, but like Damon is a Time Lord. Damon is a Time Lord. So that has a different excuse there. The Time Lord has white hair.
Oh no, and like considering like Damon and Viserys are like brothers.
Yeah.
Like
that are 3 years apart.
Age brothers, like
they're supposed to be like 3 years apart.
Yeah.
Although Damon is probably like he's probably the actor is probably aligned closely with what his age should be. Because I think he's in his early 40s. Whereas
where like Matt Smith is like,
yeah, I think he's in his early 40s. Whereas Patty is 50. I think he's 50 plus now. Yeah, I think he's in his early 40s. Yeah, and then Patty is 50. So Patty is presenting like 70. Like
Patty is like, like 150.
Mm-hmm.
It's like missing eyes and
I don't even know if people why didn't somebody, I know you guys thought I was mean for saying this, but sorry, why didn't somebody smother him with a pillow? Like if I were his, honestly, valet,
I'll be honest, I thought Allison was gonna do that at the end of the episode.
Yeah, me too. I did think that. Damon should be roughly 47 at the latest episode. Okay. So he's older than the actor.
Okay.
And
but also I need to ask, what do y'all think Viserys meant when he said "no more, no more"? What do you think? When like his last?
Oh no, I thought that was just him saying like, I'm done, no more.
I thought it's like no more. I thought it was like no more pain, no more conflict. Yeah. I've done. I've done
like no more, like no more for this mortal word.
Oh, no more milk.
Like that was him saying.
Yeah, the other thing is, if you've had a loved one on morphine, it's awful. Like, which is kind of what milk of the poppy is. It has horrible, horrible side effects. Yeah, well, I mean, they probably like. I mean, what they do nowadays is they give you a morphine drip and they just give you a little bit too much, and then which is.
Well, I know,
No more.
And him saying, Emma saying, "My love."
Well,
that was really sweet.
But this is also like where like this is such a big stupid plot hole, because anybody like obviously like
don't worry, Carl, I won't smother you with a pillow.
Fucking drugged up, and where it's like all of a sudden she's like oh, you're obviously saying something important after all these like years of you being like incapacitated and drugged up. Like, it's infuriating. It's infuriating that like, all of a sudden it's just like,
That's why. Yeah, that's why I'm reading it as she is willfully misunderstanding. She's just taking what he's saying and twisting it for her own purposes.
I even like, God, if I kind of wish there was a scene like to make it all make more sense. Like there was a scene where he like stood up and all of a sudden had like all this like weird fucking energy and like made it a little bit more weird. Like where I can like get it, where it's all of a sudden she's just like my dying husband who has been like drug addled for years at this point, like is now saying like my rapist son is the prince who was promised. It's like, okay, now there's a little bit like we might have to see her like deal with it, but we're not.
It's almost like I would want to take a glove and just smack her with a glove. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
but then also at the same time, it's like this is why we have a show. It's like,
yeah,
like if everything
actually that's what something together. I want to mention. That felt very Shakespearean to me, by the way. That was the other thing. The mistaken identity, like you get in the 12th night and so on. Yeah. It felt very much that mistaken identity, and the fact that it will likely not get cleared up. It won't get cleared up. There's no way to clear it up, actually, because he can't correct her on what he was saying. And so unless she was to have a conversation, like it's supposed to be private, right? The prophecy is supposed to be handed down to the next king or queen. So that was supposed to be really like a kind of like a private conversation. So it's not like there'll ever be an opportunity where Rhaenyra will be like, what are you talking about, Allison? No. He's talking about the prophecy of Aegon and the prince was promised, not your fucking,
well, but I think like son. I mean Allison doesn't know that, so I think she's gonna
no, she doesn't know. What I'm saying is, unlike Shakespeare, so that's where it feels kind of like a Shakespearean tragedy.
Yes,
kind of like
it's like Romeo and Juliet with the when the
they kind of miss each other.
When the father when the priest or the monk tries to tell Romeo about the plan with him and Juliet, but it never gets to him, and he thinks something else.
There's a really good movie coming out, Tatiana. Have you seen it? It's like it's supposed to be where there's this girl. She's actually in love with Romeo, but he's in love with Juliet. And she's sort of like a feisty kind of female heroine kind of thing. And she's like, I'm thinking of killing myself. And she's just, I'm thinking of doing this plot where I'll drug myself and he'll think that I'm dead, but I'm not dead. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why would you do that? And then it turns out she's taken the drug already. And she's like, did you take it already? And then her friend is like completely comatose. It looks so funny.
So
what's it called?
Oh yeah, Rosamund. I think it's Rosamund. Rosamund.
Yeah. Can we actually just like quickly like shout out like everybody who's been watching us this whole time? Like,
Allison has pissed of the Canadian. What does that mean? So she knows.
Off the Canadian.
Pissed off the Canadian. Yes, exactly. Heidi has the Crab King's hammer and clock for some DIY. I have a picture of his hammer. We actually talked about it on the live stream on Saturday. It was so funny, and it's kind of like it's kind of like when you beat when you hammer veal or something, it's kind of
hammer fold.
You're hammering it to tenderize it. It's kind of got that. His hammer, oh my god, it's so funny. You guys are awesome.
He
Oh, National Selection saying Allison has pissed off the Canadians, so you know she's
I
bad.
need to
Yeah.
know more. Tell me
So
more
funny.
about his hammer.
Yeah,
So,
it's like
no.
it's like a tenderizing hammer on one side, and then the other side is just like total action. It's just like no messing around. And I wish
what Bag
I wish
wants that hammer should do to her. So
I wish
it's
the
fine.
Red Dragon was here, or the sorry, not the Red Dragon,
The Red Queen.
Red Wolf was here to explain it because it was real. He had such a great explanation of this hammer. Oh my god, that guy! Yeah, I miss him. He was only in episode 3 or something, and he didn't get. I don't think he got the death he deserved.
Oh,
Crab hammers never
my
hurt.
second husband, the crab feeder.
Yes.
Yes,
I mean, like my first husband is Harwin.
Harwin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
But
Although just so you know, I'm the mistress.
like there
You're
was
the-
something
you're the
about like the crab
You're the
feeder
mistress.
is like
The crab feeder
Like,
has a harem of
you
women,
know
I'm
what?
sure.
I was like, I can't explain it. It's like, but it was
Crab hammers never hurt.
oh, Mike boy, you
If you only
don't know.
if you
But-
only knew.
Oh my god! But
I thought it would have been fun actually if somewhere on his hammer he would have had like a crab, the cracker, like you used to eat crab with.
yeah,
Like there would have been something built into that.
yeah. I
I
think
don't know.
that's
He
a
may
little
not like.
too
Maybe he
modern.
didn't like eating crab. Maybe that was just those crabs were pretty vicious too. Those were hungry, very hungry crabs.
Yeah,
A little
I
bit,
mean,
yeah.
no clue if like crabs actually act that way.
Oh, probably not.
No,
Oh, absolutely. I don't think so.
No.
No.
but
I read something in a Stephen King book years ago where there was some kind of supernatural type of crab lobster characters that were like that. They came out of the ocean and they were like eating at, I think it was in
I mean, like they're like I can see that's a good horror trope because like
totally
like crabs, like shellfish are all like bottom feeders.
crab. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
It was the Black Tower. I think it was. If you guys remember, if you're a Stephen King fan, it was the Black Tower.
Oh my god! Like I love shellfish. And
Me
like
too.
drenched in butter and
Yeah, I love shellfish as well.
I like shrimp.
Shrimp is
is good.
delicious. Yeah.
shrimp is delicious.
Okay. I have to wrap things up.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to say anything before we go? I have what time is it? I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, it's almost midnight. it's
So we're-
11:47.
my throat.
Like we haven't even
Oh,
hit
yes,
4
dark time,
hours.
thank you.
So
Yeah.
I mean, we're going 4:40. 4 hours.
Last week I think we went even longer, but I'm just like I'm feeling.
No, I think we went to almost 5. So
Oh, we did.
not there yet. Yeah.
oh yeah. Almost
I have
5.
to take off. I feel like this is like a dog collar I'm wearing here. It's like almost like a dog collar. It's so
Oh.
short.
Quick question: what do you think of Mysteria's scene? Like when we find out that Allison's maid is her spy.
Oh.
Oh,
We never talked about that.
That was but
That was I thought that felt
I
random.
think I caught that. Allison's made
it
us a
was
spy.
big info.
Yeah,
but
Talia.
That was also like one of the things about the episode that I like. It's like
Oh, bless you.
Salud. What?
oh my god.
What's
Salud.
going on with this necklace?
No, that was one of those things that was like, oh, just like throw that shit in.
Yeah, it was
Like
so
the
quick.
end of
Yeah.
I kind of was like, it was
It's
weird.
like, oh, like
You know why I think they forced that they just like put that scene in there because of the next episode, because of what we see in the previews for the next episode.
oh yeah, sure.
That is like the only reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it. I'm gonna have to rewatch the whole season because
I
I think I've
Yeah.
missed. There's some things I've definitely have missed. Like you were saying about the stuttering. Like I don't remember that.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely paid attention to that stutter because it felt so young. He felt
Yeah.
he like that moment when he sees his brother in that state. It felt like he was like a little
No.
boy,
No. I mean, like,
just
no.
scared.
I will actually like fight against like no this. It's
Oh, bless you. Oh, Rebecca.
I mean,
Ugh.
like
Salud.
Damon having the stutter, like I actually think was like a very poignant choice. Like that, like showed vulnerability. Like
Yeah.
I think. Thank you. Like it's not just like like he makes very pointed decisions about where he's doing.
Salud.
Oh my god! But no, I mean it's not. I mean, it's a sign of vulnerability. Like it's not necessarily like a sign of weakness. But it's coming again.
Wait a second.
Sign
Wait a
off,
second.
please. Sign off because I'm just gonna start seeing.
Oh, well, I guess I'll talk. I guess. What was I gonna say?
So no, I just moved her. Oh, there. Here, I can add it back. Are you okay?
No,
Are you okay?
Oh, hold on. I removed her for a second until she's.
Okay.
I've had that happen. I've had that happen where I've gotten like sneezes.
You don't know fucking allergies until you get my allergies. My allergies can go on for like for hours.
Really?
I literally have to take allergy medicine, or I will just be and my nose will be like a faucet, a broken faucet. Is so annoying.
I don't know if she's coming. I'm gonna have to sign off because I really need to go to bed. Like I'm like throat sore.
I was just gonna say that I love the scene with Daemon and Viserys and him like recrowning him after he's in the throne.
No, I know there were so many touching moments for Daemon in this.
I know it's like
I hope somebody does like maybe all of the
top
sweet
10
things that Daemon has done.
Daemon things.
Yeah, like how when he at the funeral of Emma, how he leans over to Rhaenyra
to console. Yeah,
and like I think moments of
I
cruelty and moments of sweetness with him.
Yeah, I think the scene with Daemon and Viserys in the throne room, that's like what Daemon really always wanted. He always wanted to be at his brother's side. He always wanted to be his right hand man.
Yeah.
And Viserys never let him. It's like that's like the culminating scene. And like I wanted so much for them to say I love you, brother. I mean, it wasn't necessary. Like you could see it in their eyes.
Yeah.
But like I just wanted to hear it.
I know.
Because it's so beautiful.
Okay, well guys, we're gonna Carl says Heidi, bist du durch meine Dame? The deine Eltern. I can't read this. Oder groß Eltern. You have to explain what that says.
That is German, I think. Yeah, that's German.
Viserys trusted the wrong ones. Yes.
You okay, Beck?
I'm gonna sneeze, but like you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna sign off. Okay, we're gonna sign off because I need to go to bed.
Yeah.
It's midnight.
I need
almost
to
midnight.
sneeze and snot.
I know, and you're having allergies, and I'm just like I'm super tired.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, do you guys want to say goodnight? Rebecca, you want to say goodnight to everybody?
Good night.
Wait, thank you.
Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Adieu.
Where can they find you?
Adieu.
Like Shadowcat Becks. I'm the one and only Shadowcat Becks. Shadowcat.
She's just doing her witchy shit.
Becks. I'm just doing witchy shit.
And Penelope's there with you tonight?
Yeah, she is.
And Tatiana, what do you want to say before you go to bed? debate?
I will be here hopefully next week for episode 9. You can find me on Instagram, Tatiana Melendez PR. I rarely, if ever, go in there, but you can still go in there if you want. You can look at my blog, TatianaMelendez.com. So you can see all my designs and all my performance photos and videos and all that shit, basically.
Sorry guys,
Yeah.
it's just that I didn't sleep enough last night, so I'm just like I'm already like in a deficit from last night, and then I'm just like now I'm just like
Plus the drinking.
1, 2, 3,
It's
4, 5,
midnight.
6.
Like
Yeah,
we've been on for 4 hours. Like
we had a good night. We
love you guys.
and then we're gonna do when we do the spectacular. I was thinking we can do it like we can maybe start in the afternoon or something, and then people can come in if you guys want, and then people can come in.
We should probably like plan a weekend.
We'll stack it. Yeah, we'll do it over a weekend.
Yeah, on the 29th it's gonna be hard for me because that's the runway day. So
we do it the weekend after.
We need to do the weekend after.
We'll do the weekend after. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we can have a proper kind of fun thing.
Yeah.
Heidi,
yeah.
You are German, or your parents or grandparents? Oh, okay. Yes, I am not German. My mom loved the story Heidi by Joanna Sperling, who is
Heidi of the Alps.
Heidi of the Alps. Yes, she loved the story, and I was really pleasantly surprised that in the Empress that there's a character. Well, she's actually, I think she's Adelheid or Adelaide, but her Heidi, they call her Heidi. So it's kind of like, oh my God, there's a Heidi in the show. So I was really excited about that. Yeah. So, but I did take German in high school though.
I also took German in junior high and high school.
I took Italian. Sorry.
English, but terrible. German is especially terrible, but I can like roll off the alphabet like faster than a German can.
Oh, okay, cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so guys, we're gonna leave you now. Oh, by the way, I'm costumeco. You guys know that though. So I will see you guys. We're gonna be back next Tuesday. Yes, I'm trying to be the hostess with the mostest, but I'm like fading. I'm like one of those hostesses like, okay, people, can you leave my house, please? Because I gotta go to bed. My mother used to say, when the hostess looks tired, that's when it's time to leave.
You don't have to go home, but you can't.
But you got to get flights. I'm not gonna go home, but you got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, everybody. Love you guys.
Bye. I'm gonna put some ending music.
Oh, good. Okay. Awesome.
Great.
Bye, everybody. Love you. Yes. I used to wear braids.
And dream, we came. That voice which calls me and speaks my name. And do I dream again? For now I find the phantom of the opera is there inside my mind.
Bye, everybody. That was awesome.